Volume 7. Chapter 601, The Rebellion of Destiny. Chapter 601, The Rebellion of Destiny. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No, this is my friend. I'm Legend Saitu's disciple. I have the dimension coordinates that he left behind, so I rushed here. So, what happened here? Merlin, confidently, made up his identity as Wizard Saitu's disciple. Since this dimension did not Wizard Saitu's mind imprint, and it would be impossible for Wizard Saitu to give up this dimension voluntarily, there was only one possibility, which was that Wizard Saitu was dead. Therefore, there was no one to expose Merlin's bluff. We're saved, Holy City is saved, the great Legend Saitu did not forget us. Wizard Paul's expression was very excited. So, what's happening? Merlin continued to ask. Please, come with me. Let's hurry into Holy City and tell Teacher Anna this good news. Subsequently, Paul arranged for a young wizard to lead the group to leave Holy City, whereas he hurriedly led Merlin and Alcra toward Holy City. Along the way, Paul also gave an overview of the current situation. Holy City was established as a result of Wizard Saitu passing down the knowledge of spellcasters. Slowly, it was built by countless spellcasters, and became the holy ground for spellcasters in the entire dimension. Being able to enter Holy City was the pride of all spellcasters. However, 1,000 years after Wizard Saitu had disappeared without a trace, some turbulence began to appear in the dimension. Some people actually returned to worship the demon god Vorna, and formed the Church of Demon. In the beginning, the Church of Demon was relatively weak and in hiding. Thereafter, the Church of Demon declared that the demon god Vorna had awakened. Moreover, the staunchest believers were able to communicate with the demon god Vorna, and possessed mighty powers. Thus, the Church of Demon began to grow in number. Thus, the war between the two sides continued for over 1,000 years. Although the spellcasters continued to produce a succession of talents, the increasing number of believers in the demon god Vorna had enabled the Church of Demon to grow stronger. According to legend, the demon god Vorna was suppressed by Wizard Saitu. However, if there was a strong enough belief, he would be slowly awakened. Once he was completely awakened, then the entire world would be plunged into a disaster of mass proportions, and the prosperous spellcaster civilization would be wiped out. Therefore, every spellcaster was told from an early age that the Church of Demon must be destroyed in order to kill the demon god permanently. Alas, matters did not go according to plan. After a 1,000-year war, the situation began to worsen. The Church of Demon began to gain an upper hand and even gradually conquered nearer and nearer to the core of the spellcasters, namely Holy City. Moreover, it was rumored among the Church of Demon that the demon god Vorna would be completely awakened. When that occurred, the entire dimension would return to its ignorant and dark era, and everyone would be turned into demon god Vorna's slaves. In light of this, the 20 great wizards of Holy City decided to gather their strongest force, and wage a final battle with the Church of Demon. Nonetheless, they also knew that the chances of winning were close to none. Merlin and Alcra were listening carefully, a thrilling look appeared on their faces. The god in this dimension was really suppressed, it was not surprising that his aura was so faint. However, 1,000 years had passed, and throughout this 1,000-year war, the demon god Vorna might have recovered considerably. If he was able to break through Legend Saitu's suppression, then it would be highly troublesome. Soon, Paul led Merlin and Alcra back into Holy City. At this moment, Holy City was exceptionally silent. There were no normies in Holy City, only spellcasters, and most of them were the elites of spellcasters in this world. In order to enter Holy City, one had to be at least a 4th-level spellcaster and above. Right now, there were around 200,000 spellcasters standing outside Holy City, confronting the Church of Demon. The city was tightly packed with spellcasters. In the air above them, 20 great wizards hovered in the air. The ground, on the other hand, was densely carved with innumerable runic magic circles. Many of the spellcasters' gazes were filled with apprehension, yet they stood firmly outside the city. All of them knew that the 1,000-year war was finally coming to an end. This was the final battle. Across from the spellcasters, amid the Church of Demon, a brilliant white light shot up into the sky and enveloped all the believers. Following that, the eyes of these believers gleamed with feverish zealousness, and their faiths became even more staunch. This was the demon god's ray. From this ray of light, the god's aura could be clearly felt. This also meant that Varna, the god of this dimension, indeed existed. After the appearance of the demon god's ray, the Church of Demons believers grew confident. A believer in a black robe flew high up into the air, and spoke to the spellcasters, "Ye fallen spellcasters, you have forsaken the worship of God, but God is gracious. As long as you believe in Him, the Almighty God will forgive your sins." A gentle breeze blew at everyone's faces, containing a hint of chill. The numerous spellcasters looked toward the 20 overpowerful great wizards in the sky. Soon, a white-robed wizard stepped forward and smirked. God? More like an evil demon. A few thousand years ago, he enslaved all of us. He enslaved not just our bodies but also our minds. Fortunately, the great legend Saitu came from beyond the heavens, and suppressed the demon. He imparted knowledge to us so that we may have the power to resist the demon. We're spellcasters. Our hearts are pure, and we march for freedom. We derive power from our knowledge instead of selling our souls to become the demon's slaves. Right now, we'll gather all our powers to destroy the demon and restore freedom in this kingdom. We're noble spellcasters, we'll never be a demon's slave. As his voice fell, numerous spellcasters seemed to be moved. In unison, they shouted, "We won't be a demon's slave." Their voices were magnificent and reverberated in the air unendingly for a long time. From a distance, Merlin and Alcra also witnessed such a scene. This was Merlin's first time seeing a confrontation between the spellcasters and the gods. He could not help but recall some of the incomplete tomes back in the Kingdom of Black Moon. In it, they described the beginning of spellcasters. When the glorious land still had many powerful gods, the spellcasters endured a difficult existence, but they never gave up. Every spellcaster made it their ultimate goal to exile the gods from the glorious land and restore freedom once again. That time was the most challenging period for the spellcaster, but it was also the most united time for the spellcasters. This was because all the spellcasters were fighting for a common goal. Finally, the weak spellcasters flourished amid the hardships of war. They suppressed, killed, and exiled countless gods, and became a great civilization that eventually entered the Void Zone. For many weak civilizations, their first hurdle was to rebel against the gods. Whether it was the Rock Tribe, Tree Tribe, Giant Tribe or any other powerful foreign tribe civilizations, the first step toward progress was to escape the slavery of the gods, restore freedom, and take control of their own destinies. This was not a mere rebellion against the gods, but also a rebellion against destiny. Alcra was also slightly touched. This brings me back. Wizard Merlin, perhaps you don't have such memories, but I do. I'm a second-generation tree folk that was split from the mother tree, so I share some memories with the mother tree. At that time, the mother tree was still weak but had already managed to split into many tree folks. In our hometown, there was a powerful god that had enslaved us. The mother tree led us and fought for 8,000 years. Evolving from weak to strong, step by step, there were countless tree folks who died. However, in the end, we managed to exile the gods, and the tree folks had a stable kingdom since. Then, we set foot into the Void Zone, and gradually got stronger. The Tree Tribe, as well as the Spellcaster civilization, are very fortunate because we managed to rebel against destiny and won. However, in the vast Void Zone and its endless dimensions, there are many more civilizations that have failed to rebel against the gods and their destinies. Merlin was silent. His heart was greatly touched. In the tomes, he only saw a description of words, but it could never compare to witnessing it with his own eyes. He seemed to see the glorious land back in its trying times when countless spellcasters continuously rebelled against the mighty gods. A rebellion against destiny. Indeed, this is a rebellion of destiny. Merlin's emotions were stirred. He shut his eyes gently, and his mind power automatically began to extend and spread out in all directions. All the spellcasters who encountered Merlin's mind power not only did not sense any irregularity but became very peaceful and determined. This kind of emotion seemed to be contagious. Under the effect of Merlin's mind power, more and more spellcasters began to calm down. Merlin, on the other hand, finally experienced a breakthrough in his hallucinating spell. Without any warning, his hallucinating spell broke through and achieved the third step. Now, even the most preeminent great wizards would be trapped by Merlin's hallucinating spells. The third step of hallucinating spells was just immediately below the illusory heart realm. Therefore, this was an extremely important milestone. Despite Merlin's exchanges with Titus for a long time, he could not find the breakthrough point. It was at this moment, looking at the scene before him, that Merlin's heart was greatly affected. These spellcasters rebelling against the gods were in fact, rebelling against their destinies. This gave Merlin a huge revelation, thus allowing his hallucinating spells to experience a breakthrough. The powerful hallucinating spells allowed Merlin to use his mind power to soothe the spellcasters' anxious emotions so that they would feel more peaceful and more determined. This bore a close resemblance of the illusory heart realm. The second stage of Titus' hallucinating spell realm was the illusory heart, which was able to control mind silently and undetected. This was a truly fearsome ability which fully reflected the impressiveness of mind power masters. Alcra did not notice the change in Merlin. He was watching the believers from the Church of Demon closely. At this time, the Church of Demon's believers seemed to be chanting something and chorused in unison. Strands of faith, visible to the naked eye, projected into the air. Boom! In the empty sky, a horrible power seemed to awaken. A celestial-like aura descended upon everyone. Even the elemental origin appeared to shift in an instant like it was being forcefully plundered by a mysterious power. The elemental origin had been seized. Not good, the dimension god has awakened. Alcra's face turned pale. He had met many gods, and was very well versed about them. Such a situation clearly showed that a god was awakening, and even the elemental origin was controlled. Not only Alcra knew that the god had awakened. The 20 over great wizards in the air also felt the vibration in the air as well as the celestial aura that exuded a suffocating power. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. He has awakened. The demon god Vorna has finally awakened. Once the demon god Vorna is awakened, Holy City will cease to exist. I'm afraid even the spellcasters will not be able to escape certain doom. The world will soon be destroyed. The darkest era is upon us. This time, Legend Saitu will not come and save us anymore. All the great wizards knew what the demon god Vorna intended to do. Although the final battle had yet to begin, they were already defeated, and a complete defeat too. Ha 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 ha, I have finally broken through imprisonment. Damn Saitu, you bound me for a few thousand years, but still, I've been set free. Ha ha, I'll kill all the despicable spellcasters that you left behind, and destroy your legacy so that no one in this world will know of the existence of spellcasters. Ha ha, I'm free. An incomparably huge figure slowly coalesced under the zealous gazes of countless staunch believers. He was even seated on a huge golden throne, majestic and powerful. The terrifying demon god Vorna finally reappeared, and vowed to destroy all the spellcasters and erase all traces of their existence. This was his revenge toward Legend Saitu. Wizard Merlin, we better leave now. Although this god had just broken free, he has accumulated 1,000 years' worth of the power of faith, and could rival a great legend. We're not worthy opponents. Alcra glanced at Merlin beside him. Hum hum hum. Merlin, who was immersed in the understanding of hallucinating spells, felt a strong vibration from his spatial ring. Inside, an ancient round disc was stirring up the spatial ring, and shook Merlin out of his rumination. The god-binding disc? Merlin woke up from his rumination, and raised his head. He saw the incredible sight of the demon god Vorna reveling in his joy of being set free. Chapter 602, The God-Binding Disc Suppression. Chapter 602, The God-Binding Disc Suppression. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha, I'm finally free. The magnificent world of freedom, I'm back. Everyone will become my believers. First, I'll destroy Holy City, and destroy every trace of that despicable Saitu. The demon god Vorna was seated on the golden throne, his voice echoing in the air, laughing freely. After so many years, he had spent every day waiting for this moment. Now, he was finally set free, and vowed to wipe out every trace of spellcasters. Almighty God, your light guides your faithful believers forever. Seeing the majestic figure seated on the golden throne, the Church of Demons believers became even more zealous than before. Their chanting continued, filling the entire dimension. At this moment, almost all the believers of the Church of Demon were strengthened in their faith. Multiple strands of powers of faith began to gather from all directions, flying directly into Demon God Varna's body. These powers of faith were swiftly transformed into divinity, allowing Demon God Varna to feel energized. His gaze locked upon Holy City far away, and a look of cruelty filled his eyes. Boom! Demon God Varna stood up suddenly, his majestic body full of destructive powers. Even the great wizards hovering in the air felt suffocated. Such powers were completely beyond their resistance. Destroy! Demon God Varna stretched out a finger and prepared to press down. However, at this moment, a crisp sound sliced through the air. From Holy City, an ancient round disk flew out mightily. The ancient round disk grew bigger as it soared through the air. When it was in the middle of the sky, its size had expanded to cover the sun and the sky. In the middle of the round disk, there was an inscription of the word bind in the molten language. Bind. The huge bind word suddenly flew out and grew bigger. Then, like a large net, it swiftly covered Demon God Varna. Simultaneously, Demon God Varna's face shifted drastically. All the divinity in his body seemed to be triggered at once, and began to burn wildly. What's this nonsense? Why is it able to suppress me? No, I'm an almighty god, the master of the dimension. Demon God Varna released a tortured screech. He would never have thought in his wildest dreams that his divinity would not only be useless but instead quicken his destruction. The huge bind word had covered Demon God Varna like a large net, and trapped him within. Demon God Varna's divinity started to burn fiercely, causing him to screech uncontrollably. Following that, Demon God Varna was forcefully dragged into the huge ancient disk. Thump! The round disk closed shut, and rapidly shrunk. Then, it flew into the hands of the two strangers flying from Holy City. Just like that, Demon God Varna was suppressed once again, and squashed into a strange ancient disk. All these abrupt changes threw everyone into a disconcerted, disbelieving state. The entire Holy City, as well as the Church of Demons believers, were completely dumbstruck. Their almighty god was suppressed just like that? Earlier, he seemed like an omnipotent god that could destroy the entire world, but now, he had disappeared without a trace. Swish! It was Paul who first flew in front of the 20 over great wizards. Excitedly, he said to a wrinkly but kind-looking female wizard, "Teacher Anna, I'm back. I also brought with me great Legend Saitu's disciple. Legend Saitu did not abandon us, he still cares for us. This is Wizard Merlin. It was he who resuppressed Demon God Varna earlier." Paul's tone clearly revealed his excitement. In the eyes of all the spellcasters in this dimension, Wizard Saitu was supreme and capable of accomplishing anything. The idea that his disciple had come to suppress Demon God Varna was something they were able to accept in stride. Wizard Anna and the other great wizards looked at Merlin with eagerness. Their hopes for Legend Saitu to intervene had finally been fulfilled. Although Legend Saitu did not come in person, he had sent his disciple who had suppressed Demon God Varna, thus preventing their world from falling to its darkest era. Wizard Merlin, we're truly grateful to Legend Saitu for sending you to save us. You have prevented us from plunging into the darkest era. Where's Legend Saitu? Why didn't he return? Wizard Anna's words represented the thoughts of many other great wizards. Merlin shook his head and said, "Teacher Saitu is dead. I only discovered the coordinates of this dimension when I was sorting through his belongings, so I came here in a hurry. Fortunately, I was not too late." Merlin was still a little shaken. The completed god-binding disc was quite ineffective toward an ordinary legend, yet it held some sort of suppressive power over the gods. Even Demon God Varna, who was comparable to a great legend, could be easily suppressed into the god-binding disc. Faced with Wizard Anna's probing, Merlin cleverly made up another lie. This was to avoid any future complications. Once he had established that Saitu was dead, added with the fact that he had suppressed Demon God Varna, his identity as Legend Saitu's disciple was rock solid. No one would doubt him. This would be of utmost benefit for Merlin and Alcra to take control of this dimension. Dead? How could a great legend die? All the great wizards revealed looks of incredulity on their faces, some of them filled with disbelief. Merlin shook his head in despair. It's a long story, but right now, aren't we in a final battle? Although demon god Vorna has been suppressed, the Church of Demons still exists. We need to defeat the Church of Demon so that demon god Vorna will never be free again. You're right, defeat the Church of Demon first. All the great wizards were reminded with a jolt. Although demon god Vorna had been suppressed, it was not yet time to let down their guard. Before them still stood the Church of Demon, which had large numbers and powerful abilities. At this moment, the Church of Demons believers also seemed to recollect their wits, and their expressions turned frenzied. All of God's most faithful believers, right now our God has encountered some difficulties. He was trapped by the despicable spellcasters using lowly tricks. We need to contribute our strength, and defeat these despicable spellcasters so that we can save the Almighty God. Boom! The moment his voice fell, legendary powers of faith were emitted from the bodies of countless believers. It gradually gathered and formed an impressive force. The spellcasters outside Holy City wore a solemn expression. This was the final battle. Even without demon god Vorna, they were still at a disadvantage, so this was fated to be a tragic battle. The Church of Demons force is mostly constituted of fanatic believers. Not only do we have to defeat them, but we also cannot let anyone escape. So, I'd have to ask my friend to lend a hand. Merlin turned his gaze to Alcra, and smiled. Suddenly, all the great wizards realized that beside Merlin, there was a unique-looking being. His entire body was lush emerald green, and did not appear to have any elemental fluctuations. Alcra nodded, naturally understanding Merlin's insinuation. Initially, he was quite worried about the terrifying demon god Vorna, but he did not expect that Merlin had such a powerful casting tool. Alcra did not know why Merlin did not use it in the Inceptive dimension, but this was Merlin's secret, so Alcra would not ask. Boom! Alcra stepped into the air, and swiftly revealed his true form, which was a huge tree sprawling into the clouds. His massive canopy stretched out and covered almost a few hundred miles. It was truly breathtaking. Almost everyone's gaze was transfixed on Alcra. They had never seen such an astonishing sight. Wizard Merlin, this is. Merlin looked at the incomparably shocked wizards and smiled. Please don't worry. As you may know, outside this world is vast and endless darkness. This sea of darkness is called the Void Zone. It contains countless foreign tribes that are completely different from the spellcasters. Some of them are friendly, and some of them are wicked. Alcra is a friend of mine. He's a friendly tree folk who came with me to save all of you, and help exile the demon god. Wizard Anna seemed to hold a lot of weight among this group of great wizards. Upon listening to Merlin's explanation, Great Wizard Anna's eyes shone and whispered, so the darkness outside our world is called the Void Zone. After Legend Saitu's disappearance, there were some wizards who left Holy City and entered the Endless Void Zone, but no one has ever returned. Merlin nodded darkly in his heart. Ordinarily, great wizards were capable of leaving the dimension, but this was the open territory. In other words, it was the most dangerous territory. There were countless foreign tribe civilizations. Even Merlin and Alcra encountered several foreign tribe attacks on their way here. What more the great wizards who departed from this dimension? Perhaps the reason they never returned was that they had encountered foreign tribes in the open territory, and were killed. It could only be attributed to their misfortune of being situated in the open territory. If they were situated within the spellcaster civilization's sphere of influence or in any of the less chaotic territories, this dimension could have gained an understanding of the outside world, and slowly entered the Void Zone. However, their lack of understanding of the outside would make it easier for Merlin and Alcra to control the dimension. Alcra had revealed his true form. Thick strands of root network swiftly blocked the sky, one ring after another, causing the Church of Demons believers to be securely imprisoned within the rings of Alcra's root networks. The Church of Demons believers released their attacks in unison. Multiple rays of white light with a scorching sensation landed on Alcra's root network. Nevertheless, despite losing his 9 tree saplings, Alcra was still at least comparable to a preeminent great wizard, so those attacks could not harm him. Therefore, those attacks were completely useless against Alcra. At this moment, Merlin stepped forward, and took a deep breath. Then, a huge mind power descended silently and invisibly, like a nightmare, and enveloped a majority of the Church of Demons believers. Instantly, the hallucinating spell that recently achieved the third step trapped the Church of Demons believers in an illusion. One by one, they quietened down, like dim-witted persons. Seeing this scene unfold, all the spellcasters outside Holy City were stunned. Their gazes toward Merlin turned even more awestruck. With such amazing abilities, it's not surprising that you're Legend Saitu's disciple. In this final battle, we won't lose spellcasters anymore. A smile appeared on Wizard Anna's face. Then, she waved her hand gently. In an instant, the numerous spellcasters who were waiting outside Holy City rushed toward the countless Church of Demons believers. The dreaded final battle instantly turned into a one-sided massacre. With Alkra's imprisonment, none of the Church of Demons believers could escape, so the outcome was secured. This world would once again return into the hands of the spellcasters. Chapter 603, Honesty. Chapter 603, Honesty. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin, your hallucinating spell has gotten much stronger. I'm afraid even I'm no longer your worthy opponent. It was Alkra who spoke. He had revealed his true form, and imprisoned the Church of Demons believers. Since those believers were completely unable to break through his binding, he was able to shift his attention to converse with Merlin. When he saw that Merlin's hallucinating spell was able to trap even the most zealous believers in an illusion, Alkra's heart was astonished because he knew that Merlin had become more powerful. Even before Merlin's hallucinating spell was strengthened, it was able to affect him. Now that the hallucinating spell was strengthened, it would not merely affect him. This was the fissureness of Mind Power Masters. Nevertheless, the number of Mind Power Masters was very few among the spellcasters, not to mention those who were able to achieve Merlin's level of accomplishment. The third step of hallucinating spells, according to Merlin's knowledge, was only ever achieved by the Blackfire Lord and Titus. Meanwhile, Titus had achieved the illusory heart, and was beginning to consolidate the illusory world. Compared to Arceus from before, although he was also a top Mind Power Master, the 9-hit strike that he had constructed had deviated from the Mind Power system. Even if he continued to explore further, it would be a dead-end road, and would not be compatible with the system developed by Titus. As for Merlin's talent in Mind Power, it was not really remarkable. He had a smidge of talent, but it was the various opportunities that he had encountered which now allowed him to stand at the peak of almost all other Mind Power Masters. Upon achieving the third step of hallucinating spells, Merlin would soon begin to pursue the illusory heart so that he could catch up to Titus. It was only upon achieving the illusory heart that he could rival a great legend, and be considered to have perfected the preliminary stage of the Mind Power system. Merlin smiled but did not explain. His hallucinating spell had achieved the third step. In addition, he had become an 8th-level spellcaster, so his combined abilities, of course, improved to a new threshold. He was no longer inferior to those mightiest existences below a legend. Merlin, the outcome has been determined. The Church of Demon will no longer be able to cause a storm. However, I still can't control the Dimension Core. Although you've suppressed Demon God Vorna, the Dimension Core is still under his control. Unless he dies, we'll never be able to control the Dimension Core. Alkra said with a grave tone. Merlin also knew that they were not great legends, so they could not forcibly plunder the elemental origin. This dimension was not an inceptive dimension. Therefore, only by killing Demon God Vorna, who was controlling the elemental origin, they would have a chance of controlling this dimension. However, after Demon God Vorna had been suppressed in the God-binding disc, Merlin did not know what happened. He was prepared to solve the problem, which was the Church of Demon first, before carefully inspecting Demon God Vorna in the God-binding disc. With Merlin's hallucinating spell as well as the countless number of spellcasters, the one-sided massacre ended very soon. The ones who were gathered here were Demon God Vorna's staunch believers, so it was impossible for them to discard their beliefs. Hence, none of them could be spared. Fortunately, Alkra was there to surround the entire area, so none of the believers were able to escape. The blood stench of hundreds of thousands of believers wafted into the air. The resulting huge volume of negative energy affected even the spellcasters with mind power. Meanwhile, Darkness Eye in Merlin's palm seemed to have found a delicacy, and was madly absorbing the negative energy. Although Merlin did not know if and how Darkness Eye could level up to its 7th form, he allowed Darkness Eye to absorb all types of negative energy it wanted. Perhaps, some extraordinary changes would take place. Soon, after 3 days, the battle drew to a close. The spellcasters secured a huge victory, and the numerous spellcasters returned to Holy City. Due to Merlin and Alkra's special statuses, they were invited by the 23 great wizards into Holy City's discussion hall. Wizard Merlin, you mentioned before that the great legend Saitu is dead. What happened? How could it be possible for Legend Saitu to die? Upon entering the discussion hall, Teacher Anna could not hold back and asked urgently. All the other great wizards present also nodded their head, and fixed their gazes on Merlin. In their perspective, Legend Saitu was an all-powerful being. He came from the endless darkness outside, suppressed evil demon god Vorna, saved them from the demon's slavery, and even imparted knowledge to enable them to master the same power. Such emotions could not possibly be comprehended by anyone who had not experienced it themselves. Most of these great wizards were the first batch of wizards who had received knowledge from Legend Saitu after he descended, so they held a deep sense of gratitude toward him. This issue is slightly more complicated. Merlin deliberated for a moment, countless thoughts running through his head. This dimension was a dimension that Wizard Saitu had nurtured for a long time. Just by observing the fact that they had managed to produce 23 great wizards, showed how deep the foundation had been. Previously, Merlin had thought of controlling a dimension, but he never really considered properly of what would happen after he had controlled it. After he saw the spellcasters rebelling against destiny, and his hallucinating spell improved, he now had a new idea. He wanted to use the Saitu dimension as his foundation, then gradually expand his influence and control more dimensions. As a master of a dimension, though he would not be able to absorb the power of worship like the gods, if the dimension produced more and more powerful wizards, the entire dimension would be inconspicuously strengthened and produce a reverse-feeding phenomenon for the master. The process of consolidating a maxim, among others, would be easier. This was the main reason why most of the great legends wanted to occupy more dimensions. The plunderers were short-sighted wizards because they only thought of plundering the elemental origins, and quickly consolidate a maxim in the shortest time possible. However, from a long-term perspective, this was merely a short-term gratification, and would destroy the foundations of the spellcaster civilization, so it was completely unforgivable. The reverse-feeding phenomenon was something that even the ultimate arcane wizards could not understand, yet it existed as true as the day is long. In fact, Merlin suspected that the reason he could grasp the spellcaster's rebellion against destiny so smoothly, and break through his hallucinating spell was related to the reverse feeding of the dimension. If I want to nurture this dimension properly and expand it, I have to be honest. Immediately, Merlin decided in his heart. Of course, the part about him pretending to be Legend Saitu's disciple was not included. Moreover, when he first received the dimension coordinates from Legend Saitu, it was to some extent intended to be given to him. So, he could be considered half a disciple. Merlin did not have to be honest about his identity, but he must be honest with them about the outside world and the spellcaster civilization. This was because in the future, these great wizards would leave the dimension. If they had the opportunity to return, they would know the truth. Respectable wizards. Merlin raised his head, and swept his gaze across the great wizards. Then, he continued slowly. You may already know that outside this world is endless darkness, and many great wizards had left here to enter the endless darkness but never made it back. However, you must know that this world of yours is only a single dimension. In the endless darkness, which we call the Void Zone, there are as many dimensions as grains of sand. In the Void Zone, with a powerful spellcaster civilization, and Legend Saitu was also a member of the spellcaster civilization. Even for us spellcasters, we gradually rose up from being enslaved by the gods to exile them, and eventually became a great civilization. Merlin explained the concepts of the Void Zone, foreign tribe civilizations, open territory, and many more in detail. For these spellcasters, this information was eye-opening and astonishing. Back then, Legend Saitu only imparted to them the knowledge of spellcasters. Perhaps, it was because they were still very weak, so he did not tell them the truth about the Void Zone. After listening to Merlin's explanation, many great wizards were silently digesting the staggering amount of information shared with them. After some time, Wizard Anna heaved a long sigh. We've been living under a rock the entire time. We never knew that in the outside world, there's a powerful spellcaster civilization. Wizard Merlin, I wonder if we're considered a part of the spellcaster civilization. All the great wizards in the hall flashed a look of eagerness. Ha ha, of course you're a part of the spellcaster civilization. Every spellcaster is a part of the spellcaster civilization. However, you're situated in the open territory. So, it's more complicated. The spellcaster civilization's sphere of influence hasn't been able to expand to this region, but if there are more dimensions controlled by spellcasters, then one day, this region would automatically belong to the spellcaster civilization. Merlin said with a smile. The open territory had so many foreign tribe civilizations, but in reality, all of them were backed by their respective forces, each trying to seize control over part of or the entire open territory. Wizard Merlin, we're truly grateful for your honesty. We have been progressing for nearly 2,000 years but never produced a great legend. The time that Legend Saitu spent in this dimension was very short, so we don't even know how to cultivate ourselves after becoming a great wizard. Will you be leaving soon? Merlin and Alcra exchanged a look. With all smiles, he replied, we won't be leaving for a while. Moreover, I'll slowly develop the Saitu dimension, and pass on the knowledge of spellcasters. At least, I'll share with you everything I know about the great legends. Becoming a great legend was contingent upon consolidating a maxim. Although it seemed simple, it had stumped these great wizards for countless years. In fact, they almost thought that this was the limit of spellcasters, and could not be surpassed. However, following Merlin's arrival, they learned that above the great wizards, there were the great legends, and that they would have to consolidate a maxim in order to become a great legend. Thus, they did not have to leave the dimension and explore the dangerous open territory anymore. Back then, the reason so many great wizards left the dimension was because they felt like they had reached a dead end and could no longer level up. So they left the dimension to explore if there were other opportunities. However, they most probably died under the hands of those foreign tribe armies. Great Wizard Anna asked Merlin many more questions, and naturally, they accepted Merlin and Alcra. The first step of Merlin's plan was successful. Alcra, the first step is successful, we have established our influence in this dimension. Next, we should be able to control the dimension. Nonetheless, we first must get rid of demon god Vorna. Merlin flipped his hand and retrieved the god-binding disc from his spatial ring. Two hostile gazes glared at the god-binding disc concurrently. Chapter 604, The Ninth Level Mind Heart. Chapter 604, The Ninth Level Mind Heart. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was Alcra's second time seeing the god-binding disc, but this time was much less staggering than before. Currently, the god-binding disc looked like an ordinary round ancient plate. Merlin gripped the god-binding disc gingerly, closed his eyes, and swiftly extended his mind power inside. Hum. Merlin's mind power entered the space in the god-binding disc. It was incredibly spacious and filled with a unique power. At this time, demon god Vorna was being suppressed inside the god-binding disc. Demon god Vorna was howling in rage. On his body, there were layers upon layers of white light, like an unshakable mountain, ruthlessly keeping him restrained. What made Merlin even more astonished was that the god-binding disc was extracting divinity from demon god Vorna, little by little. This was none other than divinity. Only the great honored legends had such absolute power to plunder divinity from a living, ordinary god. Right now, however, the god-binding disc was not only able to suppress a god but also able to plunder his divinity. It was truly unbelievable. Although Merlin knew that the god-binding disc was more effective against the gods, he would never have thought that the effects would be so pronounced. Demon god Vorna's godly powers appeared to be completely powerless before the god-binding disc. On the contrary, the god-binding disc was able to set the godly powers ablaze and cause terrible damage to the god. It was not surprising that Wizard Bell was able to suppress so many gods back in the day. He truly deserved to be recognized as the #1 alchemist of the Molten Empire. The usefulness of the god-binding disc had far exceeded Merlin's imagination. Despicable spellcaster, release me, and I'll forgive your sins. The struggling demon god Vorna did not forget to entice Merlin. This was one of the unique techniques of the gods. Nevertheless, Merlin's hallucinating spell had achieved the third step, so he was not someone who could be easily enticed by an ordinary god. Deprive. Merlin closed his eyes lightly, and mobilized the power of the god-binding disc to exert an even stronger suppression on demon god Varna. The rate of depriving the god's divinity increased considerably, but it would still take some time before all of demon god Varna's divinity could be deprived. Without his divinity, demon god Varna would be completely and unequivocally dead. So, Merlin separated a strand of mind power, and explained to Alcra. Alcra, I can handle demon god Varna, but it would take at least a year to kill him for good. After 1 year, you should be able to control half of the elemental origin. Alcra nodded, a look of excitement on his face. 1 meager year was nothing compared to the long-life tree folks. Thus, he waited patiently beside Merlin. With Alcra's protection, Merlin felt even more reassured. Divinity was something that was coveted even by the great honored legends. Divinity had a myriad of uses. For example, if it was used to derive spells, then the line of thought would become exceptionally clear, and the efficiency would increase several folds. Whereas if it was used to consolidate a maxim, though success was not guaranteed, there would be definite benefits, and even the occasional inspiration. If it was used to increase mind power, then the results would be even more pronounced. Basically, the benefits of divinity were bountiful. If anyone was injured, divinity would heal them immediately. It was divinity that gave the gods their powerful abilities as well as their immortality. For the gods, divinity was both a blessing and a curse. This was because upon encountering a powerful opponent the level of an honored legend and above, they would not miss the opportunity to plunder divinity. Precisely for this reason, despite a large number of gods and the distance scattered between them, they were forced to join forces and form god organizations as well as the God Alliance. Merlin had obtained divinity before, but always in a small amount. He had never imagined that one day he would possess large quantities of divinity. However, the use of the god-binding disc appeared to suppress the gods and plunder their divinity. Seeing the strands of divinity being plundered by the god-binding disc, Merlin was very excited. With so much divinity, his first thought was to strengthen his mind power. Once his mind power broke through and consolidated the 9th level mind heart, he would be able to forcibly mobilize the illusory world. When that happens, Merlin could even use the illusory world to fight a great legend. Haha, apparently my mind heart is a very special mind heart, that improving it even slightly is so tedious. Now, with so much divinity, I'm not afraid. Merlin took a deep breath and soothed his excited emotions. Then, he began to use the divinity, and integrate it into his mind power. Divinity was pure energy. Upon integration into Merlin's mind power, it swiftly transformed into bursts of mind power, completely pure without any impurities. It was able to transform into Merlin's own mind power, as natural as his arm controlled his thumb. Such an effect pleased Merlin greatly. He felt his mind power improved steadily, to the point that he considered deliberating hunting down the gods. However, these were mere ponderings by Merlin. He understood it was dangerous to rely on the god-binding disc alone. True, he did not have to fear the ordinary gods, but the god-binding disc must have its inherent limitations as well. If he encountered a powerful god that could not be suppressed, Merlin would be in grave danger. Only the great honored legends had the ability to hunt down gods. Even then, the great honored legends might encounter mighty opponents among the gods that were not inferior to them. Worse, if one were to encounter a god from a god organization, then it would be troublesome. Merlin's mind power had achieved the peak of the 8th level. According to ordinary circumstances, it might seem close to the 9th level. However, his was a unique mind heart. Even an ordinary mind heart would take several decades to bridge the gap. If Merlin were to accumulate mind power the ordinary way, then he might never be able to break through. Upon integrating the divinity, on the other hand, Merlin could feel his mind power increasing every day. In fact, even the bottleneck seemed to be loosening gradually. 1 month, 2 months. Half a year later, Merlin had been devoting his full attention to absorbing demon god Varna's divinity by almost half. Merlin's mind power had reached its limit, and following the continuous absorption, a huge burst of mind power exploded suddenly, like breaking through a dam. Boom! At this time, Merlin's mind was a blank slate. The sudden breakthrough of mind power made him feel like he was floating on cloud 9. Almost everything looked different to him. The 9th level mind heart was very unique because upon achieving the 9th level, there was no longer any standard of measurement. Beyond the 9th level, there was no great wizard mind power or legend mind power. This was because the great wizards and great legends would no longer cultivate mind power. Upon achieving the 9th level, there were no more bottlenecks, so the mind power journey would be smooth sailing. In other words, it was not that there was no mind power bottleneck, but upon achieving the 9th level, very few could cultivate their mind power to the limit. Even mind power masters among the great wizards rarely cultivate their mind power to the limit. Even for the Blackfire Lord, his mind power continued to improve. This proved that after the 9th level, the mind power was like an ocean. If below the 9th level, the mind heart was likened to a river. Then after the 9th level, the mind heart was like an ocean. The amount of mind power that could be accumulated was simply unimaginable. At this stage, mind power strength was no longer the only measurement for a mind power master. The greater need was enlightenment. No matter how strong the mind power was, it was impossible to achieve transformation. On the contrary, an enlightenment of the illusory heart realm would allow the mind power to achieve a slight transformation. Then, upon consolidating the illusory world, the mind power would achieve another transformation. According to the mind power system conceived by Titus, upon consolidating the 9th level mind heart, the amount of mind power no longer mattered. The point of focus was quality, so the mind power should undergo a qualitative transformation. Achieving the illusory heart realm was the first step toward mind power transformation. This was because the illusory heart was comparable to a great legend, and perhaps might be even more formidable than a great legend. This was equivalent to breaking through the bindings endured by the mind power masters over the years in the spellcaster civilization. This was also the first transformation described by Titus. In order for mind power to reverse the natural order, and turn illusion into reality, a step-by-step transformation was necessary. Then, in the end, it would be possible to reverse the natural order. Titus' theory became more and more credible after Merlin broke through to the 9th level mind heart. It coincided with his own ideas, which strengthened his resolve to continue cultivating the mind power system according to Titus' theory. Currently, demon god Vorna in the god-binding disc was no longer as fierce as before. His entire body appeared to be translucent, and the divinity from his body had been considerably deprived. He could no longer control the elemental origin. In a few months' time, he would gradually be annihilated. I'm an almighty god. Even back then, Saitu did not kill me. I will not die, I will not die. Demon god Vorna was close to insane. Throughout this half a year, his divinity had been deprived little by little. He finally realized that this was different than when he was suppressed by wizard Saitu. The last time, after being suppressed by Saitu, his divinity loss was very slow. Even if a few thousand years passed, he would not die. Although wizard Saitu was able to suppress demon god Vorna, he was still not an honored legend, so he could not forcibly seize the god's divinity. He could only rely on time to slowly diminish the god's divinity until it was completely annihilated, which would take a very long time. This time, it was different. With the god-binding disc suppressing the god, and slowly depriving its divinity, the most it would take was 1 year. Then, demon god Vorna would be completely annihilated due to the loss of his divinity. Merlin ignored the madness of demon god Vorna. He left the god-binding disc, and saw the unmoving Alcra. Merlin smiled and said, Alcra, right now, demon god Vorna's control over the elemental origin isn't the same as before. He has lost control over at least half of the elemental origin. Why don't you control this half of the elemental origin first, so that you can recover as soon as possible? Alcra put out his feelers, and sensed that Merlin was right. A glimmer of gratitude shone in his eyes, and he nodded. In that case, I'll help myself. Immediately, Alcra transformed into a huge sprawling tree in the air, and his massive root network buried themselves in the air. Merlin could sense that Alcra was swiftly able to control about half of the elemental origin, and used it to nurture his 9 tree saplings once again. The 9 tree saplings were the key to Alcra leveling up to become an upper-rank tree folk. With the elemental origin, it would significantly shorten the time for him to nurture these 9 tree saplings. Seeing that Alcra had started nurturing his 9 tree saplings once again, Merlin felt slightly relieved that he had shed a heavy burden. The death of the 9 tree saplings caused considerable regret to Merlin, so if Alcra was able to reconsolidate the 9 tree saplings, Merlin would feel completely assuaged. According to Titus, once I've achieved the 9th level mind power, I should be able to forcibly mobilize the illusory world. Let me try. Merlin flew into the air, his discerning eyes silently watching the huge holy city below. Chapter 605, Snatching a Dimension. Chapter 605, Snatching a Dimension. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the sky up above, Merlin watched Holy City down below. There were wizards coming in and out, and it was very lively. Some were purchasing potion materials while others were studying runology, alchemy, and so on. Elsewhere, there were wizards cracking their heads to derive new spells, and wizards who were improving their battle tactics. Merlin saw that Holy City was a progressive, developing city. This was an accurate reflection of the Saitu dimension as a whole. The population of Holy City boomed to almost 200,000 people, all of them spellcasters, and was the aptly named Holy City of the Saitu dimension. Although Merlin's hallucinating spell had achieved its 3rd step, it would be quite difficult to entrap all 200,000 people in an illusion, to the point of impossibility. Certainly, any hallucinating spell would have certain limitations. However, with the illusory world, Merlin wanted to try it. Merlin retrieved a white round bead from his spatial ring, and then extended his enormous mind power into it. Boom! Merlin's enormous mind power was slightly shaken. Although the illusory world was intangible, it still contained an entire world, so despite Merlin using intangible mind power to mobilize it, there was a feeling of extreme weight. This was the first time Merlin had mobilized the illusory world. There were no changes in the illusion bead, but Merlin could clearly sense that the illusory world was slowly drifting out of the illusion bead, and then swiftly spreading out to the atmosphere. It was a simple feat for a world to encompass a city. Soon enough, the illusory world wrapped around the entire holy city. At this moment, everyone was slightly disoriented, like entering a strange world, but the illusory world utilized hallucinating spells to make them feel natural. Without any feeling of incoherence, they nonchalantly accepted the illusory world. Even the great wizards did not bat an eyelid. Currently, just a single thought from Merlin could cause the entire holy city to start killing one another, and plunge into chaos. This was the fearsome quality of mind power masters, especially those who had achieved the illusory heart and beyond. Scary, isn't it? This is what a mind power master is all about. According to my vision, the illusory world is infinitely vast. At its most powerful, it can even envelop an entire dimension. With just a single thought, everyone in the dimension would be controlled. This is far more powerful than any god, foreign tribe or spellcaster. The illusory world has no limit, it can expand indefinitely. Merlin saw a familiar figure emerge inside the illusory world. Titus? Merlin was not particularly surprised. Although Titus was hiding in the illusory world, it did not mean that he was completely integrated into the illusory world. Titus still occupied a distinctive position inside the illusory world. Expand indefinitely? Then how could it turn from illusion to reality? Merlin frowned. According to Titus' theory, the illusory world could expand indefinitely. The bigger the world, the more powerful it would become. At its most powerful, it could rival the ultimate arcane wizards. This was the first time Merlin had heard such a clear analysis, and the first time he felt the ambition from Titus' heart. The mind power system that Titus had conceived did not only aim to become comparable to the spellcaster system, but to surpass it. This was because if mind power could successfully transform illusion into reality, it would be a reversal of the natural order, and transcend the limitations of the natural order, thus possessing powers that exceed the arcane wizards. This was a very crazy idea. In the vast void zone, no one had ever heard of any existences that could surpass the ultimate arcane wizards. Even the most exceptional slothful beast was only attributed to its unique characteristics, but its abilities did not surpass the arcane wizards. Titus, on the other hand, was vowing to surpass the arcane wizards. After a long pause, Merlin shook his head. Titus, all these are way beyond my reach. Even you haven't achieved the illusory world realm, and your world hasn't been perfected. There's no way it could turn an illusion into reality. Yes, my illusory world hasn't been perfected. Upon mention of this, Titus' expression sunk slightly. Then, he locked his gaze on Merlin, and smiled. That is why you'll perfect my illusory world. You better start studying the illusory heart. Once you attain enlightenment of the illusory heart, you're considered to have broken through the limits of the mind power system. Subsequently, Titus' figure faded away. Merlin waved his hand, and retracted the illusory world. The entire holy city resumed its original appearance. In fact, the wizards did not realize that they had just been trapped in an illusion. Only a small portion of wizards felt slightly dazed. Merlin, on the other hand, descended into deep thoughts. His mind power had now achieved the 9th level, so he could forcibly mobilize the illusory world. However, without achieving the illusory heart, he would not be able to fully wield all the powers of the illusory world. Moreover, just as Titus had said, Merlin had not broken through the limits of the mind power system. Only by achieving the mind heart, he could depend on his own abilities to rival a great legend. Right now, Merlin was dependent on the illusory world consolidated by Titus. After retracting the illusory world, Merlin re-entered the God-binding disc. At this time, demon god Vorna was on his last breath, and would be annihilated at any time. There was only a tiny morsel of divinity left in him, and his body was completely translucent. Merlin ignored him, and continued absorbing the divinity to increase his mind power. Since he had only broken through recently, his mind power might not be able to support the construction of 9th level spells yet. Therefore, he needed a long time to accumulate it. 2 years later, the huge sprawling tree in the sky seemed to have grown lusher, and the roots had grown thicker. What was even more amazing was that next to this huge sprawling tree, there were 8 smaller, giant trees. Hum hum. Suddenly, a big tornado appeared in the sky. Strong gales whipped around mightily, almost shattering space itself. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The huge sprawling tree vibrated violently, and then, an incomparably thick root emitted an emerald green light. Rapidly, it evolved into a small tree, and under the help of the green light, the small tree grew speedily, and became as gigantic as the other 8 trees. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded the huge sprawling tree in the middle. Swish! Suddenly, beside the huge tree, a black-robed figure appeared, and stared at the tree with a worried expression. Soon enough, the huge tree shook its leaves, and an apparition also appeared in the sky and spoke to Merlin. Wizard Merlin, I'm sure you've sensed it too. If I continue to absorb, this dimension would be destroyed. The huge tree apparition was of course Alcra. Currently, he had just nurtured the 9 tree saplings, and recovered his abilities, thanks to the Saitu dimension. Without the support of the elemental origin, Alcra would not be able to recover so quickly. However, as time went by, another problem arose. The elemental origin absorbed by Alcra was almost exhausted. Once it was exhausted, then they would not be any different to the plunderers, as the dimension would fall in a state of despair. This was something that Merlin was unwilling to see happen, because he already decided to use the Saitu dimension as his first base in the open territory. In the future, he would slowly develop it. Merlin nodded hesitantly. That's right, there's not much elemental origin left. If you continue to absorb it, the entire dimension will suffer tremendous damage. Alcra smiled calmly. Don't worry. I'm happy that I'm able to recover in such a short span of time. Since Wizard Merlin is going to develop the Saitu dimension, naturally, I'll not destroy it. With this, I relinquish my control over the dimension core. Once Alcra had finished speaking, Merlin immediately sensed that half of the controlling rights over the elemental origin had been relinquished by Alcra. He hesitated for a split second but finally accepted control over the remaining half of the dimension. Thus, the entire Saitu dimension was now under Merlin's control. He had become a true master of a dimension. Alcra, this time, both our abilities have charted great progress. Perhaps, we can try to snatch a dimension. Merlin suddenly raised his head and said. Snatch a dimension? Alcra was momentarily stunned, uncertain of Merlin's plan. With a frown, he said, although both our abilities are comparable to the preeminent great wizards, you saw what happened the last time. Luca, Nestia, Bordeaux, and even Kubail from the spellcaster civilization were completely powerless against the mysterious Giant King. We don't have the ability to snatch a dimension. Alcra shook his head helplessly. The gap that existed between a great wizard and a great legend was simply too vast and could not be bridged. If a new dimension appeared, they could only pray that the great legends would not show up. However, how many open dimensions were there without competition from the great legends? The last time, Merlin and Alcra managed to escape, but it would be difficult to predict what would happen the next time. The Giant King? What happened the last time definitely will not happen again. A stern look flashed across Merlin's eyes. Subsequently, his mind power shrouded Alcra, and he wielded the third step of his hallucinating spell. Upon breaking through the third step, Merlin's hallucinating spells were able to entrap even the preeminent great wizards in an illusion. Therefore, Alcra was no exception, and immediately fell into the illusion. Merlin quickly retracted his illusion and smiled. Alcra, how was it? With my current level of hallucinating spells, any great wizard would not be able to pose a threat to us. As for the great legends, don't worry, I have a way. I won't let history repeat itself. Alcra's heart was very astonished. Although he knew that Merlin's hallucinating spell would be even more formidable after the breakthrough, and would not be capable of resistance by the preeminent great wizards, he held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Since he had nurtured the 9 tree saplings once again, he was no longer an ordinary preeminent great wizard but one of the mightiest opponents below a great legend. However, he did not expect that Merlin still managed to trap him with a hallucinating spell so easily. Currently, Merlin's abilities had surpassed him. After thinking for a moment, Alcra was obviously fascinated by the idea. Their joint force was already undefeatable below a great legend, added with Merlin's conviction that he was not afraid of any great legend, Alcra soon decided. Wizard Merlin, since you want to seize a dimension, let's go. The main reason I came to the open territory was to seize a dimension and level up to become an upper rank tree folk. Although I failed once, it's not a big deal. A smile appeared on Merlin's face. Alcra had immense potential. Once he became an upper rank tree folk, he would be one of the most demonic existences that could exceed his own level and challenge a great legend. So, Alcra was not at all less talented than Merlin. Therefore, having Alcra on board would greatly benefit Merlin's quest to occupy more dimensions. Hence, after making proper arrangements for the Saitu dimension, Merlin and Alcra left the Saitu dimension, and re-entered the chaotic and dangerous open territory. However, this time, they were openly here to snatch a dimension. Chapter 606, The Firecloud Dimension. Chapter 606, The Firecloud Dimension. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the pitch-black void zone, red circular ripples were floating. Immediately, a group of what looked like grey specks of dust melded into the darkness of the void zone, and materialized into a group of foreign tribe members. On the heads of this foreign tribe were 2 sharp horns. Their burly bodies exuded evident viciousness as they stared keenly around their surroundings. Someone is coming. Finally someone is coming. I knew it. Since the Firecloud dimension became a masterless dimension, it would attract many foreign tribes to fight for it. We won't join the fight, but instead, we'll guard this route. I'm sure we'll be able to ambush many foreign tribes. So, they'll be the ones fighting tooth and nail while we derive the most benefits. Ha, everyone, get ready. When those 2 get near, attack them at once. Next, the foreign tribes dissipated into ripples on water, and disappeared without a trace. Whiz whiz. Soon, a huge flying ship appeared in the void zone, covered by dense carvings of runes that formed a large magic circle to protect the flying ship. In the flying ship were Merlin and Alcra. They had left the Saitu dimension more than a month ago, yet they had not encountered any foreign tribes. Suddenly, a strange ripple stirred, and a large grey net descended upon the flying ship. Under this large net, the Aurora ship's runic magic circles could not move at all. Ha, caught you. You're the first foreign tribe we caught today. Now, hand over your precious items. Looking at this casting tool, you must be spellcasters. I'm sure you have quite a lot of precious items. Following the drop of the large grey net, the foreign tribe team with 2 horns on their heads appeared. A total of 7 or 8 of them had surrounded the Aurora ship which was carrying Merlin and Alcra. The auras on their bodies were comparable to great wizards. Nevertheless, the strongest among them was only a peak great wizard. In the open territory, this team was considered weaker than most. Otherwise, they would not form a team of 7 to 8 beings. Most of the top-level foreign tribe teams composed of only 3 to 4 beings. If any foreign tribe teams were composed of 7, 8 or even up to a dozen beings, it was probably because they did not feel strong enough, so they relied on their large numbers to explore the open territory together. Merlin and Alcra exchanged a glance. Alcra smiled and said, "Just as we're worried that none of the foreign tribes send us their regards, these orcs knock on our door." "Merlin, allow me." Alcra seemed eager to try, so Merlin nodded. Alcra laughed heftily, and revealed his true form in an instant. A huge sprawling tree appeared and pierced through the large grey net. At the same time, countless roots shot out toward the 7 or 8 orcs. A preeminent existence just below the Orc King. D*MN, how did we bump into such a powerful tree folk? Escape, everyone, escape now. The leader of the orcs seemed well informed. When he saw Alcra's true form, he immediately realized the trouble he was in. His face went white, and wanted to escape immediately, but it was too late. Alcra was, after all, comparable to a preeminent great wizard. How would he allow any of the orcs to escape? So, thick strands of roots began to lash out at the orcs. Slap slap slap. Every brutal strike of the thick roots was accompanied by the tortured screams of the orcs. Although Alcra's attacking powers were not as strong as his defensive powers, he was still a preeminent great wizard. These ordinary great wizard-level orcs was not capable to withstand Alcra's hit. Hence, every strike could kill one orc. After 7 lashes, 7 of the orcs were dead, leaving only the leader orc who was comparable to a peak great wizard. After witnessing the death of 7 of his companions, the last orc paled, and let out a mad howl. He exposed the orc's true form, and his speed burst several times faster. Then, he flew frantically toward the depths of the void zone. Speed was not Alcra's forte. Seeing that the orc was about to escape, Merlin stepped forward and sniggered softly. "Ha ha, Alcra, this last orc is quite fast, let me do the honors." Alcra nodded. Indeed, speed was not his forte. If his opponent was not trapped, then Alcra's speed would probably lose out to the stronger great wizards. Illusion. Merlin's invisible mind power swiftly caught up to the last orc. Then, the orc's face turned blank and stopped in his tracks. With a calm expression, Merlin stretched out a hand and whispered to the orc, "Come back." Sure enough, the orc turned around and flew back towards Merlin and Alcra. Seeing this, Alcra nodded in silent approval. Merlin's hallucinating spell was really incredible. Anyone who was struck by his hallucinating spell completely turned into a lamb for slaughter, without a single ounce of resistance. Who? Merlin retracted the illusion and the orc immediately regained his awareness. Looking at Merlin and Alcra standing right in front of him, his face paled and made another attempt to escape. However, he was already securely bound by Alcra using a few thick roots. "Say, why did you ambush us?" Merlin stared coldly at the orc. The orc's eyes widened and quickly thought of a plan. He knew that the 2 people before him were preeminent existences far beyond his imagination. He did not want to die like the rest of his companions. Thus, he hurriedly said, "The 2 of you must be looking for the Fire Cloud dimension, right? The Fire Cloud dimension has fallen into the hands of some preeminent existences, but the fight is still going on intensely right now. I am not qualified to compete with them, so I prepared to ambush some foreign tribes on their way there. I didn't expect that on my first ambush, I encountered both of you." After a pause, the orc continued, "I can bring you to the Fire Cloud dimension, but I beg that once you find the Fire Cloud dimension, you can let me go." Merlin and Alcra exchanged a look, their eyes betraying twin looks of delight. Unexpectedly, their first encounter with a foreign tribe team had brought them news of a foreign dimension. Moreover, the fight for the dimension was still ongoing. "Tell us the specific details of the Fire Cloud dimension." Merlin did not answer directly but continued questioning. The orc did not dare object and answered hastily. the Fire Cloud dimension used to be occupied by a giant king. However, the giant king was killed by a more powerful existence when he was trying to seize another dimension. Hence, this dimension became a masterless dimension. Currently, there are many powerful existences rushing towards the Fire Cloud dimension to fight for it. Since the two of you are also preeminent existences, if you go there, there is a chance for you to occupy the Fire Cloud dimension. The Orc also hoped that Merlin and Alcra would go and fight for the Fire Cloud dimension, because only then would he have some hope for survival. There are no legends involved? Merlin was highly cautious of the great legends. The Orc shook his head. I can't tell for sure. Right now, in the open territory, there may be many great legend existences, but most of them already own a dimension. Moreover, the battle between great legends can be very intense. Perhaps, for a while, none of the great legend existences would pay attention to this dimension. Alcra looked at Merlin. In a low voice, he whispered, Wizard Merlin, this is a great opportunity. If the two of us join forces, other than a great legend, who can withstand us? If we obtain the controlling rights of this dimension, I will fully absorb the power of the dimension core and attempt to combine my 9 tree saplings into one. Then, I will make a beeline towards becoming an upper-rank tree folk. Alcra obviously desired the Fire Cloud dimension. He had indeed reached the bottleneck. In fact, the last time, he was almost ready to make a beeline towards becoming an upper-rank tree folk, but in the end, the news was leaked about the dimension which eventually attracted that terrifying giant king. As a result, he lost the dimension as well as his 9 tree saplings. He suffered heavy losses. Seeing Alcra's eager gaze, Merlin nodded lightly. He turned around and told the Orc, bring us to the Fire Cloud dimension, then you can leave safely. Oh. I will definitely bring you two to the Fire Cloud dimension. The Orc's face showed a hint of surprise and immediately led Merlin and Alcra away from this area. He did not dare ask Merlin and Alcra swear on the ultimate order. After all, he was just a lowly prisoner. Hopefully this time things will go smoothly. Alcra muttered softly. After the last defeat, he and Merlin had to start afresh, so he actually did not have much confidence. Nevertheless, seeing Merlin's calm expression, Alcra's anxious emotions could not help but calm gradually. Chapter 607, An Acquaintance. Chapter 607, An Acquaintance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh. In the vastness of the void zone, a golden light beam flashed by, quickly reaching a chaotic dimension. This dimension was in turmoil because hidden within its fiery surface were many contenders from foreign tribes who were fighting over it. Humph! A massive golden rock gradually materialized from the golden light. It was Bordeaux from the Feather tribe who had narrowly escaped from the grasp of the mysterious giant king back then. At that point, Bordeaux had luckily relied upon his speed to escape. Now, he had come to fight for the Fire Cloud dimension. The Fire Cloud dimension, I must get it this time. Bordeaux's icy glare swept across the many foreign tribes in the dimension as he chortled mirthlessly. Following that, he transformed into a golden beam of light once again, and promptly flew into the dimension. This dimension was named the Fire Cloud dimension because of its extremely high temperature. In many places, it was so hot that it was as if there were scorching flames. This was because this dimension had a much higher concentration of fire element compared to other dimensions, so it could be considered a dimension with special characteristics. Whiz whiz whiz. Upon flying into the dimension, Bordeaux began to dispose of the foreign tribes within the Fire Cloud dimension. He was comparable to the most preeminent great wizard. In addition to his incredible speed, it would be difficult for even a contender of a similar level to capture him. Therefore, Bordeaux was the hardest to deal with among creatures who were like preeminent great wizards. Oh no, it's Bordeaux. Run, run, run. We're no match for him. Some of the foreign tribes finally noticed Bordeaux. They knew that when one of the mightiest beings like Bordeaux had come to the Fire Cloud dimension, the matter was completely out of their hands. Of course, there were some who wanted to join forces, preparing to face Bordeaux together. Nonetheless, Bordeaux relied upon his speed, plus his abilities were on par with a preeminent great wizard's. Naturally, he settled the matter easily. As one of the mightiest existences below a legend, numbers no longer meant anything much. Thus, pitiful cries rang out one after another, following which the life force of the foreign tribe members vanished. With Bordeaux's speed, escape was a futile dream. Humph, I was so unlucky the last time, encountering a mysterious giant king. This time, no matter what, I must seize the fire cloud dimension. Bordeaux still felt some lingering trepidation when he recalled what had happened the last time. Nestia, Luca, and Kubail who were with him had all died. These beings were not inferior to him at all. Moreover, there were still Alcra and the mysterious spellcaster who knew hallucinating spells. Things did not look good for them, and only Bordeaux had managed to luckily escape through his speed. He felt very fortunate as well. Therefore, he must be even more cautious now. After he had gained complete control of the dimension, he must absorb the dimension core as quickly as possible, increasing his strength. Hopefully, he would achieve a breakthrough in this manner, becoming on par with a great legend. However, just as he was about to control the dimension core, a gigantic figure quickly entered the dimension. Moreover, the moment this figure appeared, it brutally began to attack Bordeaux. That terrifying power made Bordeaux's heart jump violently as he sensed the threat of death. Whoosh! This time, it was Bordeaux's speed which saved him again. After he had fled for a distance, he turned around to look. It turned out to be a giant whose body was faintly glowing with golden light, appearing divine and formidable. So, it's Tuota! As Bordeaux stared at the giant before him, his eyes filled with dread. Tuota was known to be the most gifted giant among the giant tribe because previously, he was very assured of becoming a giant king. Nevertheless, he had ultimately given up. At that point, Tuota was already 980 meters tall. The giant tribe was different from the other foreign tribes. Those below a giant king, upon reaching 950 meters, would face an immensely challenging gulf. Even growing by 1 meter was very challenging. However, when they grew by 1 meter, their strength would rapidly increase. If they had reached over 990 meters, they would be rather fearsome. Those were definitely among the most gifted giants. Nevertheless, Tuota was even more insane and proud. When he was 980 meters tall, he gave up on becoming a giant king, and instead continued to boost his strength. Within 300 years, he had grown from 980 meters to 990 meters. Still, he was not satisfied. He wanted to reach the limit, the 999 meters of the giant's legends. It was said that among the giant tribe, whoever had reached 999 meters, once they became a giant king, would instantly become the strongest giant king. They would reach the top of the ladder in one bound. This was equivalent to upgrading from a great wizard to a great legend, then becoming the strongest lord in one leap. In other civilizations, this was nearly inconceivable. There were no instances of this even in the spellcaster civilization. In the giant tribe, this was merely a rumor, and nothing else. There had never been a giant who could reach 999 meters, and even those above 995 could be counted on one's fingers. Tuota was one such giant who was above 995. He was dubbed the strongest giant below a giant king. In the open territory, Tuota was without a doubt the mightiest being below the level of a legend. This was because Tuota was once attacked by a foreign tribe member on par with a great legend, but Tuota had fended off the attack. They were equally matched, and for a time, Tuota became a legend of the open territory. Currently, Tuota had entered the fight for the fire cloud dimension. Bordeaux knew that there would be great trouble. Bordeaux, there's nothing here for your feather tribe. Scram, get out of the fire cloud dimension. It belongs to me, Tuota. Tuota's mighty voice reverberated in the air, and his tone showed his tyrannical attitude too. Bordeaux knitted his brows, his heart filled with resentment. If it was a true great legend, he would not even hesitate and would hightail it out of here. He would not linger on in the dimension. However, although Tuota was powerful, his speed was still something Bordeaux could deal with. Tuota, you had merely reached a stalemate with a great legend, but do you really think you're a giant king? Humph, you're impressive indeed, able to suppress anyone below the level of a giant king. However, don't forget, no matter how strong you are, you're not fast enough. Can you catch me? Bordeaux barked out a cold laugh. He had the utmost confidence in his own speed. Bordeaux, die. Tuota was conceited as well. His sharp glare landed upon Bordeaux and without warning, he threw a punch toward Bordeaux. That colossal force seemed to crush even the air itself, and a tremendous pressure pressed in from every direction. Bordeaux's heart tightened as he laughed. Ha ha, Tuota, you can't kill me. Following that, a golden light flashed by. Bordeaux flapped his wings and instantly transformed into a light beam, speeding around the dimension constantly. Tuota could attack as much as he liked with that petrifying force, but he could not land a single blow no matter what. They battled in this manner for 3 days and 3 nights before Tuota finally stopped. Even though a 3 days battle was nothing to him, he knew at last how impressive Bordeaux was. Even if Tuota had immense strength which could cause Bordeaux grievous harm in one blow, he was unable to get near Bordeaux no matter what. Bordeaux, I'll control 70% of the dimension core, you get 30%. Tuota's voice was icy, and allowed no room for negotiation. However, Bordeaux shook his head. That's not enough. You can't handle me, so we should each get half. Moreover, there are advantages to joining forces. With your strength and my speed, who below the level of legends can stand up to us? Bordeaux seemed to remember that back then, he had said the same thing to Luca, but they had encountered the alliance of Merlin and Alcra. As he recalled this, Bordeaux shook his head. Merlin and Alcra must have been wiped out by that mysterious and fearsome giant king, and only Bordeaux had escaped. Bordeaux, even without you, there's no one below a legend who is my match. You'll get 30% only. Otherwise, we'll continue our fight. Tuota showed not the slightest sign of letting up. After a moment of consideration, Bordeaux finally clenched his teeth and agreed. Although he had faith in his speed, no one could say for sure what might happen if they continued like this. If he was hit by Tuota even once, he would be done for. Very well, we'll make an oath of the ultimate order then. We both agree to control the fire cloud dimension together. Other than legends, no one is of a threat to us. Even if it's a great legend, what can they do? Tuota spoke in a gruff voice, but his words revealed his tremendous confidence. He was someone who had battled against a great legend. Even if he was not completely on the same level, at least he was not as frightened of legends like the other foreign tribes. Bordeaux shook his head with a bitter smile but said nothing. Tuota truly had the ability to back up his words. In the long history of the giant tribe, giants above 995 meters could be counted on one's fingers. Both of you, the fire cloud dimension is right ahead. The orc brought Merlin and Alcra to the fire cloud dimension. From a distance, the dimension indeed appeared to be filled with fire element, just like a ball of flames. Indeed, it really is a masterless dimension. All right, since I said we'll let you go, I'll keep my word. You can leave. Merlin seemed unconcerned about this orc, and casually let him go. The orc was naturally filled with gratitude. In the open territory, to ultimately survive after being captured was far too lucky. Therefore, how could he possibly dare to stay on any longer? He quickly left the fire cloud dimension. Before entering the dimension, Merlin first used his mind power to survey the situation. Nevertheless, after his mind power extended into the fire cloud dimension, a strange expression crossed his face as he said with a humorless smile, Alcra, I didn't expect that there would be an acquaintance here whom we both know. An acquaintance? Alcra stared at Merlin. He and Merlin came from different civilizations and had only known each other in the inceptive dimension. Who could possibly be a mutual acquaintance to both of them? Ha ha, you'll know once you enter. Let's go. Merlin did not explain further, and only smirked in an ineffable manner. Together with Alcra, he flew into the fire cloud dimension. Chapter 608, Fighting Two Mighty Legends I. Chapter 608, Fighting Two Mighty Legends I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Swearing on the ultimate order. In the fire cloud dimension, Bordeaux and the giant Tuota were making an oath on the ultimate order. Both of them were to control the dimension core of the fire cloud dimension together. However, before they had officially agreed, there came a familiar voice. Bordeaux, we meet again. Huh? Alcra and that mysterious spellcaster Merlin. You guys aren't dead? Bordeaux's face shifted, and his eyes revealed his incredulity. He knew how terrifying that mysterious giant king was. Besides him, who could use his speed to flee, no one would be able to block it. Nonetheless, here was Alcra and Merlin now, appearing in the Firecloud dimension. You wish to seize this dimension too? As he spoke, Bordeaux was retreating stealthily, distancing himself from Merlin and Alcra. He knew that Merlin had hallucinating spells, and must be kept far away. Tuota, both of them aren't easy to deal with. Alcra is a second-generation tree folk of the tree tribe, and this spellcaster is even more troublesome, possessing powerful abilities of hallucinating spells. Before Bordeaux had finished, Tuota was already glaring at Alcra and Merlin, laughing coldly. The Firecloud dimension isn't something you can interfere in. Scram! Boom! Tuota swung a first toward Merlin and Alcra. The immense pressure crushed in from all sides, and Alcra's face changed instantly. He roared furiously and revealed his true form. A gigantic tree canopy, glimmering with a verdant shine, combined with thick roots to form a shield. The present Alcra had already completely recovered his power, and was on par with the most preeminent great wizard. Bang! The two earth-shattering forces met, and Alcra was immediately sent flying, his root shield smashed in an instant. With a single blow, the difference in their strengths was exposed. Although Alcra had the greatest defense, he could not withstand an attack from this giant before him. What powerful strength! Tuota! Could it be the Tuota who had legendarily battled with a great legend? Upon receiving such a massive blow from Tuota, Alcra seemed to recall something, and cried out in shock. Alcra wished to become the strongest prodigy in the tree tribe civilization, able to transcend his rank to challenge the great tree king. Tuota was one such demonic genius, an upper-rank giant able to contend against great legends. Merlin, now that we've bumped into Tuota, it's quite dangerous. We'd better leave, and not fight for this dimension. Alcra no longer wished to clash with Tuota. He could not even take a blow from his opponent and wanted to retreat. Retreat? No need. Alcra, use everything you have to seize the dimension core now. As for Tuota and Bordeaux, I'll stop them. With that, Merlin ignored Alcra's stupefied expression, then took a casual step forward. His massive mind power plunged forward noiselessly. Hallucinate! When he heard the word hallucinate from Merlin's lips, Bordeaux felt a jolt in his heart, and got ready to retreat instantly, but it was too late. Even if he was fully prepared, Merlin's hallucinating spell had already reached the third stage. Anyone below a legend was no match for this, and would all be caught in his illusion. Oh no! Everything went blank for Bordeaux, after which a strange world appeared. Bordeaux knew something was wrong, but he was unable to struggle out of the hallucinating spell, and his entire body sagged lifelessly. Bordeaux was merely an ancillary target. The truly impressive one was Tuota. Merlin was using most of his mind power to keep Tuota in check. At that moment, waves after waves of intense mind power rushed over, making Tuota feel drowsy. He seemed to be completely sunken in a stupor. His mind was a total blank, and he stood there silently. Merlin, is this your hallucinating spell? Behind Merlin, Alcra saw that Bordeaux and Tuota were evidently caught in Merlin's hallucinating spell, and was stunned. It was not surprising that it worked on Bordeaux, but Tuota was a match for a great legend. Merlin still appeared cool and breezy, calmly saying, Alcra, you'd better control the dimension core as soon as you can, or problems might crop up. As for Tuota, although he's impressive, he's not a real giant king and hasn't evolved. Thus, my hallucinating spell can just about trap him, but we mustn't startle him awake. Any small commotion could possibly awaken him. Alcra nodded, following which he quickly revealed his true form, turning into a skyscraping tree that extended through the air. The thick roots twisted throughout the sky, and the elemental origin of the Firecloud dimension was slowly taken over by Alcra bit by bit. Alcra must quickly absorb the elemental origin. 9 tree saplings appeared beside him, but this time, they revealed their true form too, and surrounded Alcra. Merlin was using his full efforts to control Tuota, but there was a faint struggle going on in Tuota's expression, meaning that he was not so easily dragged into the illusion. Merlin could only use his mind power to create one illusion after another, causing Tuota to be incapable of extricating himself. However, it was much easier to deal with Bordeaux. A murderous feeling toward this speedy member of the Feather Tribe flashed across in Merlin's heart. If it were not for his hallucinating spell which controlled Bordeaux, it would really be difficult to kill off Bordeaux. Fire! Merlin pointed gently and a fireball promptly flew out, followed by thunder, gale, and ice crystals, whistling as they sped toward Bordeaux. This was Merlin's spell fusion, composed of 8th level spells, able to kill off any preeminent great wizards. Boom! Without any defenses, Bordeaux's entire body was submerged in the vicious spells. Only then did this strongest being of the Feather tribe wake up from the illusion. He let out a heartrending cry, and his body erupted in a golden light, but it was too late. When the flames had dispersed, there was no trace of Bordeaux's force in the air. This was the scary thing about hallucinating spells and mind power masters. This was merely the 3rd stage of hallucinating spells. If one had attained the illusory heart, that was even more fearsome. One could control one's enemies with no trace nor sound. Mind power masters who had reached that point could explode with a truly awesome, petrifying power. The days passed one after another. Merlin maintained the illusion over Tuota, who must not be disturbed in the slightest or he would recover his senses. As for killing Tuota, Merlin had no guarantee of doing so. After all, this formidable member of the giant tribe could even contend against a great legend. Merlin did not wish to startle Tuota from the illusion, and instead allowed Alcra more time to absorb the elemental origin. Within this period, Merlin could clearly see that the 9 tree saplings beside Alcra were rapidly growing. They had almost caught up to Alcra's own form. This meant that Alcra's development was going smoothly. He might just need a little bit more time to successfully merge with the 9 tree saplings. Thud thud thud. After a few days, Merlin raised his head abruptly. Outside the dimension was a deafening noise that sounded like a heartbeat, reverberating throughout the entire dimension. Tuota seemed to be affected as well, and his expression turned more and more malevolent as his body trembled violently. Merlin was nearly unable to hold on any more. Who can it be? Merlin was dumbstruck. At this point, a black cloud had gradually stretched across the dimension's sky. If one took a closer look, one could see that it was no cloud but a blanket of black light that covered the sky. Moreover, what was even scarier was that within the black light, a rock creature had emerged. The vast and imposing force of his body indicated that he was on the level of a great legend. In the end, a legendary existence still interfered. Merlin shot a glance at Tuota. At this point, Tuota was affected by this rock creature who was on par with a great legend. Merlin was no longer able to drag Tuota into the illusion, and hence, withdrew his mind power. It was as if Tuota was awakening from a deep slumber, but as soon as he saw Merlin, he instantly became clear-headed, and his entire body exuded his rage. He thundered in wrath. "You're the one who cast the illusion over me?" Tuota had a fiery temper, and he cried out in rage. In one big step, he swung a fist toward Merlin, an attack that was even more frightening than the one Alcra had suffered. It looked like Tuota was truly enraged now. Nonetheless, Merlin kept his eyes glued to the legend-level rock creature in the sky, smiling coldly. The rock tribe is treacherous indeed. A grand and lofty great legend, yet you still resort to a trick like this. Merlin was rather resentful. This rock creature was an existence on par with great legends, but he had awakened the giant Tuota. By taking advantage of the fight between Tuota and Merlin, he could stand at one side, forcibly seizing the elemental origin of the fire cloud dimension. Merlin had already noticed that Alcra's body was shaking terribly. Evidently, he was wrestling with the rock creature for control over the elemental origin. Nevertheless, no matter what, Alcra was incapable of overcoming this rock creature who was on the level of a legend. Our rock tribe is a truly intelligent civilization. If we can finish something in one move, then one move is all we need. You're quite an interesting spellcaster. No, you must be a mind power master. Your spellcaster civilization is really a wondrous civilization. After I've gained the controlling rights of the fire cloud dimension, I'll capture you and put you under interrogation. I believe I'll learn something interesting. This rock creature spoke in a leisurely manner. Control this dimension? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Merlin glanced at Tuota. This giant was on par with a great legend, and because he was on his guard now, it would be difficult for Merlin to trap him with a 3rd stage hallucinating spell. Merlin knew that Alcra must not be interrupted now. With that in mind, he closed his eyes, and a white pearl appeared in his hand. It was the illusion bead in which Titus was hiding. Illusory world. Merlin's mind power was completely mobilized. Instantly, a shapeless fluctuation rippled outward, inducing an indescribable fear even in that lofty rock creature. Buzz! Within the illusory world, Titus' figure materialized once more. When he saw the situation Merlin was in, the remaining strand of the mind power avatar revealed a sharp glint in his eyes, laughing coldly. Hee, so what if it's two legends? Merlin, even though you can only mobilize a portion of the illusory world's strength for now, and even though my illusory world isn't perfected, it's still sufficient to deal with these foreign tribes. Go on, let these foreign tribes know the power of us mind power masters. Back then, I didn't have the opportunity to leave the slothful beast world. Otherwise, I'd surely stir up a storm in the entire void zone. Titus' voice subtly revealed a trace of joy and mania. Chapter 609, Fighting Two Mighty Legends 2. Chapter 609, Fighting Two Mighty Legends 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The illusory world seemed to weigh many tons, and Merlin felt his entire body sinking. Nonetheless, this was just a trick of the mind. It was merely a pressure on his mind power. Fortunately, it was not the first time Merlin had mobilized the illusory world, so he got used to it quickly. The invisible illusory world rapidly extended toward the giant Tuota, and the rock creature of ancestor-level strength who was high in the sky. The ancestor level of the rock tribe was equivalent to a great legend, while the rock progenitor was on par with the ultimate arcane wizard. This rock creature before Merlin was obviously of the ancestor level, yet he resorted to petty tricks, inciting Tuota to go after Merlin while he wrested the controlling rights of the dimension from Alcra. If this ancestor-level rock creature controlled the fire cloud dimension, there would be great trouble. It would be immensely difficult to seize back the controlling rights of the dimension. Therefore, Merlin naturally would not let this rock creature's plan succeed. Boom! The moment the illusory world appeared, it first swallowed Tuota. Instantly, he stopped his attacks, and was evidently stupefied. This time, it was different from when Merlin himself had cast his third-stage hallucinating spell. After all, this was an illusory world formed by Titus. Even if only a portion of its strength could be mobilized, it was enough to trap a great legend in the illusion. Noticing Tuota's manner, the ancestor-level rock creature could keenly sense the incoming danger, and his body immediately emanated halos of black light. Nonetheless, when the illusory world had enveloped him, his expression turned blank, after which he shuddered involuntarily, his expression clearly indicating that he was still struggling. This was a being on par with great legends. It was the first time Merlin had wielded the illusory world against such a powerful being. Compared to the ancestor-level rock creature, Tuota was much easier to deal with. Titus materialized leisurely in the illusory world once more, shooting Merlin a smile. Merlin, see that? Two existences comparable to great legends are trapped in the illusory world just like that. Still, your ability is ultimately too weak. If you can increase your strength, then you can even use this time now to kill them off completely. However, you can only trap them in the illusory world for now, and it uses a huge amount of your mind power. I'm afraid you won't be able to sustain this for long. Merlin's expression sank. It was true. Mobilizing the illusory world took a huge toll on Merlin's mind power. I can only keep this up for about half a day. If Alcra still hadn't succeeded by then, we can only leave the fire cloud dimension for now. Merlin glanced over at Alcra, who seemed to be reaching a critical point. Without the ancestor-level rock creature disturbing him, his 9 tree saplings were growing at an exceptional pace, wildly shooting up at every moment. The ancestor-level rock creature and Tuota were currently dwelling in the illusory world quietly. Two mighty existences on par with legends were caught in Merlin's illusion just like that. Merlin was not a great legend and not even a great wizard. No other spellcaster could have achieved such a feat. It was just that Merlin felt no sense of elation at the moment. Instead, he was plagued by worry because as time flowed by, he felt that it was increasingly difficult to control the illusory world. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Beads of cold sweat had appeared on Merlin's brow. he was almost unable to hold on anymore, and the illusory world was nearly about to be drawn back into the illusion bead. Merlin, you're almost at your limit, you can't hold on for much longer. What a shame you haven't achieved an illusory heart. Otherwise, you could control both of their spirits and make them kill each other. Titus was now shaking his head powerlessly. He understood Merlin well, and knew that Merlin was almost at his limit. The fearsome capabilities of mind power masters could only be truly displayed when one had understood the illusory heart. One could then control a person's soul in an unnoticed manner. Such a terrifying technique was not found in any of the foreign civilizations, belonging solely to mind power masters. Moreover, at the moment, only by cultivating the mind power system Titus had created to an advanced stage, would one be able to have such an incredible technique. Illusory heart? Merlin shook his head. If, in terms of the first main stage, hallucinating spells, he had some understanding and experience. In terms of the illusory heart, he had not the faintest idea. It was a completely unfamiliar domain. Even if he had communicated frequently with Titus, he still could not understand the illusory heart. I can't hold on anymore, Alcra. Merlin could not help but yell at Alcra. However, after shouting a few times, Alcra remained unmoving as if he was already wholly immersed in absorbing the elemental origin. Merlin frowned as the strain on his mind power grew heavier. If he forced himself to go on, it would damage his mind heart. The mind heart of mind power masters was just as important as the spell models of spellcasters. It must not be damaged in the slightest. Therefore, Merlin was considering rousing Alcra by force when suddenly, a massive vortex appeared above the canopy of the giant tree which was Alcra's true form. This vortex expanded more and more, sweeping away the wind and clouds, causing Alcra's true form to tremble violently. Rumble. The skyscraping tree swayed wildly, its dense leaves and branches shuddering constantly. They glimmered with a green light, which enveloped the 9 tree saplings beside Alcra. Fuse! A cold voice rang out. Merlin could sense that Alcra was currently undergoing tremendous pressure. As soon as he spoke, the thick trunks of the 9 tree saplings were engulfed in the green light, and they were slowly fused into Alcra's true body. Each time a fusion took place, Alcra's colossal tree body would grow significantly. 1, 2, tree saplings. Soon enough, all 9 tree saplings were fused into Alcra's body. Alcra's present form was so gigantic that it was hard to imagine. Almost every movement of his would affect the entire dimension. Merlin even had the feeling that if Alcra erupted in full strength and struck a blow, he could break the dimension into pieces. This was a true indicator, for only one who had achieved the power of a great legend could smash an entire dimension. Only a great legend could thoroughly destroy a dimension. He succeeded? Merlin was now unable to tear his nervous gaze away from Alcra. After getting to know Alcra, Merlin learned that Alcra had sacrificed so much to become an upper-rank tree folk, having stayed in the open territory for hundreds of years. As a second-generation tree folk, Alcra had to bear an unprecedented burden of pressure and pride. Boom! The skyscraping tree trembled slightly, following which a green ball of light rapidly transformed into a human figure. Wizard Merlin, thank you for holding them off for so long. You took both of them on by yourself. Let me take care of the rest. Upon hearing Alcra's words, Merlin finally let out a long sigh of relief. Of course, he knew by now that Alcra had succeeded, finally becoming the foremost genius tree folk in the tree tribe civilization. Merlin had maintained the illusion through painstaking effort, and thus did not demur. He immediately retracted the illusory world. Instantly, Tuota and the ancestor-level rock creature recovered their senses. Both of their faces revealed a sense of amazement, but even more than that was an expression of murderous intent. What a powerful hallucinating spell! However, you must have been unable to keep it up for long due to some reason. Now, you're all going to die. The ancestor-level rock creature was utterly angered this time. Under the force of his rage, his body emanated a frightening force, which practically whipped up a storm. Tuota was racing toward Merlin as he roared in fury as well. 2 existences on par with legends now intended to kill Merlin. Snap! Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound rang out. Thick roots immediately wound around the giant Tuota before they flung him away. What made Tuota even more afraid was that this force seemed to have caused trivial injuries to his vital organs. The force of Alcra's throw was enough to harm the giant Tuota. This was something only a great legend could do. You've become an upper-rank tree folk? Tuota knew about Alcra. In fact, in the open territory, many people knew Alcra's identity. As a second-generation tree folk, he was directly split from the mother tree, and had extreme potential. He was even dubbed as the strongest existence below the tree kings in the tree tribe civilization. Many foreign tribes knew that Alcra had been trying to fuse with his 9 tree saplings, becoming the foremost genius among the tree tribe who would be able to challenge beyond his own rank. It had been so many years that many people felt as if Alcra could not possibly succeed. However, after Alcra had sent Tuota flying in a single move, the question was evidently answered. An upper-rank tree folk? This ancestor-level rock creature's face immediately turned gloomy. Of course, he knew what Alcra's transformation signified. At such a critical moment, Alcra had a breakthrough. Swoosh! Another thick twisting root shot toward the ancestor-level rock creature. This rock creature dared not hold back, and pointed with one hand. His finger instantly turned into a black rock finger, filled with immense weight. Crack! The rock finger clashed against Alcra's root, resulting in the shattering of the finger, which broke into pieces. As for Alcra's root, it had no strength left as well. They were equally matched. The ancestor-level rock creature felt a jolt in his heart. This time, he had ascertained that Alcra had really broken through. The finger that was just shattered rapidly grew out. To this ancestor-level rock creature, this damage was not even an actual injury. I remember you, Blackroth. Now I've joined forces with Merlin. Do you still wish to fight? Alcra glared unwaveringly at the ancestor-level rock creature. Evidently, he knew this rock creature, named Blackroth, who was a rock creature in the open territory at the level of a great legend. Blackroth glanced at Merlin and Alcra. He was very apprehensive toward Merlin's hallucinating spell. Now that Merlin had joined forces with Alcra, Merlin was still incapable of hurting him, but Alcra could very well harm him. Is that so? Alcra, Tuota and I can take you on together, and you can't hurt me that much in a blow. However, this spellcaster, can he still trap us in an illusion? Blackroth smiled coolly. As an ancestor-level rock creature, although he was slightly afraid, he would not fear Alcra who had just broken through. Huh? However, as soon as Blackroth spoke, his body suddenly let out a dreadful force, which even suppressed the entire dimension. An apparition of a giant face, dignified and imposing, floated before Blackroth. I, the rock progenitor, command all ancestor-level rock creatures to return to the ancestral land at the greatest speed possible. Upon seeing this giant apparition of the face, Blackroth's expression was one of incomparable respect and fervor. Very soon, the giant face vanished, and Blackroth merely gave Merlin and Alcra a glance as he said gruffly, "Count yourselves lucky. The progenitor had ordered us to return to our ancestral land." With that, Blackroth gave Merlin a deep look before turning away. He left the fire cloud dimension without even a backward glance, leaving behind Merlin and Alcra who exchanged dismayed looks. What has happened with the rock tribe? Merlin and Alcra looked at each other, filled with puzzlement. Soon enough, Merlin's spatial ring began to shudder forcefully as well. Merlin, quickly return to Arcane City. This is the command of the ultimate arcane wizards. All spellcasters of Arcane City and all great legends must return to Arcane City. The avatar of the legend Zardo left behind in the spatial ring suddenly opened his eyes and spoke to Merlin frantically. Chapter 610, 9th level spellcaster. Chapter 610, 9th level spellcaster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The legend Zardo's avatar had come expressly to inform Merlin. This time, it was a command from the ultimate arcane wizard. All the great legends in the entire spellcaster civilization must head to the 3 great arcane cities. As for spellcasters from Arcane City, they must return as well. However, as they were not great legends, it was perhaps more difficult to get a message to them, and many would not receive the command in time. Only great legends would still be able to receive the ultimate arcane wizard's command even if they were at far-flung places. Teacher Zardo, what's really going on? Merlin could vaguely sense the severity of the situation. It must be something momentous to have moved even the ultimate arcane wizards. After hesitating slightly, the legend Zardo nodded with a solemn expression. This matter isn't really a secret because soon, the entire Void Zone will learn about it. War has broken out because the Rock Tribe has become fed up with the standoff in the Seelie dimension. Finally, it's time to attack. The Rock Tribe? Merlin looked into the direction in which Blackroth had just left. Blackroth had departed from the Fire Cloud dimension only because he had suddenly received a message from the Rock Progenitor as well. Teacher Zardo, I'll hurry back as quickly as I can. Merlin nodded, following which the legend Zardo's avatar was placed into the spatial ring once more. Alcra was staring coldly at Tuota. So? Tuota, you still wish to fight over the Fire Cloud dimension? Tuota shot a look at Merlin and Alcra, knowing that by himself he was no match for them both by far. After a pause, he finally decided not to stay in the Fire Cloud dimension, and instantly turned to leave. The Fire Cloud dimension was quiet once again. Although Alcra had absorbed part of the dimension's elemental origin, its core was not harmed at all, and it could still be used as a foundation for Merlin to develop his dimension. Wizard Merlin, the Fire Cloud dimension is no longer of much use to me. From the looks of it, you are about to leave the open territory and return to the spellcaster civilization. I'll help you guard the Saitu dimension and the Fire Cloud dimension for at least 1,000 years in order to develop your spellcaster civilization. This was something Alcra had thought about deeply. By now, he had gained strength comparable to a great legend and could guard a dimension. He knew that Merlin wished to expand these two dimensions as a prosperous spellcaster civilization. Therefore, he willingly suggested that he would help Merlin guard the dimensions. Both of them had gone through thick and thin. Earlier, Merlin had used his solo strength to gain more time for Alcra. Only then did Alcra succeed in leveling up to an upper-rank tree folk. Between them, a profound friendship had been consolidated. Merlin thought about it for a moment, and finally nodded. At first, according to his plan, he would stay on in the open territory for a long period of time, managing both dimensions. At the same time, he would use the elemental origin to slowly understand spells, then at least fuse his 6 elemental spells or become a great wizard. However, with the command from Arcane City now, his plan was disarranged. War. It's a civilization war. I've heard that after the spellcaster civilization had left the glorious land and stepped into the Void Zone, we had gone through countless wars. A war between civilizations is truly frightening. The entire forces of civilization must be gathered. After Merlin came to the Void Zone, he gradually learned about the development process of the spellcaster civilization. Naturally, he knew what this war with the Rock Tribe would mean. If the scale of the war kept increasing, it was likely to become a civilization war. When two powerful civilizations erupted in war, it was a brutal affair indeed, especially with a civilization like the Rock Tribe. They had 2 progenitor-level existences as well, on par with the ultimate arcane wizards, and they were no weaker than the spellcaster civilization. Wizard Merlin, don't worry. Although the Rock Tribe is formidable, don't forget that your spellcaster civilization is even stronger. The names of the 3 great ultimate arcane wizards reverberate throughout the entire Void Zone. In a mere 3,000 years' time, your spellcaster civilization has grown to such a powerful stage. Your explosive power is truly astonishing. I believe that the Rock Tribe civilization will soon get a taste of your might, ha ha. Alcra chuckled as he reassured Merlin. Although Alcra had never experienced a civilization war, he was a second-generation tree folk, and shared some memories of the mother tree. Therefore, there was some information regarding wars between civilizations in his memory. It was a ruthless affair indeed and included the Mother Tree's observation of the wars between the spellcaster civilization and other foreign civilizations. In the Mother Tree's assessment, there was a rather favorable judgment of the spellcaster civilization. If they continued to flourish for thousands and thousands of years, the spellcaster could even develop to a point where, by their own strength, they could contend against the enormous God Alliance. Merlin smiled in response, then said, I'll have to trouble you to look after the Fire Cloud dimension and the Saitu dimension then. Ha ha, that's a small matter. However, before you leave, Wizard Merlin, you should take control of the Fire Cloud dimension's elemental origin. How about half each? Like how we did in the Psi-2 dimension. Alcra thought about it for a moment, and nodded at last. Although both of them had stuck together in life-and-death situations, solidifying a deep friendship, there must still be benefits for both sides. Otherwise, a conflict would surely arise. With that, Merlin and Alcra each gained half of the dimension's controlling rights. Thereafter, Merlin did not stay on in the Fire Cloud dimension any longer, and immediately steered the Aurora ship to leave the open territory, rushing back to Arcane City. My mind power should be nearly there. In the icy blackness of the void zone, Merlin sat in the Aurora ship and gradually opened his eyes. From the God-binding disk, he had absorbed the last remnant of divinity, turning it all into mind power. This had a clear boosting effect on his mind power. Merlin's 9th level mind heart seemed to have no limits, but it was exceedingly difficult to grow it further. When he had just broken through, he had been unable to construct all his 9th level spells, but now his mind power should be more or less sufficient. There was still a certain length of the journey from the whereabouts of the Rainbow Dimension to Arcane City, so Merlin used this time to focus on absorbing the divinity to increase his mind power. Faced with a situation that might escalate into a merciless civilization war, Merlin dared not treat things lightly. He would advance his own abilities in whatever way he could. After all, in such a war, it was common for great legends to be killed in action or even great honored legends. As for lords, they might die too. Therefore, Merlin must seize this time to improve his own strength. The easiest and most achievable thing was to construct 9th level spells, and become a 9th level spell caster. From the 8th level to the 9th level, Merlin did not use up too much time, but this was because Merlin had the matrix in addition to his mind heart, which had broken through to the 9th level. In addition, he had the divinity to increase his mind power. With all these factors aligned, only then was Merlin able to constantly rise through the ranks of spellcaster in a short time. However, the 9th level was a huge threshold. It was difficult to surmount it. Countless spellcasters had only ever reached the 9th level until they died. Not only that, even some of the foreign tribes who were gifted had the same fate. As for Alcra, if he had not received Merlin's wholehearted support and assistance in addition to toiling in the open territory for hundreds of years, he would have no way of becoming an upper-rank tree folk. This was equivalent to becoming a great wizard among spellcasters. Obviously, it was immensely challenging to cross this threshold. If he had crossed over, Merlin could even become a stronger genius than Alcra. If he could not cross over, Merlin's path would end here. Not even the Matrix would be able to help Merlin. Buzz! Merlin's body shuddered. The first spell had been successfully simulated, but following that was the second spell, the third spell. The function of the Matrix had been utilized to its maximum. In a short time, it helped Merlin to progress constantly. In the eyes of other spellcasters, this was something inconceivable. Crack! Merlin pinched the elemental crystal stones to dust. Instantly, intense waves of elements were absorbed by the spell models in Merlin's body. They were quickly turned into pure magic power. Constructing spells, absorbing elemental crystal stones. In this unending cycle, the force of Merlin's body grew increasingly vigorous, along with an oppressive force. Boom! At last, after the final darkness-type spell had been constructed, Merlin opened his eyes and grabbed a fistful of more than 1,000,000 elemental crystal stones. This amount of elemental crystal stones would make a lot of people go crazy. Nonetheless, Merlin did not hesitate in the slightest, and promptly ground these elemental crystal stones. They turned into a thick elemental mist, and Merlin's body was rapidly submerged in this heavy mist. I've succeeded, a 9th level spell caster. After leaving Arcane City for a few decades, I've actually become a 9th level spell caster. Merlin felt a deep sense of joy welling up in him. He was a 9th level spell caster, and a 6th elemental one too. Even within Arcane City, he was one of the best prodigies. Moreover, from his 4th level spells onward, all of Merlin's spell models were perfect grade. In terms of this number, he had already surpassed that 7 elemental spell caster, the genius wizard Neela from Arcane City. If Merlin returned to Arcane City now and was tested again, he would easily get first place in the spells ranking. Nevertheless, Merlin had already lost interest in this. Becoming a 9th level spellcaster was basically his limit for the present. Following that, if he wanted to break through further, he would have to fuse spell models, and become a great wizard or achieve the illusory world of the mind power system. However, whichever one it was, it would be immensely difficult. Without the right opportunities, and a long period of cultivation, he would not be able to do it. 9th level spells? I should now be just about able to hurt existences like Tuota, right? A fireball appeared in Merlin's hand. This was the beginner spell, Fireball, which was merely a 0-level spell. However, it contained Ice-type, Wind-type, and Thunder-type spells. This was Merlin's 4-elemental spell fusion. Now that he had become a 9th-level spell caster, his abilities had grown significantly. According to his estimations, he could just about injure the weakest legends. Still, this was not enough. He was incapable of killing a great legend unless he could fuse the spell models of these 4 types of spells, attempting to become a great wizard. Only then would he possess the true ability to kill great legends. In combination with the illusory world, Merlin would become a nightmare for most legends. After 8 months, the Aurora ship gradually slowed down. I've reached Arcane City. Merlin raised his head, and looked at the gigantic ball of light that was drifting slowly. It had a familiar force, for this was Ceto Arcane City, one of the 3 great arcane cities. Whoosh! Merlin kept the Aurora ship and flew directly into the giant ball of light. That familiar force and intense elements instantly wrapped around Merlin. I'm back. I still feel most at home in Arcane City. Merlin closed his eyes. The spell models in his body began to wildly absorb and transform the elements. After all, his 9th-level spells required a huge amount of elements. He was not willing to use only elemental crystal stones to replenish his magic power, so his current 9th-level spell models still had not accumulated enough magic power. Upon returning to Arcane City, the first thing he had to do was naturally to restore his magic power. Wizard Merlin, you're back too? A figure suddenly flashed behind Merlin, evidently having just arrived at Arcane City as well. Chapter 611, Great Wizard Saturn. Chapter 611, Great Wizard Saturn. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A fat figure scuttled out from behind Merlin. It was one of the few potential wizards Merlin had known in Arcane City, Wizard Arrett. Arrett's plump face was beaming fully, and he said, "It's been so long. Wizard Merlin is finally back." "Yes, it's been decades." Merlin looked closely at Arrett, noticing that his elemental fluctuations had already reached the 9th level. It looked like in the past years, Arrett's progress was not insignificant either. Huh? Wizard Merlin, you're no longer a 7th-level wizard? Arrett could not discern Merlin's current spellcaster level, and could only sense that there seemed to be a faint oppressive feeling coming from Merlin, making him feel a sense of pressure. Arrett, Wizard Merlin's progress is much faster than yours. If I'm not mistaken, Wizard Merlin, you should be a 9th-level spellcaster now, right? In front of Arrett came another spellcaster who smiled as he moved forward. His smile was one of confidence. Wizard Saturn, congratulations. It's not common for a 6-elemental spellcaster to become a great wizard. At one glance, Merlin recognized this spellcaster and his powerful force. It was the 6-elemental wizard, who was like Merlin, with extraordinary talents. Moreover, in just a few decades, Saturn had advanced at an incredible pace as well. He had already managed to fuse his 6 elemental spells, and become a great wizard. It must be known that now Merlin was a 9th-level spellcaster. He knew profoundly how difficult it was to fuse spell models. It was completely different from spell fusion. Back then, Wizard Midnight, who was merely a 5-elemental spellcaster, had not fused as quickly as Saturn had done. The plump Wizard Arrett hurriedly told Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, you haven't been in Arcane City these years, so of course you don't know that our batch of potential wizards owes so much to Wizard Saturn. After he became a great wizard, his powers reached an unimaginable stage, coming infinitely close to a great legend. He's dubbed one of the strongest existences below the level of legends. In Arcane City, Wizard Saturn is fully deserving of the title of the strongest within our batch of potential wizards." One time, Wizard Saturn was besieged by 5 members of a foreign tribe who were comparable to the most preeminent great wizards. He killed them all, and even captured one of them alive. Upon mentioning Wizard Saturn's past glory, Arrett was like a babbling torrent, talking with excited vigor. A smile had appeared on Merlin's face. Saturn's progress was rapid indeed. Becoming a great wizard successfully was already a unique feat among 10,000 others, to say nothing of being a six-elemental wizard. Presently, Saturn was like Wizard Kubail, whom Merlin had met back in the Inceptive dimension. Both were six-elemental spellcasters, and even if they were not like Merlin, who had so many perfect grade spells, once a six-elemental spellcaster had fused all their spell models, they became rather fearsome. Instantly, they were one of the mightiest existences beneath legends. It was not surprising that Saturn was calm and collected even when dealing with 5 members of a foreign tribe on par with the most preeminent great wizards, and could even capture one of them alive. Merlin, you'll surely fuse your spell models soon as well. At that point, when you become a great wizard, you won't be inferior to me at all. Saturn still had such confidence. In the past in Arcane City, he was always secretly measuring himself against Merlin, trying to see who was really the foremost genius of Arcane City. After so many years, he had finally gone through countless hardships to become a great wizard, turning into one of the mightiest beings below the legends. Now, he saw that although Merlin had advanced quickly too to become a 9th-level spellcaster, Merlin obviously still had not fused his spell models, and had fallen behind Saturn. As he received Saturn's encouragement, Merlin simply smiled easily, and did not mind the self-assured tone of Saturn's words. "All right, let's go in. I believe that Wizard Merlin has received the message from Arcane City." Merlin bobbed his head. "I have indeed, but I don't exactly know what happened." This turn of events had occurred very suddenly. Arat and Saturn were also hurriedly summoned back. In fact, it was not just Arat, Saturn, and Merlin. Even some unknown great legends had all made their way to Arcane City. In his short time in Arcane City, Merlin had already bumped into more than 10 great legends. Previously, when he had stayed in Arcane City for such a long time, he had not even seen this many legends. When he noticed how many legends there were, Merlin and the rest grew somber. Something momentous must have happened, otherwise, there would not be so many great legends. Swish! A familiar figure materialized before Merlin. Teacher Zardo. Legend Zardo. Arat and Saturn bowed toward Wizard Zardo, who waved his hand lightly. Thereafter, he spoke to Merlin quietly, "Merlin, follow me." "Yes." After bidding farewell to Arat and Saturn, Merlin quickly followed behind Zardo. He knew that Zardo must have something urgent to say. After Merlin followed the legend Zardo to the castle. Zardo's expression turned even more serious as he said slowly, "Merlin, the Blackfire Lord had followed the arcane wizard Ceto to the Seelie dimension. Before he left, the Blackfire Lord had asked me to tell you how dangerous this whole affair is." "What's really going on? Is it really a civilization war?" Merlin drew in a deep breath and asked softly. "A civilization war? Indeed, such a cruel phrase, but it's true. This time, it could very well be a civilization war. The Rock Tribe can no longer bear to keep the peace. Beginning with the Seelie dimension, they have been making preparations. At last, not long ago, they started a full-on war. As we weren't ready, things don't look too good. Therefore, the 3 ultimate arcane wizards finally started to summon all of the great legends in the spellcaster civilization, asking them to each bring spellcasters above the 7th level, to hurry to the front lines. As for spellcasters from Arcane City, if they're above the 7th level, they must also follow Arcane City's arrangement, and rush to the Seelie dimension. Merlin finally knew the severity of the situation. It was not just a mere civilization war. From the very start, the spellcaster civilization was already at an absolute disadvantage, leaving the 3 great ultimate arcane wizards with no choice but to mobilize the full strength of the spellcaster civilization. The forces of Arcane City alone were unable to turn things around. "Teacher Zardo, hasn't arcane wizard Ceto been keeping watch over the Seelie dimension long ago? With an arcane wizard overseeing things, how can the situation be so bad?" Merlin was somewhat puzzled. Back when the arcane wizard Ceto had used his spatial avatar to save Merlin from the slothful beast's body, he was already managing the Seelie dimension. Unexpectedly, things still went badly. The legend Zardo shook his head helplessly as well. "As for what happened exactly, I'm not clear." Bong bong bong. Just then, a bell tolled deafeningly. This was to gather all the spellcasters of Arcane City. Merlin, go ahead. A war between civilizations is ruthless. Remember, don't try to show off. Even great legends, honored legends, and lords might die. All you can do is try your best to survive. The legend Zardo's voice was gravely admonishing. Faced with the brutality of a civilization war, not even a great lord could afford to let down their guard. Merlin nodded and took his leave, flying toward the square where the bell was rung. Chapter 612, A Team of 7. Chapter 612, A Team of 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the public square of Arcane City, spellcasters stood in tightly packed crowds. At the front were a few great honored legends, behind whom were some great legends, and at the back were the spellcasters of Arcane City. It was the first time Merlin had seen so many great legends gathered together. The terrifying bursts of elemental fluctuations and force of maxims practically caused the spell models in his body to tremble slightly. This was a natural suppressive effect. Besides Merlin, some other spellcasters wore uncomfortable expressions as well. Evidently, they were similarly affected. Wizard Merlin, come over here. Wizard Saturn said to Merlin. Merlin looked at the crowd, which contained Arat and the rest who had grouped together, so he nodded and headed over. Wizard Merlin, what did the legend Zardo say to you? Did he mention anything about the Rock Tribe? The plump wizard Arat, upon seeing Merlin coming over, asked eagerly. After a moment of consideration, Merlin felt that it did not matter if he told Saturn and the rest, so he nodded. The situation is bad indeed. The Rock Tribe has likely prepared for this a long time. I'm afraid that a civilization war is necessary at this point. A civilization war? Everyone was astounded at this phrase, and countless thoughts flashed across their minds. Who knew how many powerful spellcasters had been buried behind this phrase? After Merlin spoke, Saturn and the rest fell silent, unable to speak. The atmosphere became rather stifling. After a short moment, a vortex appeared above the square. Wild winds spun around as a figure emerged from the center of the vortex. Boom! As soon as this figure appeared, the entire square became restless. Many honored legends stared at this figure with trembling gazes. Who is he? What a formidable force! Although the space in Arcane City isn't that solid, no one would dare to traverse through space in Arcane City. Many wizards did not recognize the figure who had suddenly appeared from the vortex, but when Merlin looked, he shuddered fiercely. Huh? Wizard Merlin, you know who this is? The observant wizard Saturn seemed to notice the change in Merlin's expression, and questioned softly. Merlin's eyes were fixed stubbornly on the figure descending from the vortex as he said hoarsely, if I'm not wrong, he must be the wind avatar of the Arcane Wizard Ceto. Arcane Wizard Ceto? When Saturn, Arat, and the rest heard Merlin's reply, their mouths fell open, and their eyes shone with an incredulous light. It must be the wind avatar of the Arcane Wizard Ceto. It's rumored that the Arcane Wizard Ceto has many avatars, and this is one of them. Merlin continued speaking. The one who had gone to the slothful beast to save Merlin was the Arcane Wizard Ceto's spatial avatar. As for the Arcane Wizard Ceto's real body, he must be overseeing things at the actual front lines. When the Arcane Wizard Ceto's avatar landed, the entire square burst into an uproar. The ultimate Arcane Wizard was a pillar of the entire spellcaster civilization, and the three great Arcane Wizards served as the guardians of the spellcaster civilization. The Arcane Wizard Ceto was one of the three great Arcane Wizards, the final one to become an ultimate Arcane Wizard. Nonetheless, his level of prestige was not any lesser compared to the other two Arcane Wizards. In fact, he was the one who suggested the establishment of the three great Arcane cities. Therefore, only did the spellcaster civilization flourish from day to day. Everyone. Although this was simply an avatar of the Arcane Wizard Ceto, to the crowds of spellcasters in the square, he was no different from the real body as he still represented the ultimate Arcane Wizard. Everyone, I've summoned you here today. I believe everyone has already learned of the news. The Rock Tribe has already erupted in vicious conflict against our spellcaster civilization in the frontlines of the Seelie dimension, and we've lost a few dimensions in succession. Therefore, spellcasters above the level of legends should each return and gather spellcasters above the 7th level, and hurry to the front lines where the Seelie dimension is, in the shortest time possible. I hope everyone keeps in mind that this is a real war, and is likely to develop into a civilization war. Rumble. Even the great legends were now feeling flabbergasted. In the stories of all civilizations, a civilization war was something terrifying and brutal. Following that, these great legends took their leave, each returning to their own dimension to begin rounding up spellcasters above the 7th level. When these great legends had gone away, news of the war that had erupted between the spellcaster civilization and the rock tribe civilization would quickly be spread. After the great legends left, the square was only left with a small group. These were spellcasters of Arcane City. They had been summoned by the arcane wizards through various methods. Perhaps some still had not gotten the message, while some were still on their way back, but there should not be many left. Most of the potential wizards of Arcane City were now congregated in the square. The arcane wizard Sito looked toward these potential wizards in the square, and his voice boomed impressively, filled with gravity. "You're all potential wizards of Arcane City, the most outstanding spellcasters among the infinite dimensions. At first you're the future of our spellcaster civilization. However, a war between civilizations has begun. As a member of the spellcasters, you should contribute your strength. Potential wizards above the 7th level must head to the front lines and enter the fight. Nonetheless, you can form your own teams. After 2 hours, I'll personally send you to the front lines." 2 hours? Many spellcasters felt that this was far too short a time, but with this command from the arcane wizard, they dared not delay any longer. Many spellcasters began to team up with wizards with whom they were mutually acquainted. Some groups had only 2 or 3, while others had 7 to 8. Wizard Merlin, I, Arat, Wizard Rael, Olga, Seddon, Vic, is 7 of us in a team. What do you think? Merlin carefully looked at them. These wizards were the ones with the best abilities among the same batch, and could be considered the strongest combination. Both Saturn and Rael were most preeminent great wizards, Saturn in particular, who was the strongest existence beneath legends. As for Vic, Seddon, and Olga, 3 of them were exceptional too, all having fused their spell models to become great wizards. In one leap, they had become beings on par with peak great wizards. Presently, judged solely on spellcaster level, only Arat and Merlin were slightly inferior, being 9th level spellcasters. With 7 of us, if we're at the front lines, we'll surely be the scariest team. 2 preeminent great wizards, and 3 peak great wizards. Even if Arat and Merlin aren't great wizards for now, once they are, Wizard Merlin would be the most preeminent great wizard, even the mightiest existence below legends. Arat can become a peak great wizard too. With power like this, I bet the rock tribe would be frightened out of their wits, Wizard Rael was as forthright as ever, showing not the slightest sign of unhappiness over the fact that Arat and Merlin were merely 9th level spellcasters. Very well, we'll do it this way then. We'll form a team, and support and assist each other. First, we'd better sign a contract. Saturn immediately took out a sheet of contract paper. When spellcasters formed a team, no matter how close they were, only by signing a contract would they really be united in heart and mind. Otherwise, troubles were bound to arise, especially when joining in a war against foreign tribes, which meant they would be faced with constant danger. Okay, we'll sign a contract. We voluntarily form a team. We'll support and assist each other. Between team members, no matter what the situation, no one must be abandoned. The stipulations of the contract were detailed. Evidently, Saturn, Rael, and the rest were very experienced. Conversely, for Merlin, when he looked at this contract, he felt that it hugely differed from the contents of the Oath of the Ultimate Order between foreign tribes in the open territory. The biggest difference was that, between team members, no one was left behind. No matter what danger they were facing, they must face it together. Wizard Merlin, is there anything else you'd like to add? Saturn saw that Merlin was lost in thought, and asked softly. This contract is well drawn up. There's nothing else I wish to add. Following that, Merlin extracted a portion of his mind power, and signed the contract. Instantly, 7 of them were bound by the contract. From now on, they would battle side by side for a very long time. All right, the 2 hours are up. Everyone, follow me. The square boomed with the voice of the ultimate arcane wizard once more. Following that, he stretched out one hand and an extremely enormous flying ship appeared. It flickered with many runic magic circles and was more than 100 times bigger than Merlin's Aurora ship. Moreover, what was significant was that it carried the force of a Maxim. This was a casting tool that was far more powerful than anything Merlin had ever seen. Absorb. A vortex appeared on the giant flying ship and immediately stretched to the square. The teeming crowds of potential wizards were sucked onto the flying ship. There was no lack of preeminent great wizards among these potential wizards, but they too were unable to resist at all. Boom! With that, the flying ship shuddered, and started to leave Arcane City slowly, flying into the black, icy depths of the Void Zone. Within the flying ship, Merlin looked at his surroundings. He was with Saturn and the rest. Teacher Zardo, we potential wizards have strong abilities, but we can't compare to great legends. What meaning is there in sending us to the front lines for us to join the civilization war? At last, Merlin could not help but put this question to the Maxim avatar of the legend Zardo in his spatial ring. From his perspective, no matter how many 9th level spellcasters or great wizards, they would not be much of influence against great legends. He did not think that with these few great wizards, even preeminent ones, they would be able to defeat a great legend. In the open territory, Nestia, Kubail, and Luca were all the mightiest existences below legends, but they were crushed by a single palm of a mysterious giant king. The disparity between legends and those below them was gargantuan. This was not something that could be remedied by a sheer number unless they were the most demonic genius spellcasters like Alcra or Tuota. Nonetheless, in the entire Tree Tribe civilization, there was only one Alcra. What purpose, you ask? All of you serve a great function. If you perform well, and thoroughly suppress the Rock Tribe, this war of civilizations might not necessarily take place. The legend Zardo's face was calm, and his eyes probed into Merlin's meaningfully. Conversely, Merlin felt even more baffled. Chapter 613, Frontline. Chapter 613, Frontline. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. We might not have to fight? Legend Zardo saw Merlin's puzzled face, and continued to explain, it's simple. It's not that easy for fights between civilizations to blow up. Although the Rock Tribe has prepared for a long time, they're still afraid. Our spellcaster civilization isn't a weak civilization. If both sides really suffer losses, other foreign tribes will not be polite. That's why at this stage, neither of the great legends of both sides have truly got involved. Those fighting at the front line are all below legends. It was something tacitly agreed by both sides. The Rock Tribe has developed over the years, and feel like their strength is already very strong, which is why they'll make further moves. However, if our spellcaster civilization completely suppresses them in a battle with spellcasters below legend, do you think they'll continue to take risks? Merlin then realized that the situation had not developed to such a terrible point. Great legends had not really intervened yet, and the civilization war had not truly broken out. Otherwise, if the civilization war broke out, great legends, honored legends, lords, and even the great ultimate arcane wizards would take action. Countless dimensions would be crushed in an instant. At that time, both sides would definitely suffer losses. Thus, controlling the situation, and completely suppressing the Rock Tribe while it was below legend level became the best choice for the ultimate arcane wizards. It was not surprising that all potential wizards of the 3 great arcane wizards were transferred. After all, the potential wizards in Arcane City were extremely gifted. Many preeminent great wizards were in Arcane City. Merlin could even foresee that with the arrival of Arcane City's potential wizards, the unfavorable situation at the front line would definitely be reversed. Knowing the general situation at the front line, Merlin was completely relieved. Then, he extended his mind power into the illusory world, where Titus had been waiting for him for a long time. How is it? Isn't the power of the illusory world great? Unfortunately, your mind power is too weak. Your state is too low and unable to exert the full power of the illusory world. Titus shook his head helplessly. Titus, I'm here today to tell you that it's very likely that a civilization war will break out between the spellcaster civilization and the Rock Tribe civilization. What? A civilization war? Titus was also shocked. He understood clearly what a civilization war meant. That's right, a civilization war. That's why I want you to explain the illusory heart in detail. Merlin's current power had already been increased to the limit. It was impossible for it to increase any further in a short amount of time. Thus, he could only exchange experience with Titus. Even though arcane wizard Sito's flying ship was very fast, it would still take a long while before they could reach the Seelie dimension. The many spellcasters on the flying ship were all silently making preparations. Merlin also thought about the energy stored inside the matrix that had almost been completely consumed after constructing 6 ninth-level spells. The matrix's greatest use was to construct spell models. It had helped Merlin all the way up to a 9th-level spellcaster. However, afterward, everything would rest on Merlin's shoulders. The matrix was no longer a big help to Merlin anymore. No matter if it were combined spell models to become a great wizard or perfecting the mind power system, the matrix was no longer helpful. Rumble. The gigantic flying ship shook, causing the potential wizards on it to be startled. When they went to look, they saw a dimension emitting white light. We've reached the Alabaster dimension, the closest dimension to the Seelie dimension. Saturn also stood up. He was more familiar with the Seelie dimension. The huge flying ship slowly flew into the Alabaster dimension. Over the dimension, there were many spellcasters shuttling back and forth. However, they were all below legends but above the 7th level. These spellcasters were all in groups of 3 to 5 and seemed to all be heading toward the Seelie dimension. Alright, we've arrived at the Alabaster dimension. As spellcasters of our arcane city, you're naturally different. Now, there are 10 dimensions that are caught up in the war with the Rock Tribe, including the Seelie dimension. For the time being, legends from both sides haven't involved yet. What you need to do is exert your best to expel the Rock Tribe, and prevent them from occupying the dimension. This is likely to be a very difficult battle but we'll definitely emerge victorious. Then, Arcane Wizard Sito announced the punishment method. Recruiting these potential wizards to the front line was not a request, but an order. If they did not enter the front line dimensions within a month, they would receive punishment. This punishment was extremely severe, and with repeated offenses, one would be denied their rights as a spellcaster, and have the spell models in their bodies crushed. By depriving magic power, they would become an ordinary person. Although it was not death, it was a punishment that scared spellcasters even more than death. Therefore, when Arcane Wizard Sito finished speaking, most potential wizards left one after another, and prepared to enter the front line dimensions. Wizard Saturn, which dimension are we going to? Arit took out a few free dimension maps. They were all dimensions in the front line, and were distributed free of charge by Arcane City. There were about 18 dimensions that were caught up in the war. 13 of them were dimensions previously controlled by the Spellcaster organization. Seeing this dimension map, Saturn and the others' expression became grim. How did we lose so many dimensions? Wizard Rail could not help but say lowly. It can't be helped. The Rock Tribe has prepared for a long time, and we neglected to take precautions. It's normal to lose a few dimensions in the beginning. However, we're not giving up on these dimensions. We'll still fight for them. Wizard Saturn, which are you planning to choose? Arit muttered a question. Among these dimensions, many dimensions were already completely occupied by the Rock Tribe. They were even transformed to be a dimension suitable for the Rock Tribe to survive. There were no elements, and was very disadvantageous to spellcasters. Everyone, we're different from your run-of-the-mill spellcasters. As potential wizards from Arcane City, it's our first time to the front line. It's not the first time we've encountered foreign tribes before. Since we need to fight, then let's make it a big one. What about the Seelie dimension? It's a dimension long since occupied by the Rock Tribe, and has been transformed into a Rock Tribe dimension. However, it's the heart of the numerous dimensions in the front line. Once we hold the Seelie dimension, we'll be holding the initiative of the war situation. Saturn pointed directly at the Seelie dimension. As the proud Saturn, he naturally would not remain a nobody in the civilization war. His aim was the Seelie dimension from the start. Arit had just gone out to collect information before seeing Saturn point at the Seelie dimension. He then explained, the Seelie dimension has been completely transformed by the Rock Tribe. There are no elements left. even if we occupy it, it's a barren dimension. However, we aren't giving up on the Seelie dimension. After all, the Seelie dimension is the center dimension of the front lines, and the other dimensions also regard the Seelie dimension as their core. Therefore, occupying the Seelie dimension really can affect the situation of the war. However, the Rock Tribe naturally knows how important the Seelie dimension is. There are many strong members both from the Rock Tribe and our spellcaster civilization there. They'll be very difficult to deal with. Rael laughed and declared, "Haha, the Seelie dimension is good. We went to the Seelie dimension the previous time, so it's like going down memory lane this time. Besides, Saturn has also said that we're potential wizards of Arcane City. We're the cream of the crop of the spellcaster civilization. With our team's strength, we belong to the top of the battlefield. It's nothing much to get involved in the battle for the Seelie dimension." With the stance of two preeminent great wizards, Saturn and Rael, the others also naturally agreed. Seeing that no one had opposed, Saturn revealed a smile. "Very good, since everyone has agreed, we'll set off immediately. Our objective, the Seelie dimension. We'll let the Rock Tribe know that we, Arcane City, is coming." Chapter 614, First Battle. Chapter 614, First Battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Merlin, Saturn, and 5 others arrived at the Seelie dimension, they could not believe the scene before them. Yellow sand danced, and the ground was covered solid boulders like glacier. Solid rocks piled up one after another, and even the huge mountain peaks were piled up with rocks. Moreover, the terrifying part was that these rocks were like living creatures and could grow like plants. Some plants had already become rock flowers or rock trees, and they were icy cold. It was like a deathly still world. This was a world after the Rock Tribe had transformed it. There were no elements here in the Seelie dimension at all, only rocks that looked icy cold. The Rock Tribe was a tribe without life. They did not require a dimension with life. The dimensions they lived in were all cold worlds like this one. This suited them the most. These cold rocks would slowly give birth to another Rock Tribe in the future. This was the basis of the continuation of the Rock Tribe. They were slowly born from countless rocks in the dimensions over a long period of time. D*MN the Seelie dimension has been reduced to this state. Even if we control the Seelie dimension in the future, we won't be able to survive here. Arit's expression darkened as he cursed lowly. Saturn's expression was not good either. He looked around and said, "Even if it's useless, we need to control the Seelie dimension. Otherwise, even more dimensions will be transformed into cold worlds like this by the Rock Tribe. Saving the Seelie dimension means saving even more of our dimensions." Everyone nodded. This was also the fundamental reason why there was such a fierce battle between both sides over the Seelie dimension. The Seelie dimension was a pedal in which more spellcaster dimensions could be reached. Therefore, no matter what, the Seelie dimension could not be lost. The Seelie dimension was vast, yet there was no figure in sight and no signs of life. The wizards all flew toward a mountain range. Suddenly, a small hill appeared in front of them. However, when they had passed it, they discovered that it was not a hill but a gigantic tomb. Written on a stone-carved tablet in front of it were the words, "Tomb of the Seelie People." Although the words inscribed into this ghastly tombstone were simple, anyone would understand without a detailed introduction that under this small hill, no one knew how many bodies were buried. The Seelie people were all born in the Seelie dimension. Unfortunately, the Seelie people did not walk out of the dimension like the spellcaster civilization, and step into the void zone. They did not become a powerful civilization, and were left at the mercy of the Rock Tribe and the spellcaster civilization. Like spellcasters, the Seelie people were a living tribe, so they were naturally opposed to the Rock Tribe. After the Rock Tribe transformed the Seelie dimension, the Seelie people were no longer able to survive, and thousands upon thousands of Seelie people died. This was one of the sorrows of a weak civilization. There are still a few people left from the Seelie dimension who were sent to other spellcaster civilizations. A few geniuses among them had even become great wizards and joined the spellcaster civilization in the fight against the Rock Tribe. However, their homes can't be restored. Hearing Arit's words, everyone seemed to quiet down. The atmosphere became somewhat depressing. If we can't suppress the rock tribe, then we spellcasters might also follow in the steps of the Seelie people. Saturn's low voice jolted their hearts awake. Perhaps they still had relaxed moods when first arriving at the front line. However, now, Merlin and the others felt heavy. This was very possibly a civilization war. From the perspective of civilizations and tribes, both parties were not in the wrong. They were just trying to develop their own civilization and fight for a place to survive. There was no right or wrong, but there were standpoints. Therefore, this battle was doomed to be a very cruel war. Arat, where do we go now? Saturn asked Arat, who had collected a lot of information regarding the Seelie dimension. We should head east now. The southeast is where our spellcasters are the most active. Many spellcasters will go to the northeast after entering the Seelie dimension. The rock tribe's defenses are generally the strongest in the north, and there are also a few powerful rock creatures there. Generally, the situation of our spellcasters in the Seelie dimension doesn't look optimistic. Arat frowned while speaking. Not optimistic? That's because the spellcasters from our arcane city hadn't arrived. We'll head north. We'll expel those rock creatures, and reoccupy the Seelie dimension. We'll just keep heading north. Saturn's tone was full of determination and arrogance. Almost every spellcaster who was potential wizard from Arcane City were extremely prideful, especially in front of other spellcasters. The spellcaster civilization situation was in a bad situation in the Seelie dimension, causing Saturn and the others to feel discontented. As proud potential wizards from Arcane City, and forming such a strong team, they were also eager to sweep the rock tribe away before the legends got involved, and regain control of the Seelie dimension. What do you think? Saturn asked Rael and the others. Although Rael and Saturn still had a competitive relationship, now, Saturn was the strongest being below legends. He was entirely worthy of being the leader of the group. Ha, I don't have any opinions. Legends from both sides haven't involved themselves yet, so who else can stand up to us? Indeed. We'll head north and directly expel the rock tribe. Those who were able to enter Arcane City were all very confident. The 7 of them as a group had 2 preeminent great wizards and 3 peak great wizards. With such a team, as long as legends were not involved, they could be considered to be the finest team, able to sweep everything away. Alright, since everyone has agreed, we'll head north. Saturn waved his hand, and everyone started to fly toward the north. After flying for around an hour, a huge noise suddenly sounded from the front, accompanied by intense elemental fluctuations. The wind roared wildly, and fiery red light shot up to the sky. What a powerful elemental fluctuation! It must be one of our spellcaster teams engaging with the rock tribe. Everyone, let's hurry. Saturn raised his head to look at the red lights in the sky. The elemental fluctuations were just like guiding lights to the spellcasters. Thus, they sped up and flew to the direction of the elemental fluctuation. At the foot of an empty hill were 5 spellcasters with disheveled hair, looking very pitiful. Among the 5 spellcasters, 3 were great wizards. They were not ordinary great wizards, but relatively powerful great wizards, second only to peak great wizards. The other 2 were 9th level spellcasters. They were both female wizards, but they seemed to be particularly proficient in runes. These 2 female 9th level wizards were arranging a runic magic circle, protecting the 5 of them. However, even so, their current situation was quite precarious. They were faced with hundreds of rock creatures led by 5 rock creatures comparable to peak great wizards. In the Seelie dimension, the rock tribe had already occupied an absolute advantage in numbers. After all, they had prepared for a long time, and the spellcasters' strongest force, like Arcane City, had not arrived at the front line yet. Hold on a little longer. I've already sent out a signal. I believe there'll definitely be reinforcements. A white-robed wizard among the 5 spellcasters gnashed his teeth, obviously under great pressure. Outside were countless rock creatures frantically attacking, especially the 5 rock creatures that were comparable to peak great wizards. Each time they pounded the runic magic circle, it seemed that it would cause the runic magic circle to sway as if it could collapse at any moment. Reinforcements. How could there be reinforcements? In the Seelie dimension, all spellcaster teams are fighting for themselves. The difference in strength between us and the rock tribe is just too great. There won't be reinforcements coming for us. Another spellcaster said with a look of despair. The atmosphere immediately became dreary. Indeed, they had heard of too many teams that were destroyed in the Seelie dimension. Now, they were about to become one of those teams. KACHA. Fine cracks finally appeared on the runic magic circle and spread rapidly. The runic magic circle looked like a spider web at that time, with many cracks spreading across it. The two female wizards paled, and said in trembling voices, "It won't hold on. The runic magic circle can't take it anymore. It won't hold on. Then, we'll fight. It'll be our last stand." The three great wizards made their preparations. The elemental fluctuations on their bodies faintly stirred up violent winds. "Wait, leader, we seem to have reinforcements. There are 7 spellcaster fluctuations behind us. A spellcaster team came for us." The two female wizards suddenly cried out, a trace of joy revealing themselves on their faces. "There's a spellcaster team?" The three great wizards looked behind, and sure enough, 7 spellcasters appeared behind them, swiftly heading toward them. It's only 7 wizards. They should be a team that just happened to be nearby. We'll hold on for a little longer. Their numbers are few, but these rock creatures are incredibly strong. It won't be easy for us to escape from these rock creatures. The three great wizards did not dare to relax. They were very clear that their team was considered to be relatively powerful among the spellcaster teams in the Seelie dimension. The team coming to help them might not be too strong, and might only be able to barely attract some of the rock creatures' attention. If they wanted to break through, they would still have to rely on themselves. Very quickly, 7 unfamiliar spellcasters approached the 5 surrounded spellcasters. The rock tribe sent 2 rock creatures comparable to peak great wizards, leading a total of 30 rock creatures to pounce on the unfamiliar spellcaster team. "Ha, it really is the rock tribe. Saturn, it's the first time we're meeting rock creatures. Allow me." Wizard Rail had an expression of eagerness. Saturn glanced at the 30 rock creatures, 2 of which were rock creatures comparable to peak great wizards. Although they could be considered strong, to a preeminent great wizard like Rail, it was nothing at all. Therefore, Saturn nodded and said, "Wizard Rail, this is our first fight. Make it a swift victory. Ha, don't worry." Saying that, Rail went ahead to face the enemies alone. Is he mad? There are 2 rock creatures comparable to peak great wizards. He must be a spellcaster who had just arrived in the Seelie dimension, and thinks that these rock creatures are as weak as the foreign tribes that they usually kill in border areas. They're finished. Even if they don't die, they'll suffer heavy losses. We'll have to find a way out by ourselves. Seeing the unfamiliar spellcaster team suddenly send 1 spellcaster to fight, the 5 spellcasters felt cold. There were too many spellcasters who had underestimated the rock tribe, and led to the collapse of the entire team. Only after experiencing several deadly battles would a spellcaster finally understand how cruel this war was. However, just as they finished speaking, from that lone spellcaster body, a gigantic fireball emerged from the sky like a palm blocking out the sky. There were even wind type, ice type, and other elements fused inside it. Boom! When the palm fell, everyone could not help but feel shocked, as if the palm had slapped the bottom of their hearts. The 5 spellcasters openly gaped, and stared dumbstruck at the reckless figure who did not know the immensity between heaven and earth. With just 1 palm, the 30 rock creatures on the ground were completely crushed into powder. They scattered in the breeze with just a gentle blow. A preeminent great wizard. He's a preeminent great wizard. Ha, what kind of reinforcement spellcaster team did we encounter? The eyes of the 5 spellcasters glazed over before, but now, they became extremely enthusiastic. Chapter 615, Sweep Away Eye. Chapter 615, Sweep Away Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha, these rock creatures aren't that bad. I thought they'd have some formidable abilities that make them unable to be killed. Wizard Rail rubbed his bald head. For some unknown reason, ever since Wizard Rail started combining spell models and succeeded in becoming a preeminent great wizard, his hair had been decreasing. In the end, Rail simply shaved off his hair and became bald, but it added a fierce touch to him. Specifically, when he crushed 30 rock creatures with one palm, it made others feel overwhelmed. Saturn and the others were not surprised. One preeminent great wizard could go against 10 peak great wizards or even more. After all, an ordinary spellcaster could only reach peak great wizard if they cultivated step by step. They needed extremely high gifts and destiny to become a preeminent great wizard. The remaining 70 rock creatures now focused on Wizard Rael's figure. Rael wanted to act again but was stopped by Saturn, who smiled and said, "Rael, you've done your part in the first battle. Let me handle the rest." Without waiting for Rael to respond, Saturn pointed a finger, and a vortex formed by highly condensed wind elementals instantly appeared in the air. The vortex was also quite mysterious. It was as if it was alive. It breathed continuously, contracting and expanding 10 times in a row before suddenly rumbling and swelling. A dazzling fiery red light accompanied the terrifying shock wave, heading toward the 70 rock creatures. Crack! These rock creatures, without the slightest resistance, were all blown to pieces instantly by Wizard Saturn's attack. They were directly annihilated and crumbled into ashes which scattered away. 70 rock creatures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Wizard Rael's speed was not that quick. This also indirectly proved that Saturn really was stronger than Wizard Rael. Although they were both preeminent great wizards, Saturn was right below legends, and was an extremely powerful being. Wizard Saturn, Wizard Rael, you two took all the limelight. We haven't done anything at all, but there's already nothing left. Wizard Vic and the others swiftly flew over and shook their heads after seeing the fine powder on the ground. Ha ha, there'll be more chances later. However, these rock creatures really aren't that strong. Saturn was the strongest being under legends, so he naturally felt that these rock creatures were not strong. For rock creatures like these, even 1,000 or 10,000 of them were of no threat to him. Everyone, don't let your guard down. This rock tribe team was, at best, a relatively stronger group in the Seelie dimension. They're not the most powerful. The 5 spellcasters at the side returned to their senses. They immediately went over when they had heard Saturn and the others mention that the rock creatures were not strong. Saturn and the others seemed to only just recall that there were other spellcasters, and directed their attention toward the 5 spellcasters. These 5 spellcasters felt a little uncomfortable, but they adjusted their mood quickly, knowing that this team in front of them was terrifyingly powerful. They might have just arrived at the Seelie dimension. Did you all just arrive at the Seelie dimension? Saturn nodded and said calmly. How did you know? We indeed just hurried over to the front line from Arcane City. What? You're spellcasters from Arcane City? The 5 spellcasters were pleasantly surprised to hear Saturn said that they were sent from Arcane City to the front line. We're indeed from Ceto Arcane City. Rael also said with a low voice, keeping his sharp eyes on the 5 spellcasters. Fellow wizards, please don't misunderstand. We're very happy about your arrival. All the spellcasters at the Seelie dimension are very happy that you've rushed over. The dimension battle at the front line is very difficult, and we're at a disadvantage in almost every battle for dimensions. The main reason is that there are just too few powerful wizards. However, Arcane City is a place where geniuses gather, and every potential wizard there is outstanding. We've long expected you to come. Ha ha, now that you're here, our days will be much better. Each of the 5 spellcasters showed smiles on their faces. As the war in the front line broke out too suddenly, the 3 great arcane cities did not mobilize on a large scale. As a result, there were very few strong spellcasters under legend. You don't have to worry now. The ultimate arcane wizards have already begun to call upon spellcasters from Arcane City. We're the first to arrive. Saturn explained simply to the 5. After chatting for a while, the white-robed wizard among the 5 spellcasters said quietly, "Gentlemen, it's not safe here. Why don't you come back with us to the spellcaster gathering area? We can take our time making decisions there." However, Saturn and Rael shook their heads. We came to the Seelie dimension to find rock creatures, and expel all of them from the Seelie dimension as soon as possible. Right, you should have been in the Seelie dimension for a while. Do you know any places nearby where rock creatures gather? There are places where the rock creatures gather. It's in the northwest, and you'll reach it in about half a day's journey. It's called Tanlone City, and it's the largest rock tribe stronghold in the vicinity. However, there are 3 powerful rock creatures comparable to preeminent great wizards in Tanlone City, as well as 8 comparable to peak great wizards, and more than 20 comparable to ordinary great wizards. Furthermore, the entire Tanlone City has its own defense system unique to the rock tribe, making it even harder to breach. There are nearly 20,000 rock creatures living in there. Together, they're a terrifying force. The 5 spellcasters told Merlin and the others about Tanlone City. 3 upper-rank rock creatures comparable to preeminent great wizards? Saturn, Rael, and the others glanced at each other, and felt their eyes brighten. A defensive power like this really was powerful. In the Seelie dimension, with the rock tribe's current strength, no one would be able to go against them. However, Saturn got more excited the more he thought about it. He was the strongest being below legends. Even in the chaotic and bloody open territory, strong beings below legends like Luca and Nestia ran rampant. Apart from freaks like Tuota and Alcra who were comparable to great legends, Luca, Nestia, and Saturn were almost the strongest beings. Therefore, even if it were 10 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures, much less 3, Saturn did not care as long as he would not encounter strong wizards below legends like Luca. Good, we'll go to Tanlone City, and directly destroy the rock tribe's stronghold in the Seelie dimension. It's better than going around randomly and ending up not finding any rock creatures. Saturn's eyes swept over Rael and the others. I agree. Destroying Tanlone City, huh? I believe that'll cause a sensation. Haha, once Tanlone City is destroyed, the 7 of us will become a thorn in the rock tribe's side, but isn't that exactly what we want? We'll use the shortest time possible to drive out the rock tribe from the Seelie dimension. The Seelie dimension will fall into a spellcaster's hands. The group of 7 all agreed to Saturn's plan. Even Merlin did not feel threatened by the 3 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures. Hearing Merlin and the others' relaxed laughter as if they did not care about Tanlone City, the 5 spellcasters glanced at each other in surprise but could not help but say, fellow wizards, could our mystic squad follow you to Tanlone City? Follow us? Aren't you afraid of danger? Saturn seemingly smiled as he looked at the 5 spellcasters. Although they called themselves mystics, they did not have any mystical powers. Haha, although we're weak, we still have 3 peak great wizards. I believe that we'll be able to help a little at that time. If it really fails, we might be able to safely withdraw with us leading. In reality, the Mystic Squad just wanted to see if the potential wizards of Arcane City could really destroy the rock tribe's strongest stronghold. It'll indeed be more convenient with you around. Since you also want to go, then lead the way. We'll be able to reach Tanlone City quicker. Saturn hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to their request. Alright, we'll lead the way now. The 5 spellcasters were all very excited to be able to rush into such a deep place belonging to the rock tribe. They had some adventurous spirits, so they naturally were not afraid. Thus, they swiftly brought Merlin and the others and flew to Tanlone City as fast as they could. The spacious plain was full of solid black stones. In the past, this was a vast grassland in the Seelie dimension, but now, the grass was no longer there. There were only cold, lifeless rocks. Somewhere in the plain stood a small city surrounded by tall walls. It looked like an oval ball. In the sky, there was a grey protective shroud of light, like an eggshell, that hung over the small city. A few powerful rock creatures walked in and out of the city. There seems to be a fight not far from here. I can still clearly feel loathsome spellcasters' elemental fluctuations. Which team is patrolling nearby? A rock creature glowing with dim light closed its eyes, and asked the rock creature in front of it. The nearby patrol is Squad 5. They most likely encountered some spellcasters, but with Squad 5's strength, they should have already dealt with those spellcasters by now. A tall rock creature replied respectfully. Well, let's go. Those spellcasters have been becoming more active recently. Although those cowardly spellcasters don't dare to come to Tanlone City, we'll still send out a patrol to be safe. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. Then, the rock creature glowing dimly slowly disappeared. Fellow wizards, the small city in front is Tanlone City. However, we can't approach any further, otherwise, we'll easily be discovered. The Mystic Squad brought Saturn and the others to a place not far from Tanlone City. The two teams stopped, and Saturn and Rail took a closer look at the defense measures around Tanlone City. Wizard Rail's expression gradually became solemn as he said, "These rock creatures do know some strange tricks. I won't be able to break such a defensive power in a short amount of time. Saturn, I'll leave this to you instead." Everyone looked nervously at Saturn. If even Saturn had no way of breaching the Tanlone City's defenses, then coming here was for nothing. Saturn silently looked at Tanlone City, and hesitated for a moment before saying, 3 tries. It'll only take 3 tries, then I'll be able to break through Tanlone City's defenses. All of you, prepare yourselves. Everyone felt pleased. Saturn then fiercely flew alone to Tanlone City. Arit's current expression was rather downcast, and he said to Merlin, who was standing beside him, "Merlin, we haven't done anything at all. To be honest, there are not many opportunities for us to make any moves in this team." Merlin knew that Arit was referring to how the both of them were just 9th level spellcasters. They would not be able to help much. However, Merlin laughed as he looked at the distant Tanlone City. "There are 20,000 rock creatures in Tanlone City. Don't worry, we'll definitely have the chance." Then, everyone's attention focused on the air. The elemental fluctuations on Saturn's body were getting more intense. Chapter 6:16, Sweep Away 2. Chapter 6:16, Sweep Away 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The quiet Tanlone City was like before. Many rock creatures started to merge inside the rock ley lines, slowly absorbing the strength of the rock ley lines, and increasing their power. This was how rock creatures cultivated. In the end, the power of rock ley lines was limited, so they needed to transform the entire dimension from a dimension full of life and vitality into a cold world of rock. As a result, the power of the rock ley lines would increase greatly. And even if the rock creatures slowly absorbed them for tens of thousands of years, it would not dry up the strength of a dimension's rock ley line. In Tanlone City, almost all the rock creatures were preparing to draw upon the power of the rock ley lines in the afternoon. That was the time where the strength of the rock ley line was relatively active, and most suitable for rock creatures to cultivate. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, a few rock creatures saw a flame rising from the distance, flying toward Tanlone City at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the closer the fire, the larger it became. It started off looking like the size of a fist, but in the end, it seemed to envelop half of Tanlone City. Boom! The roaring fireball was like a living creature, breathing, absorbing, expanding, and constantly changing. When the fireball hit the protective shroud over Tanlone City, the fireball expanded instantly, and turned into a curtain of flames, crazily attacking Tanlone City. Enemy attack! What's going on? Many rock creatures looked at the flames in the sky nervously. The protective shroud was constantly changing, like water ripples, getting rid of the fireball's violent attacks. Swoosh! 3 figures immediately flew out from the main hall of Tanlone City, and stared straight at the sky. Rumble! Many rock creatures were still dazed. This was the second attack. However, after this attack, the ripple stirred up over the eggshell protective shroud over Tanlone City grew more intense, and a faint crack spread. Not good, Tanlone City's defenses won't hold for much longer. Everyone, get ready. It's those D*men spellcasters. The 3 tall rock creatures acting as leaders were all powerful upper-rank rock creatures. The dim lights on their bodies flashed, and their figures became much larger. Moreover, the dim light on their bodies seemed to be glowing with a golden light that was full of power. Those D*men spellcasters, how do they have the power to attack Tanlone City? The 3 upper-ranked rock creatures expressed anxiousness. 2 attacks on Tanlone City's defenses were enough for it to form cracks, and almost shattered it. Such a power definitely belonged to a preeminent spellcaster or perhaps even higher. HMPH, we have 200,000 rock creatures. If necessary, we can use the joint attack technique. We won't let a single one of those vile spellcasters leave alive. That's right, we still have the joint attack technique. Haha, those spellcasters will run with their tails tucked between their legs when they see our joint attack technique. The 3 upper-ranked rock creatures were full of confidence when they mentioned the joint attack technique, their eyes flashing with madness. Break! With a cold voice, another fireball instantly burst out. This time, the impact on the protective shroud over Tanlone City was exceedingly great. Crack! The protective shroud produced cracking sounds, just like an eggshell, and instantly shattered. Rolling heat waves swept down, and a few rock creatures were burnt to ashes even though only a little magic energy was left. As the dust settled, a thin figure was seen standing on air, his cold eyes staring at all the rock creatures in Tanlone City. Ha ha, it really broke. Wizard Saturn, you're amazing. Wizard Rail brought over the remaining wizards, and immediately flew behind Saturn. Looking down at Tanlone City, they instantly saw the 3 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures and the 8 peak upper-rank rock creatures. Behind them were more than 20 upper-rank rock creatures as well. With such a large force, it was not surprising that the spellcaster teams in the Seelie dimension did not dare to provoke them. Remember, we're from Ceto Arcane City. Saturn's eyes directly locked on the 3 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures. They immediately felt a dangerous terror. How is he so strong? The 3 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures were shocked, but before they could make any moves, Saturn acted first, and a fiery red light flashed on his body. A powerful pressure, seemingly from all directions, suppressed the 3 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures. Have a taste of a 6-elemental combined spell. Saturn revealed a cold smile from the corners of his mouth. Then, a multicolored light appeared in his hand, flashing with frightening magic power fluctuations. It was fused by 6 elemental spells. The multicolored light turned into a giant net and blanketed the 3 preeminent upper-rank rock tribe. This was a peculiar fused spell used by great wizards that could change countless times. It could transform into various forms, making it impossible to defend against effectively. Furthermore, the more a spell is fused, the more varied the final form of the fused spell. It would also imperceptibly increase the power of 5 elemental and 6 elemental great wizards. Saturn obviously had suppressed the 3 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures, who were immediately put in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, they were surrounded by perils and were in danger. Their gap from Saturn was too obvious. As for the 8 peak upper-rank rock creatures, Rail could not help but rush in and trap them all with a spell. For the remaining 20 or so rock creatures, around a dozen were captured by Vic and Seddon. The most powerful forces in Tanlone City were almost completely suppressed by Saturn and 4 others. However, there were still a few upper-rank rock creatures that escaped, and rushed directly toward Arat and Merlin. Instead of being surprised, Arat rejoiced and said, "Wizard Merlin, get ready. These are upper-rank rock creatures, comparable to a regular great wizard. Ha ha, we can finally stop just standing by the sidelines." Arat looked very excited. 2 upper-rank rock creatures broke free from Vic and the others' binds, and once again moved toward Arat and Merlin. Although Wizard Arat believed that he could go against 1 upper-rank rock creature, he immediately felt some pressure since there were 3. "Wizard Merlin, I'll pin down 2 upper-rank rock creatures, and you'll handle the last one, all right?" Arat's tone was dignified. Although he was also a 9th-level spellcaster, he had already combined 3 elemental spell models, and was not an ordinary 9th-level spellcaster. He could be considered to be almost a great wizard already. Merlin only smiled, and raised a white palm, revealing a strange blood-red eye in the middle of his palm. "Darkness Demon Spirit, appear." Hum. From the boundless darkness manifested a terrifying and rampaging darkness spirit. Crimson light stretched out of the darkness, and it stepped in front of Arat, and threw a fist. Bang! The power of the darkness demon spirit was comparable to a peak great wizard. Furthermore, it was a strength type and could compete with the powerful giant tribe. Its strength was no inferior to peak upper-rank giants, much less 3 ordinary upper-rank rock creatures. As a result, it only took 1 blow from the darkness demon spirit to crush the 3 upper-rank rock creatures, leaving scattered debris all over the ground. "Oh! Wizard Merlin. So, you also have the strength of a peak great wizard. You hid it quite well. However, I heard that the 6th form of darkness eye carries hidden dangers." "You?" Arat looked at Merlin with astonishment. He naturally recognized Darkness Eye, but he had not expected Merlin to have cultivated Darkness Eye to its 6th form. However, considering the hidden dangers of Darkness Eye, Arat was full of worries. It's of no matter. I've already resolved Darkness Eye's hidden danger. The legend of darkness can no longer control me. Merlin explained succinctly. However, Arat revealed a bitter smile. I thought that in this team, you and I were the weakest, not even reaching great wizards. However, I never expected that you're already comparable to a peak great wizard. Amazing. Truly amazing. Merlin smiled and said, you're not bad yourself. In a while, you'll combine 4 elemental spells and become a great wizard. With what you've accumulated, you'll become a peak great wizard in one shot. Then, Merlin controlled the darkness demon spirit, and rushed toward the ordinary rock creatures in Tanlone City. With the power gap, each punch from the darkness demon spirit could smash dozens of rock creatures. Although the darkness demon spirit was surrounded by countless rock creatures, they were of no threat to it at all. On the contrary, the darkness demon spirit had a great momentum. Bang! Saturn cast a multicolored spell that trapped one of the preeminent upper-rank rock creatures. The spell exploded, and immediately, the preeminent upper-rank rock creature's solid body was blown into numerous tiny pieces of gravel. A preeminent upper-rank rock creature had died. Anmalok. D*MN, you've killed Anmalok. All you foolish spellcasters are going to die. Stop hesitating, rock creatures, we respectfully request the progenitor's body. After Saturn had killed a preeminent upper-rank rock creature, the remaining 2 finally decided to use their most powerful move. We respectfully request the progenitor's body. In Tanlone City, the remaining 10,000 rock creatures that the darkness demon spirit had not killed yet roared out loud together, when they heard the cry of the 2 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures. Boom! Countless rock creatures began to merge one after another as if a world-shaking power was awakening. Countless rock creatures fused together, and soon formed a 100-meter-tall giant rock creature dark as ink. The rock tribe's joint attack technique. I didn't expect that the rock creatures in the Seelie dimension would have been taught such a secret technique. However, so what if you have the progenitor's body? Looking at the terrifying giant rock creature in the sky, the aura on Saturn's body increased again. The elements shook violently as they flew to the air, confronting the progenitor's body formed by the rock creatures. The 2 sides were preparing their strongest attack. Chapter 6:17, Progenitor's Body. Chapter 6:17, Progenitor's Body. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin's eyes also narrowed slightly as he looked at the tall progenitor's body in the distance. The life force of the progenitor's body made by more than 10,000 rock creatures as well as 2 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures, violently rose to be comparable to the strongest spellcasters below legends. This was a unique joint attack technique of the rock tribe. Generally, only a few in the rock tribe knew about it, but now, more than 10,000 ordinary rock creatures knew as well. It seemed that this was something the rock tribe ancestor prepared for the war with the spellcaster civilization. Wizard Merlin, can Wizard Saturn deal with this big guy? Arat looked at Wizard Saturn in front of the progenitor's body with worry. The grandiose life force released by the progenitor's body made everyone feel uneasy. Saturn is the strongest wizard below legend. As for the big guy in this group, although its life force is comparable to those below legend, there are too many holes, and many places can't harmonize. It'll be easy for Saturn to deal with the progenitor's body in front of him. Merlin replied with confidence. The progenitor's body formed by 10,000 rock creatures, plus 2 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures could instantly burst with power comparable to those below legend. This obviously showed the rock creature's increase in strength. However, it still could not rival the most powerful being under legend. A multicolored light appeared on Saturn's body, completely enveloping him, looking incomparably sacred. The multicolored light contained world-shaking power, and was Saturn's strongest power after combining 6 elemental spells. 6 elemental storm, go! Saturn's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a loud roar, the multicolored light instantly turned into a shockwave and swelled wildly, almost enveloping the entire Tanlone City in it. The progenitor's body was not to be undone. It raised a heavy arm and launched a punch toward Saturn. In the showdown between one big and one small, it was 10,000 rock creatures against Saturn alone. Boom! The earth-shattering force tore space to shreds, and formed pitch-black passages. Their destructive force had already caught up to great legends. After all, both were the strongest beings below legend. As the shockwave spread out and dissipated, and the air quietened down again, Saturn's eyes looked very calm. He did not have any intention of making another move, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Crack! After a moment, small cracks started appearing on the giant progenitor's body. It started from the chest and rapidly spread to the rest of the body like a spider web. It was shocking and horrible to see. Bang! Finally, the progenitor's body could no longer sustain itself and collapsed loudly. Countless rock creatures were reduced into tiny gravel that almost piled up into a hill. As for the two preeminent upper-rank rock creatures, their eyes were full of shock. The strongest being under legends. A spellcaster from Arcane City. Amazing, truly amazing. Then, the two preeminent upper-rank rock creatures could no longer sustain themselves, and instantly shattered into countless pieces on the ground. Mystic Squad, which had retreated far away long ago, were stunned by the pile of gravel on the ground as well as that imposing figure standing in the air. The strongest being under legend. He's the strongest being under legend. Ha ha, Arcane City. This is the true potential wizard in Arcane City. Will no longer be in a disadvantage from now on. There were 3 peak great wizards among the spellcasters in Mystic Squad, so they naturally heard of Arcane City before. They only knew that all potential wizards in Arcane City were geniuses, but no one had any specific knowledge of those geniuses. However, now, Saturn alone had killed more than 20,000 rock creatures, and destroyed the firm Tanlone City. At this moment, the wizards in Mystic Squad truly realized how frightening Saturn was, and how terrifying Saturn's team was. The strongest existence below legend was almost invincible as long as legends did not intervene. In their situation, such power was enough to reverse their disadvantage in the front-line battles. At the very least, they would have a very large chance of reversing the situation in the Seelie dimension. They could completely expel the rock tribe from the Seelie dimension, and regain the Seelie dimension back into spellcaster hands. Ha ha, Saturn, if not for you this time, we might really have been in trouble. I couldn't have dealt with that big guy earlier. Who would have thought that the rock tribe would disseminate the joint attack technique? Or perhaps I should say, who would have thought that all the rock creatures sent to the front line would have the joint attack technique? That battle would have been very troublesome. Rael expressed his concern. In fact, the other spellcasters also had this concern. The rock tribe must have done it, otherwise, the joint attack technique would never end in the hands of 20,000 ordinary rock creatures. Presently, there was only one explanation. In this war between the rock tribe and the spellcaster civilization, they had been actively plotting and scheming. They had prepared for a very long time, and all their preparations were thorough. The rock tribe only needed 5 rock creatures that could use the joint attack technique to form the progenitor's body. The stronger the rock creature's individual power, the stronger the progenitor's body that was formed. This increase would be large enough to rival spellcaster special and powerful runic magic circles. However, this kind of runic magic circle was rare. It required certain attainments in runology to be able to master it, and was far more complicated than the rock tribe's joint attack technique. This was especially true for the joint attack technique in a powerful rock creature's hands. For example, a progenitor's body formed by a few preeminent upper-rank rock creatures, and was led by a powerful being under legend could burst with power comparable to great legends. Ha ha, Saturn, I'm afraid it'll be hard for our team to find an opponent in the Seelie dimension. Why don't we take advantage of this period to easily sweep the entire Seelie dimension, and completely occupy the Seelie dimension? Wizard Rael's eyes flashed as he said loudly. My thoughts exactly. Saturn glanced at Merlin and then laughed. I didn't expect Wizard Merlin to have hidden his power so deeply, and cultivated Darkness Eye all the way to its 6th form. However, that's a good thing. Now, we have 4 peak great wizards. If Arik can combine a 5 elemental spell, he'll instantly become a peak great wizard. Our strength will be enough to sweep the entire Seelie dimension. Merlin smiled but remained silent. In a cruel civilization war, it was always better to hide power than reveal it. Darkness Eye used to be considered as Merlin's strongest power. However, following his breakthrough in mind power, his hallucinating spells had also made great progress. In addition, his spellcaster level had risen to the 9th level, so Darkness Eye had become his weakest power instead. Therefore, Merlin could continue to hide his strength by using Darkness Eye. There really was no force that could hinder Saturn in the Seelie dimension, so it was not necessary for Merlin to reveal his power. Sweep the entire Seelie dimension? Mystic Squad's eyes also revealed a pleasant surprise. Before they arrived at Tanlone City, they still did not believe Saturn's words. However, after personally seeing Saturn and the others' terrifying power, they no longer had any concerns. Wizard Saturn, let our Mystic Squad come along with you. Our understanding of the Seelie dimension is clearer than yours. We know of some powerful rock tribe strongholds. Wizard Boehner from Mystic Squad pleaded earnestly. We also need your help. Otherwise, we don't know how many pointless trips we'll take in such a large Seelie dimension. Saturn also did not refuse. With Mystic Squad leading the way, they could sweep all rock tribe strongholds in the Seelie dimension in the shortest time possible. Thus, days passed one after another, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Seelie dimension was huge, and the rock tribe had made thorough preparations. Therefore, even with the most conservative estimate, there were at least 20 strongholds in the Seelie dimension. Each stronghold was extremely powerful, or perhaps even stronger than Tanlone City. However, under Mystic Team's lead, Saturn and the others destroyed one stronghold almost every few days. So far, 11 strongholds had been annihilated. These strongholds were very difficult to deal with. There were 6 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures, and more than 50,000 ordinary rock creatures. Perhaps because the news had been leaked out, the rock creatures in these strongholds had long been ready. They left Saturn and the others without the chance to launch a sneak attack, hence they could only forcefully fight it head-on. That battle had lasted for 3 days. Saturn had fought the progenitor's body formed by the rock creatures in that stronghold for more than 2 days before finally catching an opening, and completely defeating the progenitor's body. That battle let Saturn and the others put away their contempt, and grow unusually careful. Even their speed had slowed a lot, they still went to weed out the rock tribe's strongholds one after another. In the Seelie dimension, most places had fallen into the hands of the spellcasters. Furthermore, because Saturn's 6 elemental spell fusion formed multiple colors, the group Saturn had led began to be known as the Rainbow Squad. The name caused a huge sensation among the rock tribe and spellcaster civilization in the Seelie dimension. This was especially true for the spellcaster civilization. After discovering that the Rainbow Squad were the first batch of potential wizards from Ceto Arcane City, the spellcasters' morale soared, and they began to take the initiative to enter the Seelie dimension to press hard against the rock tribe. It was unknown if it was because of the advantages of the Seelie dimension or due to the strength of the potential wizards from Arcane City. After they had arrived at the front line, the situation in dimensions in the front line except for the Seelie dimension all began to reverse. The spellcasters switched from defending to attacking, and the general circumstances were all very good. However, this was only the arrival of potential wizards from one of the arcane cities, Ceto Arcane City. There were still 2 great arcane cities that had not sent any potential wizards. This directly showed that the legacy of spellcaster civilization from 3,000 years ago was also extraordinary to compare with the legacy of foreign tribes from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. In a palace floating in the air, one of the great rock progenitors, praised at the first, and known as Progenitor Hanra, sat in the palace and watched the situation on the front line closely. Soon, a tall rock creature wearing golden armor entered the palace respectfully. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "Great Progenitor, what are your orders?" Seeing the golden-armored rock creature on the round, Progenitor Hanra slowly said, "Eli, how's your progenitor squad?" "Honorable Progenitor, the Progenitor Squad has been successfully formed. It's led by me personally in addition to 6 preeminent upper-rank rock creatures. Once the Progenitor's true body is formed, it can rival a true ancestor level." The golden-armored rock creature replied respectfully. Progenitor Hanra's mouth revealed a smile as he nodded with satisfaction. "Good, we've prepared for such a long time, so we mustn't fall short at the beginning. I have a mutual agreement with Ceto not to let legends get involved, and let beings like you under ancestor level to try instead. If we can occupy or control the Seelie dimension, then even if the war expands in the future, it wouldn't matter as we'd certainly be able to have the advantage." Recently, the spellcaster civilization had mobilized potential wizards from an arcane city. Arcane City is known as a sacred place for the spellcaster civilization. All the spellcasters there are geniuses among geniuses. The leader of the Rainbow Squad who had appeared in the Seelie dimension should be similar to you. You're both the strongest beings under Ancestor level. You can't deal with him alone. This time, take your progenitor squad with you to the Seelie dimension, kill the Rainbow Squad, and completely regain the initiative. The golden-armored rock creature fiercely raised his head and shouted, "Don't worry, great progenitor. My progenitor squad will annihilate the Rainbow Squad and regain control over the Seelie dimension." Good, then go prepare. The quicker, the better. Progenitor Hanra waved his hand, and the golden-armored rock creature silently withdrew. Rainbow Squad? I'll make you a stepping stone for my progenitor squad's fame. The progenitor squad will make you, cowardly spellcasters, tremble in fear. The golden-armored rock creature looked at the azure sky outside the palace, and a gleam of excitement flashed in his narrow eyes. Chapter 618, Crisis I. Chapter 618, Crisis I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Blackfire, it's been such a long time since my Ceto Arcane City disciples left for the front line, but you haven't asked about your disciple Merlin at all. In a resplendent palace, white-robed arcane wizard Ceto chatted like an old man with the Blackfire Lord about daily family affairs. Meow, old fart, how's Merlin? As if it heard the word Merlin, the black cat Didymos immediately opened its eyes with excitement. Now, Didymos had become a real fat cat. It was almost bigger than a dog, and looked quite amusing. However, from its size, it could be seen that Didymos spent its days quite well. It had devoured some powerful foreign tribes. Arcane wizard Ceto did not care about the black cat's disrespectful address. Instead, he gently grabbed the black cat Didymos, and stroked its smooth fur. He said slowly, "Didymos, you haven't forgotten your old friend. Very good, your friend Wizard Merlin is very safe." He formed a very impressive team with Saturn and the others, and caused a storm in the Seelie dimension. They're almost reversing the situation in the Seelie dimension, and giving our spellcasters the upper hand. Arcane wizard Ceto spoke to both the Black Cat Didymos as well as the Blackfire Lord. Hanra finally made his move. Blackfire, your disciple might be in trouble. Arcane wizard Ceto seemed to have sensed something as his expression slowly darkened. Whoosh! The Blackfire Lord whipped his head up and said, "The Rock Tribe is preparing for a decisive battle?" Decisive battle? No, they haven't prepared for that, and neither have we. Hanra will not be that hasty. However, Merlin's squad has caused too much disturbance in the Seelie dimension which resulted in a huge impact. Hanra won't let something like that go. Earlier, he had sent his secret squad, the Progenitor Squad, out of their hideout. They're heading toward the Seelie dimension. The Progenitor Squad? That's somewhat troubling. This team was specially set up by Hanra and has great strength. It's not something that any of our current squads can contend against. Why don't you send a legend over? Since Hanra is so unscrupulous, we don't have to be courteous anymore. A hint of anger seeped into the Blackfire Lord's tone. Let me go then, old fart. I'll eat up that whatever Progenitor Squad. The Black Cat Didymos quickly perked up, and said, fiercely. Arcane Wizard Ceto shook his head lightly and said, Didymos, you can't be exposed yet. While you're here, no one will know your existence, but the moment you're exposed, I'm afraid that old Coot Hanra will kill you at all costs. Your potential is limitless. I won't let you leave until there's something to protect you. After a pause, Arcane Wizard Ceto continued. Blackfire, the situation between the Rock Tribe and us is on the verge of exploding, but Hanra is still holding back. We have no plans to involve legends yet. Once they're involved, I'm afraid it'll really become a civilization war. At that time, it'll be beyond Hanra's and my control. That's why we can't send out legends. Hanra has the Progenitor Squad, but don't we have something as well? Oh. Ceto, you've already prepared for this? The Blackfire Lord raised his head, his face expressing doubt. He had always been at the front line, but he did not see any particularly powerful squad. Bolt, come in. Arcane Wizard Sito suddenly shouted at the door. Creak! The huge palace doors opened, and a handsome and extremely young spellcaster wearing pale blue wizard robes walked in. However, there was a peculiar life force around him. Runes revolved around his body constantly. A preeminent great wizard? No, it should be the strongest being below legend. The Blackfire Lord said with certainty after carefully sensing the mysterious wizard. That's right. Bolt is a 6-elemental spellcaster. A few decades ago, when I was overseeing the Seelie Dimension, I found him and told him to look for some extremely gifted spellcasters, especially those gifted in runology. Thereafter, I spent a few decades devoting myself to the study of runic magic circles. Finally, on the foundation of multi-layer runic magic circles, I've improved an even more powerful multi-layer runic magic circle and let Bolt and the others learn. Bolt, how is the Mill Squad's practice going? Arcane Wizard Sito asked calmly. The Blackfire Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, constantly looking at Bolt. An ultimate arcane wizard seemed to be proficient in everything about spellcasters. Even if Arcane Wizard Sito was not an expert in runology, if he had a few decades to specially study runic magic circles, it would be very frightening as well. It turns out that Arcane Wizard Sito had already started making preparations decades ago. Multi-layer runic magic circles itself could multiply a spellcaster's power. However, a spellcaster had to have extremely high attainments in runology. If a spellcaster did not profoundly study runology, it was impossible to use a multi-layer runic magic circle. The blue-robed wizard Bolt respectfully answered, Great Arcane Wizard Sito, as per your instructions, I found several spellcasters with extremely high runology attainments. They're all preeminent great wizards and have been practicing the multi-layer runic magic circle that you gave us for a long time. According to our previous demonstrations, with one strongest being below legend, he just needs another 4 preeminent great wizards proficient in runology to deploy a multi-layer runic magic circle, and release the power of a great legend. Oh, only 5 spellcasters are needed. Not bad, Bolt. Not bad at all. You've practiced for a long time. Now's the time for you to show your abilities. Arcane Wizard Sito's tone gradually became solemn. However, Bolt became excited, and quickly said, Please give us your instructions, Arcane Wizard Sito. The Rock Tribe has a progenitor squad that's currently heading toward the Seelie Dimension for one of our powerful squads. Your task is to stop the progenitor squad. If condition permits, it's best to defeat the progenitor squad. Please be rest assured, Arcane Wizard Sito. We'll definitely do our best to stop the progenitor squad. Saying that, Bolt stood up excitedly, and quickly left the hall. The Blackfire Lord looked at Bolt's leaving figure, and said thoughtfully, if there were more wizards like Bolt, we would have got the advantage even without legends interfering. More? Blackfire, how many can you find in the entire spellcaster civilization who are proficient in runology and become a great wizard, particularly preeminent great wizards? Arcane Wizard Sito also looked helpless. Runology involved a large amount of energy, and spellcasters would generally focus their energy on constructing spells. Thus, there was no or little energy to study runology. Spellcasters like that were truly difficult to find. That was why even after looking for so long, only a few of such teams were formed. Bolt was the only one below legend who was proficient in runes. In the dark and gloomy void zone, a special group of rock creatures silently flew into the Seelie Dimension. Whoosh! This special squad of rock creatures stood mid-air in the Seelie Dimension. What a familiar feeling. This really isn't any different from our hometown. The Seelie Dimension has already been transformed and should be a dimension belonging to our rock tribe. Those spellcasters should all scram. Do you know our target, the progenitor squad? The rock creature taking the lead stared at the other 6 rock creatures with cold eyes. Captain Eli, we know. We're here to kill the Rainbow Squad. Eli nodded. Yes, it's that hateful Rainbow Squad. The progenitor had sent us here with high hopes for us, so we mustn't fail. The spellcasters would already know our situation. Our movements won't be hidden from them. However, I have a way to distract them. Each of you, take out a small piece of your heart core. Ah? Captain, the heart core is our foundation. Once damaged, it'll have a huge impact on us. Hearing Eli telling them to take out a piece of their heart core, the other 6 rock creatures turned pale, slightly unwilling. HMPH, take out a little of the heart core to transform them into us. That'll be enough to confuse those spellcasters. Remember, this time, our task can only succeed. I cannot fail. What's losing just a little of your heart core? When we go back, we'll naturally get a reward. Our heart cores will soon be replenished. Saying that, Eli formed a pitch-black piece of rock the size of a fist, emitting intense life force. A black light flashed on his hand and gradually, the stone quickly melted and began to take shape. Before long, the cold stone became another Eli. Even its life force was the same, making it impossible to distinguish between the two. It was made from a rock creature's heart core, and was no different from the rock creature itself. The only difference was that rock creatures formed by such a little heart core was extremely weak. Seeing that Captain Eli had already done it, the other 6 rock creatures could only grit their teeth, and take out a small portion of their heart cores, which then transformed to their appearance. Before long, another progenitor squad appeared. Very good. Now, we'll go in 2 directions. The heart cores will make some noise to attract the spellcaster squads. We'll attack the rainbow squad first. If the other party still finds us, we'll fight a good fight with them, but before that, we still have to ensure that we complete the task the progenitor gave us. Captain Eli slightly narrowed his eyes, having full confidence in this plan. Then, the 2 identical, progenitor squads split into 2 directions and flew deeper into the Seelie dimension. Chapter 619, Crisis 2. Chapter 619, Crisis 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another unfamiliar spellcaster squad was soon welcomed in the Seelie dimension. Ever since the Rainbow Squad had rapidly eliminated Rock Tribe strongholds in the Seelie dimension with irresistible force, more and more spellcaster squads have entered the Seelie dimension. However, this squad seemed to be slightly different, only having 5 members. Nevertheless, the elemental fluctuations on each of their bodies were very strong, and their bodies were protected by runes. There were many squads that could use runic magic circles, but few spellcasters could use it so skillfully to protect themselves constantly. This squad was led by a young man in a pale blue wizard robe, who had a confident look in his sharp eyes. Captain, the progenitor squad had arrived at the Seelie dimension before us. We should quickly find the Rainbow Squad. I believe the progenitor squad will definitely come, so that saves us the trouble of looking for them everywhere. A beautiful female wizard said coldly. She was also the only female wizard among the 5 spellcasters. That's true, but it'll cause too much delay. Besides saving the Rainbow Squad, we also have to defeat the progenitor squad. This squad was the Mill Squad led by Wizard Bolt, was sent by Arcane Wizard Ceto. The 5 were all proficient in runology, and were also preeminent great wizards. What then? We don't know the whereabouts of the progenitor squad. Oh, wait, there seems to be something. The beautiful female wizard was suddenly startled, and waved her hand. A mirror emerged, covered in numerous runes. Whoosh! When the female wizard poured her magic power into the mirror, a dazzling white light flashed, and several figures vaguely appeared inside. It seemed to be a rock creature squad. Wizard Bolt, I just felt a very intense rock creature life force. It's very strong, far exceeding regular rock creature squads. One of the life forces seems to be similar to yours, both strongest existences below legends. I'm afraid that's the progenitor squad. The female wizard said solemnly. The progenitor squad? Would they really release their life force with such fanfare? Is it a problem? Another spellcaster also raised an objection. The progenitor squad is here to deal with the Rainbow Squad. According to common sense, they won't be this aggressive, but would hide their life force, and act quietly instead. Bolt hesitated for a moment before a smile slowly appeared on his lips. The progenitor squad believes that they have ancestor-level power. They think there's no one in the Seelie dimension who can contend with them, and so it doesn't matter if they show off so ostentatiously. Alright, there's no need to argue anymore. Whether or not they're scheming, won't everything be clear as soon as we find the progenitor squad? Bolt also had absolute confidence in the Mill Squad's power. No matter what scheme there was, they would crush it with absolute strength. Find out where they are. We'll set off immediately. Bolt had made a decision, so the mill squad quickly sensed the position of the progenitor squad, and quickly chased after them. We've removed so many strongholds along the way. Look, this stronghold is empty. The rock creatures have already withdrawn. Arat pointed at a small city in front of him. Inside, he could still see traces of the rock creatures living here, but now it was deserted, and all the rock creatures had moved away. This was also the influence caused by Saturn's Rainbow Squad. Some rock creatures felt that they could not resist, so they simply withdrew first. This was also a good thing as it saved them some time. There are still several strongholds ahead, all of which have been removed. The entire Seelie dimension is in our hands. I hope they'll all leave quickly. Saturn smiled. It had been a long time since they had arrived in the Seelie dimension. At first, they were nameless and unknown, but now, their fame alone was enough to make the rock creatures voluntarily withdraw from their strongholds. They had achieved their goals. There should still be some strongholds ahead, but I feel that something's off. We should be careful. Arat said cautiously. Yes, I feel the same. The rock tribe can't be indifferent to how aggressive we are in removing their strongholds in the Seelie dimension. However, so far, no powerful rock creatures have appeared, and they even voluntarily withdrew from their strongholds. There's something off indeed. Wizard Vic and the others also nodded, feeling that there was something wrong recently. Saturn was not blind either. He knew that there definitely was a being comparable to him in the rock tribe, so he nodded and said, "Since everyone thinks there's a problem, then be careful. It'll be best if..." Before he had finished speaking, Saturn suddenly stopped, his eyes staring intently at the small city which was still empty moments earlier. In the small city, 7 strange rock creatures slowly emerged. The golden-armored rock creature in the lead even looked at Saturn, and smiled relaxedly. "You're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a few days now." Rock creatures. Saturn and the others immediately became on alert. Found them. The progenitor squad is just ahead. The beautiful female wizard of the mill squad was pleased. They had been chasing after the progenitor squad for several days, and had finally caught up to it. Whoosh! Bolt took the lead and flew over. In the air, he saw the progenitor squad in front of him, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, progenitor squad, come. Let's see just how strong your joint attack technique is. Arrange the runic magic circle." With Bolt's shout, dense runes immediately flew out from the 4 other spellcasters' bodies. It shrouded the 5 wizards with Bolt in the middle of the runic magic circle. Suddenly, a humanoid figure gradually appeared behind Bolt. This was the power of those 5 wizards seemingly overlapping on Bolt's body, causing him to burst with a power that was comparable to a great legend. Very good. What a powerful feeling. Bolt raised a finger, and a flame slowly grew larger, instantly engulfing half the sky like a firestorm, surrounding the progenitor squad like a raging inferno. Crack! To the surprise of the spellcasters of the mill squad, the progenitor squad they regarded as powerful enemies were easily trapped and burned to ashes. Their life force rapidly weakened, and finally even disappeared. They're dead? Everyone looked at each other, some even in disbelief. Whoosh! Bolt stopped the spell, but his expression changed when he saw the charred and scattered pieces of rock on the ground. Oh no, we were fooled. These are rock creatures' heart cores. D*MN, they must have gone to kill the Rainbow Squad. Hurry, we must rush to the Rainbow Squad as soon as possible. The spellcasters of the mill squad immediately realized that they had been fooled. They were made into fools by the progenitor squad using their heart cores. In their confrontation, the mill squad had already lost once. Please be all right. The Rainbow Squad has a wizard who's strongest under legend. You must hold on for a moment longer. Bolt deeply blamed himself in his heart. He could only hope that the Rainbow Squad could hold on for a moment. Otherwise, his task of saving the Rainbow Squad would fail. As if they all thought about the consequences of failing their mission, the mill squad spellcasters frantically flew in the opposite direction. Oh! Captain, the heart cores have been destroyed. We should hurry. The rock creatures in the progenitor squad were aware that their heart cores had been destroyed. They all knew that at that very moment, there was a powerful spellcaster team rushing here after realizing that they had been fooled. The rock creatures' time was running out. They only realized they were fooled now? It doesn't matter. We have time. Let's go. The progenitor squad rock creatures let out roars one after another. Their bodies emitted dim light, and they started to slowly merge together, gradually forming a colossal progenitor's body. However, the progenitor's body this time was much more powerful than any other progenitor's body Saturn and the others had seen so far. Legend. We're in trouble. Saturn muttered in a low voice, feeling that this progenitor's body was unusual. An uncertain expression appeared on his face for the first time. Chapter 620, Wizard Heart. Chapter 620, Wizard Heart. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Quick, quick. We must hurry. Sitting in a fast-traveling flying ship, Bolt was still anxious. He did not expect that they would be fooled by the progenitor squad. The consequences were disastrous, and were likely to lead to the Rainbow Squad's complete annihilation. The Rainbow Squad was not what it used to be. They were no longer unknown but possessed a huge influence in the Seelie dimension or even the entire front line. They were crucial to the spellcaster civilization in regaining the flow in the front line. The Rainbow Squad's downfall would be a great psychological blow to all spellcaster squads in the front line. Furthermore, they would have to bear the wrath of the great arcane wizards. No, we have to report to the arcane wizards. Seeing how they were still a distance away from the Rainbow Squad, Bolt guessed that the Rainbow Squad was now in jeopardy. At this time, he had to report the situation to the arcane wizards as soon as possible. Thus, Bolt took out a communication tool given by the arcane wizards, and gently input his magic power. Before long, arcane wizard Sito's apparition appeared in front of Bolt. Bolt, how is it? Arcane wizard Sito asked calmly. Bolt knelt on one knee on the ground, and said solemnly, Great arcane wizard Sito, we fell into the progenitor squad's trap. They used their heart cores to form a squad to lure us away. By this time, they should have already intercepted the Rainbow Squad. Arcane wizard Sito's face turned grave. Then, the apparition collapsed without saying a word. However, this made the Mill Squad even more nervous. A trace of frenzy appeared on Bolt's face and he shouted, Quick, I don't care what it takes. We have to reach the Rainbow Squad. In the resplendent and magnificent palace, arcane wizard Sito's face was grim. He looked at the Blackfire Lord, and seemed to hesitate. Sito, what happened? The Blackfire Lord asked slowly. Only the Blackfire Lord could speak this way to Sito. They were both disciples from the same teacher, growing older and stronger together. It was just that the Blackfire Lord was much more inferior than Sito, so he could not reach Arcane. Arcane Wizard Sito said lowly, There's some trouble. Bolt's squad was fooled by the progenitor squad. Currently, I'm afraid the progenitor squad has already obstructed the Rainbow Squad. What? A terrifying force flashed on the Blackfire Lord's body. Then, he clenched his fists tightly, unable to flare up. Meow. The black cat Didymos also woke up and hurriedly said, Old fart, you need to save Merlin. To Didymos, the deaths of anyone else in the Rainbow Squad had nothing to do with it, but Merlin could not die. Arcane Wizard Sito hesitated for a long moment. Although the Rainbow Squad had a place in his mind, it could not compare to Merlin, who was related to both the Black Cat Didymos as well as the Blackfire Lord. After consideration, Arcane Wizard Sito said gravely, I'll go take a look. If there's danger, I'll help them in secret. Then, Arcane Wizard Sito's huge consciousness directly enveloped the entire Seelie dimension. However, just as Arcane Wizard Sito was looking for the Rainbow Squad in the Seelie dimension, he encountered another large consciousness. Ha ha, Sito, are you preparing to act personally so quickly? If either of us acts, tens or even hundreds of these dimensions won't be able to handle it. This consciousness was Progenitor Hanra, who was guarding the rock creatures on the front line. He was a powerful being comparable to ultimate arcane wizards. Hanra! Are you trying to stop me? Of course, I am. Just let those children fight it out for now. We won't join in. If you interfere, then I won't be polite anymore. Two beings the level of arcane wizards opposed each other equally, their consciousnesses confronting each other virtually in the Seelie dimension. Even if it was just their consciousnesses, it could still stir up a terrifying storm in the Seelie dimension. If it lasted for a long time, then even the Seelie dimension would be destroyed. This was the horror of ultimate arcane wizards. The moment they start, tens or even hundreds of dimensions would easily be destroyed. Therefore, as long as a civilization war had not reached the final juncture, arcane wizards would never act, because once they did, both sides would definitely suffer. It would be more harm than good. HMPH. Arcane wizard Sito ignored progenitor Hanra, but the other party's consciousness continued to follow him around, constantly interfering with arcane wizard Sito. Arcane wizard Sito was also quite fearful. After all, even during the most intense civilization wars, arcane wizards had never taken part in them. They would not act until civilizations were completely destroyed. Once they took part, it did not matter how many legends or spellcasters there were, as they would all be useless. There were once two large foreign civilizations that started a civilization war. Although one of the civilizations only had a single being comparable to an arcane wizard, while the other had four. In the end, the civilization that had four beings like arcane wizard did not spare even a single dimension. 3 arcane wizards were even heavily injured, and from then on, that powerful civilization was thoroughly weakened. When arcane wizards went all out, it would be extremely terrifying. That was why arcane wizards would never interfere in battles unless absolutely necessary. Arcane wizard Sito had some fears, and did not dare to interfere. However, he very quickly found the Rainbow Squad, and as expected, they had already encountered the Progenitor Squad. The situation was critical. I found the Rainbow Squad, but the Rock Tribe's progenitor Hanra keeps following me. I can't interfere, otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. Take a look. Arcane wizard Sito waved his hand, and an image appeared in the air. It showed the situation between the Rainbow Squad and the Progenitor Squad. Merlin. It's Merlin. The black cat Didymos could not help but cry out loudly. However, it was only a projection, and they were too far apart. Merlin could not hear the black cat Didymos call anyway. All we can do now is wait. I'll urge the Mill Squad to rush over with any means possible. I hope the Rainbow Squad can hang in there. Arcane Wizard Sito also said helplessly. He could not risk starting a war with progenitor Hanra for Merlin alone, or even for the entire Rainbow Squad. Saturn's body emitted multicolored light as the elemental fluctuation reached its pinnacle. It was obvious that Saturn was going all out. However, that progenitor's body's humongous palm was like a dark cloud. Without any techniques, it viciously slammed down. Bang! Saturn's multicolored spell contained terrifying power, but under this palm, it could not exert any strength at all, or possibly, it was easily resisted by the progenitor's body's hand. Furthermore, it directly slapped Saturn away, and the defenses that covered every inch of his body was shattered. He suffered a serious injury immediately. How? How could this be? Rael and the others glanced at each other. They thoroughly knew Saturn's strength. He was the strongest being below legends. They had encountered many progenitors' bodies in the past, but even if the battle was difficult, it always ended up with his victory. Besides a legend, who could beat Saturn so easily and severely? A legend. This is a progenitor's body comparable to a legend. Saturn stood up again. Although he was heavily wounded, to spell casters, as long as the spell models inside their bodies did not crumble, it would not be serious. Comparable to a legend? How are we supposed to resist? At this moment, the Rainbow Squad that was proceeding favorably seemed to encounter a dilemma. Run? Looking at that terrifying progenitor's body, no one would believe that they would be able to escape. Their only option was to stand and fight. The progenitor's body isn't truly a legend. They were assembled, so there must be a weakness. Saturn glared at the huge progenitor's body. He knew clearly that there had to be a weakness, and it was impossible for it to truly match a great legend. However, even if there was a weakness, it was not something they could deal with. They had to stand and fight. Perhaps besides him, everyone else would end up dying. Even he might not be able to hold on for long. Puny spellcasters. What will you do in the face of death? We're all very interested, ha ha. The large voice boomed in their ears. At the same time, the progenitor's body's hands clenched, and the entire land seemed to tremble. The progenitor's body was comparable to an ancestor-level rock creature, and an ancestor-level rock creature could mobilize rock ley lines to a certain extent. This was also something unique to ancestor-level rock creatures. Battling with ancestor-level rock creatures in a dimension that had been transformed, even great legends would be greatly disadvantaged. Rumble. The earth shook, and the rock ley lines mobilized, transforming into giants, surrounding the Rainbow Squad and the Progenitor Squad. They used the entire ley line to trap the Rainbow Squad. We can't run even if we want to now. They've cut off all our escape routes. In that case, we can only do one thing. Fight. Trying to break the ley line blockade would not take a short amount of time. The Rainbow Squad had been completely surrounded, and was now turtles in a jar. The huge progenitor's body raised its hands, which whistled as it slammed down. That terrifying momentum fell from the air, causing people to feel suffocated. Everyone felt despair. Before such absolute power, what was the point of determination? Rail, we're both preeminent great wizards. Only if both our models explode, perhaps we'll be able to harm the progenitor's body. Saturn became calm, and looked at Rail. Rail shivered, but seeing the frightening palm in the air, he smiled serenely and said, Saturn, when both of us came to the front line, weren't we already prepared to die? Hum hum. Saturn and Rail grinned at each other. Immediately, intense elemental fluctuations appeared on their bodies, and a heart-like multicolored model emerged. This was the foundation of all great wizards. When spell models were combined, it would form a multicolored model, also known as Wizard Heart. Chapter 621, Shock. Chapter 621, Shock. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Heart. The three-peaked great wizards Evik, Seddon, and Olga glanced at each other, a resolute expression revealing on their faces. Hum hum hum. Then, the figure of their Wizard Heart also appeared, shining together with Wizard Saturn and Rail's Wizard Heart. However, they could tell that their Wizard Heart was indeed slightly inferior to Saturn and Rail's Wizard Heart. The more spell models and the more perfect a great wizard spell was, the more powerful the fused Wizard Heart would be. As Saturn was a 6-elemental spell caster, all his spell models were excellent grade and above, hence he could become the strongest being below legend. At this time, the 5 great wizards all used their Wizard Heart. Hidden under the beautiful multicolored light was unparalleled determination. Ha ha, if we're going up against these big guys, how can we, the Mystic Squad, just stand back and watch? Under Wizard Baner's lead, the 3-peaked great wizards of the Mystic Squad flew over, and also revealed their Wizard Heart. The Wizard Heart was the foundation of a great wizard. Normally, it must never be damaged, otherwise, it would damage their foundation. They would never be able to become a great wizard, much less explode a Wizard Heart. Once a Wizard Heart exploded, those great wizards would instantly be reduced to ashes from the shockwave. They were using their lives to go against this progenitor's body. As the progenitor's body's colossal palm grew larger, Saturn and the others' Wizard Heart also reached its critical point. They would completely explode at any moment. None of them knew about the 2 great consciousnesses that were watching their every move. Ceto, those kids have guts. It's too bad that they're not quite strong enough. Only death awaits them. In the darkness, Progenitor Hanra's tone was very calm. Arcane Wizard Ceto remained silent, his expression grim. Saturn and the others were on the brink of crisis. Even if they had exploded their Wizard Heart, it would be unable to defeat the progenitor's body, unless a true great legend descended. 3,000 years. There's a reason why the spellcaster civilization only needed 3,000 years to become the strongest civilization in the Void Zone. Now, I finally know the reason. Merlin suddenly shouted. Beside him, Arat seemed to be trying his hardest to resist the pressure the progenitor's body brought. Against that terrifying pressure, spellcasters below great would find it difficult to even move. Illusion. With just a soft breath, everyone's movements froze. At that moment, it seemed as though time itself had stopped. Merlin stepped forward, and slowly walked toward Saturn and the others as if there was a flight of stairs beneath his feet. He looked at the huge progenitor's body, and he could seemingly see the struggle in those rock creatures' eyes. However, it was completely useless. Merlin did not even use the illusory world. His third-stage hallucinating spell was more than enough. After all, the progenitor's body was assembled and was not a true ancestor-level rock creature. Merlin's hallucinating spell targeted all the members of the progenitor squad. Even the strongest beings below legends were unable to resist Merlin's third-stage hallucinating spell. Everyone here had fallen into Merlin's hallucinating spell. Saturn, Rael, and the other's wizard heart also gradually disappeared. Then, a flame appeared in Merlin's hand, followed by wind, thunder, and ice. 4 types of spells combined. Go! Merlin's eyes were ice cold. With a point of his finger, the combined spell instantly flew toward the huge progenitor's body. The only ones that were not controlled were the 2 powerful consciousnesses in the void. Not even Merlin was aware of their existence. However, progenitor Hanra's current expression was also grave. He naturally saw at a glance Merlin's huge mind power and the terror of his combined spell. Once it hit the progenitor's body, the entire progenitor squad might be completely massacred. Progenitor Hanra even thought about interfering, but arcane wizard Sito hindered him constantly, impeding progenitor Hanra. Hanra, like you said, just let them fight it out. If you interfere, then tens or even hundreds of dimensions would be completely annihilated. Arcane wizard Sito was also overjoyed. Even he did not see that the Rainbow Squad's true terror was Merlin, who had such a terrifying hallucinating spell. Perhaps among all the mind power masters in the spellcaster civilization, there was no one who surpassed Merlin. Merlin! I forgot that he was a mind power master. He even reached such a frightening point. I've researched the mind power system for a while, and I know that its potential is endless, but it's extremely challenging. Even I can't calculate a mind power system that can compare to legends. Arcane wizard Sito also grew interested in Merlin. Previously, he kept an eye out for Merlin because of Merlin's relationship with the Black Cat Didymos and the Blackfire Lord. However, now, Merlin's power was enough to make Sito greatly value him. Especially in the current war with the Rock Tribe where no legends were interfering, Merlin surpassing Saturn, and almost being comparable to a great legend was even more important than multiple legends. Although Arcane Wizard Sito was amazed, he was not shocked. What he was truly shocked at was the Blackfire Lord. He stared intently at Merlin, watching the progenitor squad and Saturn and the rest remain frozen like statues, and seeing Merlin act himself. The Blackfire Lord knew that Merlin had used the power of a mind power master. You did it, Merlin. You finally did it. You're so close to perfecting the mind power system. The current you are only one step away from breaking through into legend. The Blackfire Lord himself was also a mind power master, but according to Titus' mind power system, his hallucinating spell was only in its second stage while Merlin's hallucinating spell was in the third stage. The next step was the illusory heart, which was what the Blackfire Lord and other mind power masters constantly chased after in order to break through past legends. However, after receiving Titus' mind power system, Merlin realized that breaking a great legend's shackles did not mean the mind power system was perfected. It was still very far off. The illusory heart was only breaking the great wizard's shackles. With the state of Merlin's current illusory heart, he indeed was just one step away. Boom! In the Seelie dimension, Merlin did not move at all. The combined spell viciously exploded, and the violent shockwave drowned the entire progenitor's body. Merlin's 9th level spell, in addition to a 4-elemental combined spell, could already harm ordinary legends. Furthermore, the other party was just an assembled legend body, only comparable to a great legend. Therefore, under Merlin's combined spell attack, the progenitor's body was instantly defeated, and was reduced to gravel, falling onto the ground. HMPH! In the air, a cold scoff suddenly sounded. Merlin startled, and whipped his head around, looking at his surroundings. However, he did not find anything. It was just a cold scoff, but it let Merlin feel that he was unable to contend against it. Ha ha, Hanra, is a high and lofty rock tribe progenitor really playing these petty tricks? Arcane wizard Sito guffawed. The entire Seelie dimension could hear the noise. Arcane wizard Sito? Merlin immediately recognized who the voice belonged to. It was the master of Ceto Arcane City, one of the 3 great arcane wizards of the spellcaster civilization, Arcane Wizard Ceto. Ha ha, Merlin, well done. Your teacher, the Blackfire Lord, and Didymos have been watching you, but it's not convenient to tell you the details now. That was progenitor Hanra earlier. His progenitor squad was defeated by you, so he naturally grew enraged, ha ha. Don't worry though, he has already left. Arcane Wizard Ceto's voice continued to sound beside Merlin's ear. However, this time, it seemed only Merlin could hear his voice. It was clear that Arcane Wizard Ceto did not want others to know. Then, Arcane Wizard Ceto also left. Merlin looked at the sky, and saw that there was still no disparity. He knew that it was because his distance from Arcane Wizard Ceto was still too large. He could not even chase after his footsteps. Saturn and the others were still trapped in the illusion, and Merlin waved a hand to break the hallucinating spell. Immediately, everyone returned to their senses. Besides Saturn, everyone else had confused looks on their faces, not knowing what had happened earlier. Only Saturn, who was a powerful being under legend, and was the closest to a great legend, could occasionally perceive the movements of the outside world even while in the hallucinating spell. Earlier, he saw Merlin cast hallucinating spell. He also saw Merlin use the combined spell to defeat the progenitor's body. For a moment, he looked at Merlin with a complicated gaze. Merlin, I've always thought that since I became a preeminent great wizard, I would be able to leave you behind me. Who would have thought that I'm still behind you? Saturn smiled bitterly. Merlin also smiled, not knowing how to console Saturn. He knew that Saturn was extremely proud. Ever since he entered Arcane City back then, and discovered that Merlin was also a 6-elemental spell caster, Saturn had secretly competed himself with Merlin. Even after so many years have passed, those thoughts did not diminish at all. However, besides being proud and arrogant, Saturn did not have any other flaws. He prepared to explode his wizard heart with no hesitation when facing against the progenitor's body, letting Merlin feel deep admiration for him. With this kind of courage and conviction, as long as he did not die in the future, he would definitely become a great legend. Hearing Saturn and Merlin's conversation, even if they were slow on the uptake, Rael and the others had already guessed what happened. When they looked at Merlin, their eyes flashed with a shock that was hard to conceal. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge flying ship flew over from the distance. This flying ship was broken beyond recognition, and the runes on it were dull and lightless. It was clearly overworked, and could no longer be used. 5 powerful spellcasters jumped out of the flying ship. Taking the lead was a young wizard not inferior to Saturn. They were the mill squad that had rushed over by pulling all the stops. For that goal, they had completely spent a good casting tool. The young wizard Bolt carefully observed Saturn and the others before finally sighing in relief. Thank goodness. You're very lucky the progenitor squad hasn't found you yet. We weren't too late. When Bolt finished speaking, he saw a strange look appeared on the expressions of the Rainbow Squad spellcasters. Chapter 622, Summon. Chapter 622, Summon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Progenitor Squad? I'm afraid you're too late. That pile on the ground is the Progenitor Squad that you're looking for. Rael was in a good mood as he pointed at the pile of shattered rocks. Bolt and the others glanced over and felt that familiar life force. It was the same life force as the hardcore squad they had chased after earlier. Bolt! Suddenly, a strict voice sounded by Bolt's ear. Great Arcane Wizard, please give us your instructions. Bolt immediately knew who the voice belonged to. His expression became respectful. The Progenitor Squad has been defeated by Merlin. Your current task now is to sweep through the remaining Rock Tribe strongholds in the Seelie Dimension together with the Rainbow Squad, and completely control the Seelie Dimension. Please be rest assured, Great Arcane Wizard. We'll definitely control the Seelie Dimension. After listening to Arcane Wizard Ceto's message, Bolt looked at the Rainbow Squad with a complicated expression before his eyes finally landed on Merlin. He was able to single-handedly defeat the Progenitor Squad. He was no longer someone as simple as the strongest wizard below legend, but he was above all spellcasters below legend. He was a terrifying genius who was comparable to a great legend. The Rainbow Squad and the Mill Squad did not encounter any more trouble and smoothly occupied the entire Seelie dimension. The rock creatures in the front line seemed to be pulling back completely. One by one, they withdrew from their strongholds, and only a few extremely powerful strongholds remained. Spellcasters would not be able to breach them in a short amount of time. Both sides seemed to be building up strength, and the Seelie dimension that the front line revolved around began to quieten down. However, everyone knew that there was an undercurrent behind that peace, and it was just the calm before the storm. Wizard Merlin, the great Wizard Ceto has asked for you. Bolt, from the Mill Squad, conveyed Wizard Ceto's invitation to Merlin. At this moment, Merlin was still a member of the Rainbow Squad. However, they had left the Seelie dimension, and were back at the Alabaster dimension behind the Seelie dimension. Wizard Merlin, don't worry about us. We can also prepare during this period. I'm afraid this war has just begun. Saturn was not very optimistic. The spellcasters only held a slight upper hand now. The cruelty of a civilization war had not been reflected yet. During this period of calm, there were indeed many spellcasters who chose to recuperate at the Alabaster dimension in order to prepare for a more brutal battle. Merlin nodded. All right, then you guys get ready. Then, Merlin followed behind Bolt, and quickly flew to the skies in the Alabaster dimension. In an independent space among the clouds stood a towering castle. This is Ceto Castle. Wizard Merlin, Ceto Castle isn't accessible to just anyone. Many honored legends haven't even stepped foot here before. You're very lucky. Hurry inside. Wizard Ceto is only allowing you in. Bolt then turned to leave. Although he was a genius spellcaster favored by Wizard Ceto, in the absence of a specialized summon, he did not have the qualifications to enter Ceto Castle. Merlin looked at Ceto Castle, which floated in an individual space that even the Alabaster dimension could not repair. He could even see some storms sweeping in the space, which showed that the space was not very calm. However, it did not shake up Ceto Castle at all. Merlin did not delve deeply into the matter. The means of arcane wizards were far beyond his comprehension, so he simply walked toward the castle step by step. Whoosh! Merlin felt his consciousness grow blurry, and there was a feeling akin to entering a runic magic circle. By the time he opened his eyes, he had found himself in a magnificent hall. However, the hall was completely empty. There was nothing at all. Great arcane wizard Ceto? In the vast hall, only the echo of Merlin's voice could be heard. There was no sign of anyone else. Wizard Ceto told me to come here, so how can he be missing? Merlin frowned, unable to think of any other reasons. Meow. Suddenly, a flash of black pounced on Merlin. Merlin also felt the familiar life force, and a smile spread across his face. He blurted out, Didymos? Ha ha, Merlin, you're quite lucky. So, you didn't die? Come, come, come. Let me see. You were really in the limelight in this period of time. The voice was very familiar, and the life force belonged to the black cat Didymos, but Merlin's eyes widened as he looked at the black cat the size of a large dog. Was this the Didymos that used to climb on Merlin's shoulder before? In the past, Didymos was just a little chubby, and was a fat cat only in name. However, now, the black cat Didymos was not only fat but very large as well, just like a big dog. It was also Merlin's first time seeing such a large cat. As if sensing the doubts in Merlin's heart, the black cat Didymos shook its head and explained, Merlin, that old fart Ceto doesn't treat me bad. Every once in a while, there'll be some powerful foreign tribes for me to eat. Hee, right now, even 10 of you won't be able to match me. Indeed, Merlin felt that the current black cat Didymos was somewhat usual, and there was faint oppression from its body. Although the Didymos in the past was comparable to a great legend, there was no such oppressive feeling. It seemed that during this period of time, the black cat Didymos indeed made a lot of progress. Oh, right. Why did you come here, Merlin? The black cat Didymos asked curiously. Ah? Wasn't it Wizard Ceto who had asked me to come? Merlin was rather surprised. Huh? That's weird. That old fart Ceto left the castle a few days ago to somewhere unknown. How could he have let you in here? The black cat Didymos' words surprised Merlin. If it was not arcane wizard Sito who had invited him, then who was it? You can stop guessing. I may bolt invite you in wizard Sito's name. A familiar figure slowly appeared in the hall. Teacher! Merlin brightened up at the figure, no longer having any suspicion. That figure was the Blackfire Lord. A smile also appeared on his indifferent face. He waved at Merlin and said, "Come, don't be so courteous. You can make yourself at home in this castle." Merlin nodded. The black cat Didymos wanted to jump onto Merlin's shoulders, but after seeing its own size, it could only give up, and fall into pace beside Merlin. "Sit down, make yourself at home." After Merlin sat down, the black cat Didymos finally found the right opportunity to jump on Merlin. It laid down lazily, looking very comfortable. "Teacher, is there a reason why you called me here?" Seeing how the Blackfire Lord did not say anything, Merlin asked cautiously. "Yes, there is." The Blackfire Lord paused. He fixed his sharp gaze on Merlin, and said solemnly, "Merlin, tell me. Have you already made that crucial step?" "Crucial step?" Merlin was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood what the Blackfire Lord was referring to, the mind power system. From the beginning, the Blackfire Lord had even accepted Merlin as his disciple in order to perfect the mind power system. According to the Blackfire Lord's understanding, mind power masters could rival great legends after taking a crucial step, which was perfecting the mind power system. However, according to Titus' mind power system, being comparable to a legend was just the state of the illusory heart. It was just the second stage of the hallucinating spell. There was still the third stage as well as the illusory world. After the illusory world, one would be able to turn nothingness into reality. That was the true perfection of the mind power system. Currently, Merlin had not even reached the illusory heart. He was still very far from that step. After pondering for a moment, Merlin said slowly, "I have indeed made that crucial step and broke through the legend's shackles." Merlin did not mention Titus' mind power system, not because of selfishness, but because Titus' mind power system was imperfect. Even Titus failed in forming an illusory world. The illusory world in the illusion bead was imperfect. Even Titus could not perfect the illusory world. Obviously, Titus' mind power system was flawed, and required Merlin to perfect it bit by bit in the future. However, Merlin did not know whether Titus was on the right path or not, and neither did Titus. They could only move one step at a time, and hope to finally perfect the mind power system through constant exploration. Therefore, until the mind power system was completely perfected, Merlin did not plan on letting others know about Titus' mind power system. If it turned out that Titus' path was wrong, then Merlin would have caused a huge disaster. It would be catastrophic to the spellcaster world. That was why Merlin still chose to hide this issue for the time being. "Ha ha, I was right. I was right." The Blackfire Lord's face revealed a trace of excitement. Since he became a lord, he had been studying mind power, and he was also a powerful mind power master. According to Titus' mind power system categorization, the Blackfire Lord had reached the second stage of hallucinating spells. The Blackfire Lord soon calmed his excitement, and continued. "Merlin, if you can perfect the mind power system, it'll make me even happier than if you become a lord. You would be opening another path for many of our spellcasters. Your contribution would be no less than the 3 great arcane wizards who were enlightened about the spellcaster arcanum, and completely perfected the spellcaster system." It was not surprising that the Blackfire Lord was so excited. Indeed, if Merlin could truly completely perfect the mind power system, his achievement would be no less than the 3 great arcane wizards. It would also open a path not inferior to the spellcaster system. It would play a huge role in the spellcaster civilization. "Merlin, our war with the Rock Tribe won't end for a while, and it's very likely that it'll develop into a cruel civilization war. I already know about your battle with the Progenitor Squad. Your combined spell's power is indeed very powerful, but it's still not a true legend. If the enemy can resist your hallucinating spell or isn't affected by your hallucinating spell, you'll be in great danger." Merlin had also considered several points that the Blackfire Lord had mentioned. His strongest reliance now was on his hallucinating spells. However, the Blackfire Lord did not know that Merlin could mobilize the illusory world, and cause even true great legends to fall into the hallucinating spell. "Ha ha, Blackfire King, stop making Merlin worried. Quickly take out everything you got from the Legend of Darkness. The Black Cat Didymos suddenly interrupted. The Legend of Darkness. Merlin was stunned. He soon associated it to his Darkness Eye, which was stuck at its 6th form, unable to break through to the 7th form. The Blackfire Lord laughed. That's right. I called the Legend of Darkness a few days ago, and asked him for some cultivation methods for Darkness Eye, especially the key method to cultivate it to its 7th form. The 7th form. Merlin's eyes were fervent. Darkness Eye was the strongest at its 7th form, and was Legend of Darkness Ofla's greatest achievement. One could not become legend, and have power equivalent to a great legend. In order to do that, he had even set up a puppet team to cultivate Darkness Eye. With that team, the Legend of Darkness established a powerful darkness country in the vast spellcaster civilization, which was considered powerful beings even among honored legends. Even if it was the Blackfire Lord, he must have exhausted all his thoughts, and used many methods to obtain the 7th form of Darkness Eye from the Legend of Darkness hands. Merlin was very moved. At this moment, he seemed to see Wizard Leo. The Blackfire Lord's figure in front of him seemed to slowly overlap with Wizard Leo from Merlin's memories. Teacher, you've gone through a lot of trouble for me. Thank you, Teacher Blackfire. Ha ha, this is just a trivial matter. If you survive through the civilization war, that would be your greatest way of repaying me. Remember, you have to live on in the civilization way. You must perfect the mind power system. Merlin nodded solemnly. Then, the Blackfire Lord's mind power swiftly brought a large amount of information. Merlin did not resist, and his mind power automatically began to absorb it. Chapter 623, The First Step. Chapter 623, The First Step. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the secret chamber of Ceto Castle, Merlin's surrounding was quiet. There was no one else but himself. Merlin gently shut his eyes, and examined the additional memory which had surfaced in his mind. Darkness Eye was something Merlin had received when he was still weak. Once upon a time, it was his strongest ability. Even right now, the 6th form of Darkness Eye could rival a peak Great Wizard's abilities. Nevertheless, following the advancement of Merlin's spellcaster level as well as the improvements in his spell fusion, hallucinating spell, and other abilities, the 6th form of Darkness Eye eventually lagged behind the rest of Merlin's abilities. As for the 7th form of Darkness Eye, Merlin came to understand over time that the key to unlocking it must be controlled by the Legend of Darkness Oflas. Unless Merlin could obtain the key, he would not be able to level up Darkness Eye anymore. Right now, the Blackfire Lord had finally obtained the instructions from the Legend of Darkness in order to level up Darkness Eye to its 7th form. Naturally, Merlin was very excited. Without any delay, he began to examine the large barrage of information given to him by the Blackfire Lord. The information in Merlin's mind was extensive, and was all related to Darkness Eye. From the methods of cultivation to the final 6th form, the information was incredibly detailed. The Blackfire Lord must have employed some tactics that forced the Legend of Darkness to hand over the detailed instructions of cultivating Darkness Eye. Perhaps, this was a feat that would not be achieved for the ordinary lords. It must have been the Blackfire Lord's unique identity and status that caused the Legend of Darkness to surrender and hand over the secrets of Darkness Eye. Merlin only took a cursory glance through the 1st to 6th forms. Darkness Eye was not cultivated from the start by Merlin, and even the 6th form was cultivated with the assistance of the Blackfire Lord. Therefore, Merlin did not have a very deep understanding of Darkness Eye. The only information he wanted to know now was how to cultivate Darkness Eye successfully, and level up to its 7th form. Soon, Merlin found an introduction to the 7th form of Darkness Eye, and it was very detailed. Firstly, in order to cultivate the 7th form of Darkness Eye, it was necessary to fuse it with all his Darkness-type spells. Moreover, this fusion was not the same as the fusion of Pandora demon abilities but a fundamental fusion into the Darkness-type spell model. Thus, it would require the spellcaster to first combine all his Darkness-type spell models into one. In fact, this was also an essential step that had to be undertaken by any 9th-level spellcaster before becoming a great wizard. Generally, spellcasters who intend to combine their spell models to become a great wizard would start with fusing spell models of the same type first. For example, starting with Merlin's Darkness-type spells, He would start fusing the 0-level spell model up to the 9th level spell model into one. After all, spell models of the same type would be able to fuse together easier than other types of spell models. It was only after this step that they would consider fusing together different spell types. This method also avoided confusion. Otherwise, the random combination of dozens of spell models might kill even the most talented spellcaster due to the collapse of the spell model. Darkness Eye was a special Pandora demon ability, so Merlin did not know whether it could be fused into the Darkness type spell model. Nevertheless, since this was the method given by the Legend of Darkness Oflers, it would not be wrong. Fusing it into the spell model was not the end. Subsequently, the spellcaster's mind power had to be completely fused with Darkness Eye. Upon successful completion, Darkness Eye would level up to its 7th form and possess abilities comparable to a great legend. However, Merlin discovered an issue. Fusing spells and Pandora demon abilities was incredibly difficult, akin to walking on a tightrope on stilts. An average spellcaster would not be able to do it. Then, even if someone were to succeed, they would have to fuse their mind power with it. It was probably at this critical moment that Oflers would act. He would override the spellcaster's mind power, and take control of their consciousness, thus turning the spellcaster into one of his puppets. This was the key that enabled the Legend of Darkness Oflers to control so many spellcasters who were able to wield the 7th form of Darkness Eye. This is a clever tactic. Secretly spread the cultivation methods of Darkness Eye, step by step, and then observe the spellcasters who are making rapid progress in cultivating Darkness Eye. Then, strike at the most critical moment. It would be a walk in the park to control a 9th level or great wizard. Instantly, the Legend of Darkness would possess a puppet that is comparable to a great legend. Merlin was able to figure out the Legend of Darkness Oflers easily. The key that enabled him to control several spellcasters as his puppets laid in the mind power fusion step. The Legend of Darkness Oflers overrides the spellcaster's mind power to control their consciousness and turn them into puppets. Most likely, he's similar to the Blackfire Lord, someone studying the mind power system. He must be a mind power master who had at least consolidated the mind heart. According to the clues, Merlin immediately inferred that the Legend of Darkness Oflers was a mind power master. Only then, it would explain how he had never missed a hand. The only time was when the Blackfire Lord had helped Merlin remove the special powers hidden inside Darkness Eye. Hence, despite using the same method to cultivate the 7th form of Darkness Eye, Merlin would not have to fear being controlled by Oflers. Moreover, Merlin was an outstanding mind power master himself. His mind power was incredibly powerful, and his hallucinating spell had achieved the 3rd step. Even if the Legend of Darkness were to strike, he might not necessarily be able to override Merlin's mind power. This is strangely quite similar to the illusory heart. Merlin muttered softly. Unexpectedly, the moment his voice dropped, the illusion bead in his ring began to vibrate. Merlin frowned, and retrieved the illusion bead. Then, from the inside, Titus' apparition was projected outward. Ever since Titus had forcibly mobilized the illusion bead the last time and sustained massive damage, Merlin no longer kept the illusion bead sealed. Therefore, Titus could observe the outside situation at any time via the illusion bead. Merlin, the Legend of Darkness, uses Darkness Eye to override the spellcaster's mind power, and thereby control their consciousness, turning them into puppets. This is completely different from the illusory heart. You better not think of this as a shortcut. If you expand your effort following the Legend of Darkness approach, I'm afraid you'll never be able to achieve the enlightenment of the illusory heart. Seeing the gravity in Titus' expression, Merlin was instead relaxed. He smiled slightly. Oh. Is it so serious? Titus, you must be watching me very closely since you seem to know what I'm thinking. So, tell me, what's the difference? The difference is huge. Titus paused and continued. The Legend of Darkness approach is simply using a powerful mind power to gain control over someone's consciousness, but what happens if you meet a more powerful mind power master? Moreover, he strikes when the spellcaster's guard is lowered. Even when he controls them, they're nothing but mindless puppets. How can that be compared to the illusory heart? The illusory heart enables you to use hallucinating spells to completely trap your enemies in an unrecoverable illusion, and thus allowing you to control their minds. This is a very advanced form of control, not like the mindless puppets. In addition, your opponents can still be restored to normal after being exposed to the hallucinating spell. This is the power of the illusory heart. The foundation of the illusory heart still lies within hallucinating spells, which is why it's the second stage of hallucinating spells. Titus explained a lot in one breath, and Merlin nodded thoughtfully. Titus was warning Merlin that perfecting the mind power system would require a focus on hallucinating spells. Only by achieving enlightenment on hallucinating spells would he be able to achieve the higher realm of the illusory heart. Later, Titus returned to the illusory world. Merlin did not continue to pursue how the Legend of Darkness managed to control the spellcasters. Instead, he began to combine all the spell models of his Darkness-type spells as per the Legend of Darkness method. From the 0-level spell to the 9th-level spell, there were a total of 10 spell models. Merlin's mind power immersed in his awareness, and saw that the Darkness-type spell models were like building blocks. Each of them was stacked up in a unique combination. Even if they belonged to the same element type, there was a lot of repulsion between individual spells. Therefore, before combining spell models, it was necessary to first consider the repulsion between each spell model. Generally, for the fusion of spells that belong to the same type, while there was considerable repulsion, it could be directly suppressed by mind power. It was the fusion of different types of spell models that could not be forcibly suppressed, or else it might explode and collapse. Merlin began from the 0-level Darkness-type spell model, and tried to forcibly fuse it with the 1st-level spell model. First, he allowed the two spell models slowly mingle. Kai. Soon, Merlin found the problem. The two spell models were still unable to fuse together by themselves. After all, there was a huge difference between them. Seeing that the spells were unable to fuse together, Merlin activated his enormous mind power. Boom! The enormous mind power was like a mountain that slammed violently between the 0 and 1st-level Darkness-type spells. Then, there was a bone-chilling sound, and the 0-level spell model began to forcibly fuse with the 1st-level spell model. A black mist enveloped the two spell models. Since they were spell models of the same type, a forced fusion would not pose any risk of collapse. Therefore, the spellcasters dared to use mind power to forcibly combine spell models of the same type. Finally, Merlin sensed that the repulsion between the two spell models was diminishing. At last, he gradually removed his mind power. The 0-level spell model and the 1st-level spell model were madly fusing together like sponges. This was not one engulfing the other, but a true fusion. Merlin could sense that the newly fused spell model had become more powerful than before. However, such fusions must be done quickly. After the successful combination of the 0-level and 1st-level spell models, the remaining Darkness-type spell models became like a building block structure with missing components. The entire structure was unstable. Merlin had to utilize all his mind power to stabilize the spell models. Taking advantage this time, Merlin quickly began 2nd-level spell model fusion, and continued with the 3rd-, 4th-, 5th-, and up to 9th-level spell model. One after another, they were fused together. Merlin's expression was very calm. The combination of same-type spell models was not only the first step of cultivating the 7th form of Darkness I, but also the first step toward becoming a great wizard. Hence, it was a very important task that left no room for error. Chapter 624, The Six-Elemental Wizard Heart. Chapter 624, The Six-Elemental Wizard Heart. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! When the 9th-level Darkness-type spell model was fused, all the spell models vibrated gently. A black mist wrapped around the spell model as it underwent gradual changes. Finally, the black mist dissipated, and formed a black ball of light with the appearance of a heart. The Wizard Heart. Merlin was immediately reminded of the wizard heart wielded by Saturn and Rael when they were facing the powerful progenitor's body. That was the foundation of the great wizards, a multicolored ball of light formed by combining all the spell models in their bodies. Right now, except for the color, in terms of aura and shape, Merlin's black ball of light was no different from the great wizard's wizard heart. In fact, this was a wizard heart. However, it was a wizard heart formed through the combination of Darkness-type spell models alone. It had not yet become a real wizard heart because Merlin still needed to combine the darkness type, fire type, wind type, ice type, earth type, and thunder type spell models together. Then only would he be able to consolidate the real wizard heart and become a great wizard. However, in Merlin's case, this step would be incredibly arduous. Combining spell models of the same type was relatively simple because he could rely on his powerful mind power to suppress it, and forcefully trigger the fusion. On the other hand, fusing different types of spells was highly challenging. Especially if the respective single-type wizard heart was very powerful, then it would be even more difficult to combine the different types together. Perhaps, at the stage of preparing to attempt the fusion, the wizard heart would completely burst open and collapse. So, it would take a long time for Merlin to consolidate the true, multicolored wizard heart. Or, if he were lucky to encounter some opportunities, it would speed up the process of combining the wizard heart of each type. These thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. After the darkness-type wizard heart was born, Merlin could clearly sense its powerful ability. It seemed that through the wizard heart, he could wield any spell from the 0 to the 9th level, and they could be switched around as he liked. This already showed the faint markings of a great wizard. A great wizard's spells could be switched around at will, so any spell wielded by a great wizard would be more powerful than any spell model that had to be simulated using mind power. This was the use of the wizard heart. The only defect was that Merlin's wizard heart was not multicolored. Upon sensing the wizard heart consolidated from the darkness-type spells, Merlin's heart was sorely tempted. Currently, they were fighting at the front lines in a war against the Rock Tribe. Hence, any increase in strength was also an increase in chances of survival. After all, no one knew when a civilization war would erupt. That was brutal warfare that would kill even the great legends and honored legends. As such, Merlin decided to continue fusing spell models. After the darkness-type spell model fusion, he continued with the fire-type spell model, wind-type spell model, and so on. There was a look on his face that he would not be satisfied until he consolidated 6 elemental wizard hearts. The Seelie dimension had been completely controlled by spellcasters. There was also the powerful Mill Squad guarding the fort. Following the capture of the Seelie dimension, the spellcaster civilization also gained an upper hand in other dimensions at the front line. Compared to the beginning of the war, the situation had been completely reversed. The spellcaster civilization had revealed its powerful foundations. However, the Rock Tribe was not weak either. If anyone were to claim that the Rock Tribe had given up, most of the spellcasters would not believe it. Nevertheless, it had been more than half a year, but the front line was very quiet. The quieter it was, the more suspicious it appeared to be. Perhaps, the next attack by the Rock Tribe would be terribly fearsome. In the Rock Tribe's dimension was a palace floating in mid-air. Inside, Progenitor Hanra was looking calmly at 6 strange rock creatures. These rock creatures had a black body that glowed with a dark red light. Rock creatures possessing such strange traits were said to be the most powerful according to the Rock Tribe's history. They were the most preeminent prodigies of the entire civilization, and had great potential to become one of the most powerful ancestor-level rock creatures. Even Progenitor Hanra was once upon a time a rock creature like this, able to challenge beyond his level. The 6 of you are the biggest secret of the Rock Tribe. On the surface, we only have 2 civilization-level prodigies, but in actual fact, we have 6 of you. Progenitor Hanra looked at these 6 rock creatures confidently. There were a few reasons he decided to trigger the war. Besides the years of accumulated grudges against the spellcasters, and the issue of developing the Rock Tribe civilization in a different direction, his decision was also influenced by these 6 civilization-level prodigies. The term civilization-level prodigy denoted that, on average, only one individual out of the entire civilization would be in existence capable of challenging a great legend beyond his, or her level. If there were any civilization where 2 civilization-level prodigies emerged simultaneously, then it would be an impressive civilization. Right now, however, 6 civilization-level prodigies had emerged among the Rock Tribe. All of them were existences like Alcra, who was able to challenge a great legend beyond his level. Moreover, the Tree Tribe civilization was also considered a relatively strong civilization, yet they only produced 1 civilization-level prodigy, Alcra. Progenitor Hanra continued. Over the years, only 3 civilization-level prodigies have emerged among the spellcaster civilization, which are from the 3 great arcane cities. Nonetheless, based on my speculation, the spellcaster civilization must be hiding some other civilization-level prodigies. Perhaps it's 2 or maybe 3, but it's not important. Even if the spellcaster civilization was to have 7 or 8 civilization-level prodigies, it doesn't matter because as long as the legends don't interfere, they'll undoubtedly lose. Progenitor Hanra appeared to be very confident. Once the 6 civilization-level prodigies summoned the progenitor's body, their powers would be mind-blowingly formidable. The reason Progenitor Hanra had not organized any attack at the front line for so long was to gather these 6 civilization-level prodigies. Great Progenitor Hanra, we'll not abandon our mission. We'll drive away all those pathetic spellcasters. These 6 civilization-level prodigies shouted in unison. Progenitor Hanra shook his head. You don't have to be in such a hurry. You're the last playing card of the Rock Tribe. Right now, before the civilization war breaks out, we'll try to occupy as many dimensions as possible. However, not all of you can reveal yourselves. Only the 2 publicly known ones can show themselves. Arroyo, Samka, both of you go to the Seelie dimension. It's best if you can travel at the fastest speed possible, so that the spellcasters cannot react in time, and occupy the Seelie dimension. I believe Sito must have made preparations. If he sends out 2 or 3 civilization-level prodigies, the 4 of you will immediately launch into battle, and form the progenitor's body. Kill 2 or 3 of the spellcaster's civilization-level prodigies, and victory will be ours. That's the greatest hit on the spellcaster civilization. Progenitor Hanra quickly made detailed arrangements. His aim was to kill the spellcaster's civilization-level prodigies. Every civilization-level prodigy was very precious because they held the potential to become a great lord in the future. The role of a great lord in a civilization war was unimaginable because as long as it was not genocide, the arcane wizards would not involve themselves. Thus, the most powerful force was the great lords. If there was one powerful great lord, it might even decide the outcome of the war. This war between the spellcaster's civilization and the Rock Tribe civilization was highly likely to turn into a civilization war, so it was impossible to end it in a short time. Most probably, it would continue for a few hundred or a few thousand years or maybe even longer. Thus, the civilization-level prodigies had a direct impact on the outcome of the war. Great Progenitor Hanra, we'll go to the Seelie dimension now. Arroyo and Samka exchanged a look. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. The Rock Tribe's cavalry had arrived. Kai. In Merlin's awareness, following the birth of the final Thunder-type wizard heart, Merlin finally combined all his 6 elemental spell models into 6 elemental wizard hearts. The powers of his spells were significantly stronger than before. In addition, Merlin's 4 elemental spell fusion also increased in strength. However, combining these 6 elemental wizard hearts to consolidate the multicolored wizard heart, and become a great wizard was truly challenging. Phew! Merlin let out a long sigh of relief. In a low voice, he mumbled, "Time to fuse Darkness Eye." After consolidating 6 elemental wizard hearts in a row, Merlin was now ready to continue his attempt to cultivate the 7th form of Darkness Eye. He had already completed the first step, so now he was beginning the second step, which was fusing Darkness Eye. This was also a very crucial step, fusing Darkness Eye with the Darkness-type wizard heart. With Merlin's single thought, Darkness Eye appeared in his awareness, and initiated to fuse with the Darkness-type wizard heart. Can they really fuse together? Merlin's heart was overjoyed. In reality, as long as someone was able to cultivate Darkness Eye to its 6th form, the 7th form was basically given. The only danger was that the Legend of Darkness would take this opportunity to gain control over the spellcaster, turning the spellcaster who had cultivated the 7th form of Darkness Eye into his puppet. Merlin, on the other hand, was in no such danger as the threat had already been removed by the Blackfire Lord. Therefore, Merlin could boldly cultivate the 7th form of Darkness Eye. Soon, Darkness Eye and the Darkness-type wizard heart were completely fused together. The last remaining step was to integrate his mind power with Darkness Eye. This was the last step of cultivating the 7th form of Darkness Eye as well as the most critical step. Upon success, the 7th form would be unlocked. Merlin gathered his enormous mind power, and entered his awareness. In fact, it also affected the other wizard hearts as they were vibrating constantly. This proved how powerful Merlin's mind power really was. Fuse! Merlin growled, and the huge mind power swiftly covered Darkness Eye like a huge wave of flood. Boom! Merlin's mind power instantly entered an endless blood-red sea that was howling madly with an incessant stench of blood. There was also a myriad of horrible negative emotions crashing down like a tide, fiercely attacking Merlin's awareness. At the same time, Merlin did not notice that behind him, traces of crimson light began to converge, and a giant apparition of a crimson eye slowly appeared. Chapter 625, The Seventh Form. Chapter 625, The Seventh Form. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So, this is the seventh form of Darkness Eye. Merlin's consciousness was battered by an endless onslaught of negative emotions. An average spellcaster or even a spellcaster who had consolidated a mind-heart would not be able to withstand it. Only those spellcasters whose consciousness had been taken control, and became puppets would be able to withstand the onslaught of negative emotions, hence successfully cultivating the seventh form of Darkness Eye. It was not surprising that despite the legend of Darkness unwillingness, he still handed over the cultivation method of Darkness Eye, and did not try to interfere. That was because the final step of cultivating the seventh form of Darkness Eye was already inherently filled with unimaginable danger, almost to the point of death. Perhaps, the legend of Darkness Offlers was currently waiting for Merlin to cultivate the seventh form of Darkness Eye as soon as possible so that when the onslaught of negative emotions hit, Merlin's consciousness would collapse, and no longer exist. The real danger is actually right here. Too bad, Legend of Darkness Offlers. You probably didn't expect that someone managed to perfect the mind power system to this extent, right? A smile quirked up around the corners of Merlin's mouth. The sudden onslaught of negative emotions was indeed terrifying. With just a tiny lapse in concentration, even a spellcaster who had reached the second step of hallucinating spells like the Blackfire Lord would not be able to withstand it. Merlin, on the other hand, had graduated to the third step of hallucinating spells, and was an entire tier above almost all the other mind power masters. Therefore, though these negative emotions were more than 10 times stronger than what he had ever felt before, they only gave Merlin a vague feeling of impact. His enormous mind power had suppressed them firmly, and the negative emotions vanished without a trace. Darkness Eye, Silencing Ray. Merlin fiercely opened his eyes. Behind him, the strange giant crimson eye appeared to blink open, then shot out rays of crimson lights, violently ricocheting around the secret chamber. Rumble. The entire secret chamber shook strongly, but soon, a magical pulse stabilized it. This was, after all, arcane wizard Sito's castle, so it was impossible for even the most preeminent great wizard to destabilize the castle. Right now, the secret chamber was shaken. This spoke volumes of Merlin's Darkness Eye. The seventh form, Silencing Ray, truly was comparable to the power of a great legend. It's time to go out. I wonder what has happened outside. There was a smile on Merlin's mouth. He was very satisfied with the seventh form of Darkness Eye. He was also the first wizard who had successfully cultivated Darkness Eye without being controlled by the Legend of Darkness. Perhaps, even the Legend of Darkness Offlers did not know how Merlin managed to cultivate the seventh form of Darkness Eye. So, with a wave of his hand, Merlin opened the secret chamber. Immediately, a black figure flew straight at him. Meow. The black cat Didymos, as fat as a large dog, flew toward Merlin. Looking at the secret chamber with a puzzled expression, he asked Merlin, "What happened earlier? Your secret chamber was shaking." "This is the old fart Sito's castle, it's practically impossible to leave even a scratch on it." "It's nothing." Merlin shook his head gently, and did not explain. Instead, he asked Didymos, "Where are Teacher Blackfire and Arcane Wizard Sito?" He noted that the Blackfire Lord's figure was nowhere to be seen in the main foyer. The black cat Didymos replied unconcernedly, "What else, of course they're at the front line. While you were in the secret chamber, there has been a lot of changes at the front line. I heard that the Rock Tribe had begun moving again. 2 days ago, the Blackfire Lord and Sito hurried there." "The Rock Tribe is making another move?" Merlin frowned slightly. He had spent several months in the secret chamber. Seeing that the Rock Tribe had been quiet for so long, they must have been gathering their strength and were ready to start all over again. He did not expect that the battle would resume so soon. If there are changes at the front line, then I'll leave now. Do you know how to leave this castle? Seto Castle was not a place that anyone could just come and go as they liked. Without Arcane Wizard Seto's permission, even a great lord would not be able to enter and exit. The Black Cat Didymos pointed at the main door. Don't worry, you can enter and leave Seto Castle at any time. That old fart had already given you permission. You won't encounter any problems entering and leaving this castle. Merlin was doubtful, but he headed directly toward the door. Creak! Sure enough, the door seemed to be slightly sentient. As Merlin approached, the door slowly swung open. Merlin glanced at the sky outside, and took a step out. Then, he immediately flew away from the Alabaster Dimension. Outside the Seelie Dimension, there was a huge castle suspended awkwardly in the middle of the Void Zone. It was very conspicuous. Nevertheless, many spellcasters looked at this castle with reverence in their eyes. Not only was it a very powerful casting tool, but it was also the temporary command center of Arcane Wizard Seto, one of the 3 greatest ultimate arcane wizards of the spellcaster civilization. In the entire Seelie Dimension, the spellcasters almost no longer had any room to maneuver. It was once again occupied by the Rock Tribe. This time, the spellcasters also gathered almost all the powerful wizards at the front line. This upcoming battle with the Rock Tribe was inevitable. In the splendid golden foyer, Arcane Wizard Seto was sitting on a big chair while the 4 great lords, namely the Blackfire Lord, the Arctic Lord, the Sorrow Lord, and the Nightmare Lord flanked his 2 sides. Further down, there was another 18 honored legends and more than 100 great legends. Certainly, this was not the most powerful force of the entire spellcaster civilization, but it was a considerably strong force. This was also the first line of attack in the war against the Rock Tribe, with Arcane Wizard Seto guarding the front line. Usually, a civilization war would be guarded by only one ultimate arcane wizard. After all, the spellcaster civilization did not only have the Rock Tribe as their enemies, so the other 2 ultimate arcane wizards would stay guard in different places. Although there were only 4 great lords present, Arcane Wizard Seto himself had many avatars, each of which was comparable to the most preeminent great lord. Therefore, besides a foreign tribe civilization, this force was completely undefeatable by any spellcaster force. At this moment, however, all these wizards wore a somber expression, like something big had occurred. Everyone, I'm sure all of you know by now that the Rock Tribe has dispatched their civilization-level prodigies. This is the strongest force that can be used before triggering a civilization war. The Seelie Dimension has now been reoccupied by the Rock Tribe. I believe that they must be hiding a few more civilization-level prodigies. I estimate there may be 3 or 4 civilization-level prodigies. Arcane Wizard Seto swept a glance across the numerous great legends below him. The most basic element of a civilization war was the involvement of great legends in the fight. That would mark the beginning of a civilization war. A civilization war was something that no civilization would wish to happen. Even the Rock Tribe only wanted to consume a few spellcaster dimensions before the civilization war erupted, so that they would have a wider passage into the Void Zone. In reality, the Rock Tribe was situated in a very awkward position. The Void Zone situated behind them was a very dangerous and chaotic territory. Furthermore, there were numerous horrible creatures that were surviving in the Void Zone. The dimensions located in the Void Zone were unstable and only contained half-formed dimensions which were incomplete. Hence, the Rock Tribe did not dare to venture into the dimensions behind them. As such, they could only venture into their surroundings. However, their surroundings on the left and right were occupied by the powerful God Alliance. Although the God Alliance was not very united, it still comprised of the 8 largest God organizations, which would make any civilization wary. If a civilization war was triggered, and the 8 largest God organization managed to unite, the Rock Tribe civilization would not be able to resist them. Therefore, the only remaining alternative was the spellcaster civilization. Breaking past the spellcaster civilization was their only hope. However, the spellcaster civilization was also in a precarious situation. They were surrounded by powerful foreign tribe civilizations everywhere. So, if they allowed the Rock Tribe to advance forward and clear open a passageway, then in the long run, the spellcaster civilization would be in greater danger. Both major civilizations had their own reasons for not being able to retreat, as the implications involved the survival and development of the entire civilization. More often than not, the brutal civilization wars were driven by such inescapable circumstances. We also have civilization-level prodigies. Great Wizard Sito, the civilization-level prodigies from the three great arcane cities must have arrived, right? An honored legend could not help but ask. A civilization-level prodigy was an important key in determining the outcome of a war, in circumstances preceding a civilization war. Of course, they've arrived. Yad, Courtney, Sven, come out. A faint smile appeared on Wizard Sito's face as he called loudly. From behind the main foyer, 3 spellcasters emerged. Seeing these 3 spellcasters, all the great legends in the foyer descended into discussions with one another. These 3 were not ordinary spellcasters but civilization-level prodigies nurtured by the 3 great arcane cities. They were the most powerful prodigies in the 3 great arcane cities, and perhaps throughout the entire spellcaster civilization. In order to become a civilization-level prodigy, they would have to be able to compete against a great legend. Furthermore, these 3 did not merely have the ability to compete against great legends one, but held an impressive track record of defeating ordinary legends. All these were despite being only great wizards. All right, the civilization-level prodigies from the 3 great arcane cities have arrived. It's time for the final battle. You must obliterate the fantasy of the Rock Tribe and let them know that it may be dangerous to provoke the God Alliance, but the spellcaster civilization isn't easy to be provoked either. They better retreat quietly, and not harbor any other intentions. Yes, the Rock Tribe thought that they could find a breakthrough point via the spellcaster civilization. HMPH, did they think it would be easy? It's absolutely impossible to allow them to advance even a single step further. So, this time, we must completely destroy their fantasy. All the great legends held high esteems of the civilization-level prodigies from the 3 great arcane cities. Wizard Yad, Wizard Courtney, do you see that? The great legends have placed their confidence in you. Let's have the 2 of you go to the Sealy Dimension first, and viciously strike the Rock Tribe's arrogance. We'll have them know that their civilization-level prodigies are still far behind. The 2 chosen civilization-level prodigies stood up, and gave a curt bow to Arcane Wizard Sito. In a deep voice, they said, Great Wizard Sito will defeat the civilization-level prodigies of the Rock Tribe, and regain control over the Sealy Dimension. Very well, go now. The great legends will watch you from here. Subsequently, the 2 civilization-level prodigies swiftly departed from the castle and flew toward the Sealy Dimension. In the castle, Arcane Wizard Sito waved his hand, and an image appeared in the foyer. It was the 2 civilization-level prodigy wizards. This was the first final battle with the Rock Tribe, as well as a battle of the foundations of 2 great civilizations. Thus, even the great legend would not sit idly but instead, watch the image closely. Chapter 626, Civilization-Level Prodigy. Chapter 626, Civilization-Level Prodigy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin stood outside the Sealy Dimension with a frown. Now, outside the Sealy Dimension, stood a dense formation of numerous spellcasters. Just as Merlin was about to enter the dimension, a familiar voice greeted him from behind. Merlin? It's really you. Swish swish. Behind Merlin were the members of the Rainbow Squad. The wizard who had noticed Merlin was Wizard Saturn. Wizard Saturn, I didn't expect to see all of you here. Merlin also appeared pleased. He was a member of the Rainbow Squad, and had experienced life and death with Saturn and the others, so their relationship was very harmonious. Merlin, we tried looking for you throughout this period, but you didn't come out after entering Sito Castle. As you know, we're unable to enter Sito Castle. Why are you trying to enter the Sealy Dimension? Merlin wavered for a moment. Then, he pointed toward the dense formation of spellcasters outside the Sealy Dimension and asked, what happened? Why are there so many spellcasters outside the Sealy Dimension? You don't know? Saturn was slightly taken aback. He pointed at the Sealy Dimension and explained, recently, a lot has happened. The Rock Tribe has launched a full-blown war, and sent their strongest forces. Among them are 2 civilization-level prodigies who are almost completely unbeatable. they have reoccupied the Seelie dimension. The ultimate arcane wizard has announced preparations for the final battle and summoned all spellcasters to come to the front line. Civilization-level prodigies. Merlin muttered under his breath. He was not unfamiliar with this term. Back in the open territory, he not only knew of civilization-level prodigies but in fact, interacted with them. Alcra from the Tree tribe had also transformed into a civilization-level prodigy. Every civilization-level prodigy was almost comparable to a great legend. Although they were not actually legends, their abilities were not the least inferior to a great legend. If even the civilization-level prodigies had been sent out, the Rock tribe was indeed gearing up for a final battle. Arcane Wizard Sito can't be so easily stumped, right? According to rumors, each of the 3 great arcane cities has a civilization-level prodigy respectively. Just as Merlin's words fell, everyone's attention was captivated by the castle suspended in the void zone. At this very moment, the castle gates swung open. 2 figures flew out of the castle and headed directly toward the Seelie dimension. Saturn squinted his eyes and whispered, "It's Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney. They are our civilization-level prodigies from the Spellcaster civilization. They're finally here. The final battle has begun. The battle of the civilization-level prodigies." Outside the Seelie dimension, many spellcaster recognized these 2 prodigies. The civilization-level prodigies of the 3 great arcane cities were known to most great wizards. Their fame was probably more well-known than some great legends within the spellcaster civilization. Let's follow and take a look. Merlin glanced at Saturn. The other members of the Rainbow Squad also seemed eager to follow. After all, a fight between civilization-level prodigies was a rare event. If not for the Civilization War, perhaps they would never see it. Moreover, there was another rumor about the civilization-level prodigies. Wizard Sito, the most recent arcane wizard among the 3 great arcane wizards, was also a civilization-level prodigy before becoming a legend. Since arcane wizard Sito was previously a civilization-level prodigy, many of the spellcasters had speculated that perhaps the civilization-level prodigies had potential to become arcane wizards. However, it had been almost 3,000 years since arcane wizard Sito became a great arcane wizard. Thereafter, the spellcaster civilization had not given birth to another ultimate arcane wizard. With the entry of these 2 civilization-level prodigies into the Seelie dimension, many of the more confident teams also followed them into the Seelie dimension. In the Seelie dimension, it was still filled with endless black rocks. The entire dimension no longer had any trace of elements. The Seelie dimension had already become an ice-cold world, only suitable for the survival of the Rock tribe. Currently, there was only one stronghold in the Seelie dimension, which was also the stronghold guarded by the 2 civilization-level prodigies of the Rock tribe. At this time, the stronghold seemed to be prepared, and was quietly awaiting the arrival of spellcasters. Once the civilization-level prodigies of Arcane City flew above the stronghold, the 2 rock creatures suddenly flew upward, their bodies exuding oppressive auras. Even though they were not legends, they appeared to possess the formidable powers of a legend. Arroyo, Samka. The 2 civilization-level prodigies of the Rock tribe. These 2 rock creatures were different from the rest of the Rock tribe. Their bodies emitted a dark red glow, so they looked very distinctive. The spellcasters are finally willing to send you here? Wizard Yad, Wizard Courtney, the civilization-level prodigies of Arcane City, who once defeated a great legend. There's no right or wrong in a civilization battle. Let's rock. The 2 rock creatures, Arroyo and Samka, began to glow dimly. The dark red glow on their bodies flashed faster as their bodies grew taller, and their auras became more intimidating. Attack! Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney exchanged a glance, and each marked a rock creature. With a wave of their hands, they seemed to sprinkle a rainbow-colored ray. The colorful light rays illuminated the entire sky into a gorgeous scene. Boom! This gorgeous rainbow contained terrifying powers that could rival a great legend. Such power could break even a great legend's maxim. A maxim was a sublimation of spells, and was completely different in terms of power. Maxims were a higher-level power. In essence, maxims were infinitely more powerful than spells, but the spells of these civilization-level prodigies had already exceeded an ordinary legend's maxim power. The power to break a maxim. Perhaps, after I combine the 6 elemental wizard heart and become a great wizard, I can have the power to break a maxim. Merlin's gaze was transfixed on Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney in the battlefield. Such absolute spell power was Merlin's current inadequacy. If he relied on the illusory world and other supplementary powers, Merlin would be more formidable than an average legend. However, his spells were still far from the levels achieved by the civilization-level prodigies. On the other hand, these 2 civilization-level prodigies were completely self-sufficient in terms of spells. They had the power to break a maxim and rival a great legend. Roar! However, the 2 civilization-level prodigies of the rock tribe would not be sitting ducks. They were also civilization-level prodigies that could rival an ancestor-level rock creature. Amid the ear-splitting roars, the 2 rock creatures hardened further, and grew taller. Then, they extended a gigantic hand and swung a punch. A shockwave, almost visible to the naked eye, vibrated through the air. 2 mighty forces collided violently in mid-air. Kai! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, an invisible vibration spread out in all directions. The surrounding space began to crack in a spider web-like pattern. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the space of the Seelie dimension was destroyed in an instant. The sky turned dark. The entire Seelie dimension seemed to be wailing. In an ordinary dimension, should a great legend wield his powers without regard to consequences, the destructive power could cause a dimension to collapse entirely. What more a legendary battle between 4 civilization-level prodigies? This was no different from an epic battle between 4 great legends. Nevertheless, this was just the beginning. Despite space being torn apart, the Seelie dimension could recover quickly. Self-recovery was an ability possessed by a complete dimension. In the first confrontation, the 2 sides were equally matched. However, the dark red glow on the backs of the 2 civilization-level prodigy rock creatures began to coalesce into a huge apparition. Boom! Arroyo and Samka slammed a foot brutally onto the ground. Suddenly, countless rocks were reduced to rubble, and mountains collapsed into dirt. It seemed like the entire dimension was shaking. The 2 of them rushed forward again. The rainbow light in Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney's hands glowed several times brighter. This was their spell fusion, thus, it could undergo hundreds and thousands of permutations. The rainbow light swiftly turned into 2 shields in front of their bodies. Boom! Again, it was a head-on collision. The 2 spell-conjured shields shattered immediately, but the broken shards turned into blazing flames. Then, like 2 fire dragons, they stretched open their mouths and fiercely snapped at the 2 rock creatures. Arroyo and Samka did not seem afraid. They hurtled a fist toward the fire dragons, and the fire dragons' bodies dissipated. This time, they transformed into a large web which soared toward the rock creatures. The 2 sides traded one blow after another. Just a few crossfires had caused terrible damage to the landscape. The inherent danger was even more worrisome. Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney's mastery of spells was truly superhuman and awe-inspiring. The greatest difference between a great wizard and a 9th-level spellcaster was the wizard heart. For a 9th-level spellcaster to wield a spell, he would need to simulate each spell model to release the spell. Thus, not only was there a lag in time, but the changes between spells were also not as instinctive and uninterrupted. Great wizards, on the other hand, were able to do that. Once they had consolidated the colorful wizard heart, their spells would become ever-changing. They could wield any spell and change its form. From a frigid ice-type spell to a blazing flame spell or even ice crystals encrusted in flames, was possible. They could even bend the laws of nature. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. It's not surprising that they are the civilization-level prodigies. Not only are their spells powerful, but even their techniques are almost flawless. Saturn was watching attentively. Like Merlin, he was also looking at Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney's mastery of spells. Initially, Saturn was quite an arrogant prodigy. He was the mightiest existence below a legend. He even thought that the only difference between him and the civilization-level prodigies was merely the shortfall in perfect grade spells. Right now, however, he genuinely admired Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney. Saturn was not alone in his revelation. Merlin, too, felt the blindfolds lifted from his eyes. Just watching the battle between the civilization-level prodigies would give him an edge later when he combined his spell models. Among his spells, most of them were perfect-grade spells, so it was extremely difficult to combine them. These civilization-level wizards were basically similar to Merlin, as they too had many perfect-grade spells. Hence, they were a good reference point for Merlin. Boom! Another violent shock rippled through. The Seelie dimension began to vibrate strongly. The mountains tumbled, the grounds cracked, and the space shattered. All of these were the mark of a dimension that was about to collapse. The Seelie dimension can't hold on any longer? Merlin frowned. The four civilization-level prodigies had been fighting for less than half a day, but the Seelie dimension was already on the brink of collapse. Chapter 627, Extreme Danger. Chapter 627, Extreme Danger. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Seelie dimension began to tremor like it would fall apart the very next moment. Wizard Sito, if this continues, the Seelie dimension won't be able to hold on much longer. In the castle suspended in the Void Zone, one of the four lords, the Nightmare Lord, said with a frown. They could clearly see the tremors even from the image conjured by arcane wizard Sito. No choice, reinforcement it is. Although the Seelie dimension had been altered by the Rock Tribe, it's still a barrier to protect the spellcaster civilization. Without the Seelie dimension, our Alabaster dimension, as well as hundreds of other dimensions, would be susceptible to the Rock Tribe. Moreover, I believe Hanra also won't want the altered Seelie dimension to be destroyed. After arcane wizard Sito had finished speaking, he extended a finger and tapped gently in the direction of the Seelie dimension. Hum. A magical power, different than the maxim of any great legend, shrouded the Seelie dimension. The originally almost collapsing Seelie dimension immediately became exceptionally sturdy, to the point that a full-force attack from a great legend would not be able to break the space. In the Rock Tribe's palace, many powerful rock creatures were also anxiously watching the fight between the civilization-level prodigies that was unfolding in the Seelie dimension. This would determine whether the Rock Tribe would be able to achieve their goals before the war. Seeing the magical power shrouding around the Seelie dimension, some of the rock creatures could not help but interject, "Great Progenitor Hanra, that arcane wizard Sito from the spellcaster civilization is intervening in the Seelie dimension, this is..." Before he could finish his words, Progenitor Hanra waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Sito is just stabilizing the Seelie dimension. He doesn't want the Seelie dimension to be destroyed. Do we want to lose a good dimension for nothing? Never mind, Sito doesn't dare to intervene directly. Now, it's almost time to give Sito a surprise." Progenitor Hanra waved his hand. Two of the four dark red rock creatures beside him took a step forward. Progenitor Hanra said in a deep voice, "The two of you, go. We're not seeking victory, only stability. Sito will believe that the Rock Tribe only has four civilization-level prodigies. All you need to do is draw out as many civilization-level prodigies as you can that the spellcasters are hiding." The two rock creatures exchanged a glance, and nodded with a solemn expression. They had already received their instructions beforehand, but Hanra was slightly worried, so he reminded them again. "All right, go." As soon as Progenitor Hanra's voice subsided, the two Rock Tribe civilization-level prodigies swiftly flew away. "Progenitor, will the plan really succeed?" Behind Progenitor Hanra were another two similarly dark red rock creatures, who asked hesitantly. "With the two of you here, we'll definitely succeed. What worries me now is whether Sito would turn humiliation into fury, and directly launch the civilization war. Both of you, inform all the ancestor-level rock creatures to prepare outside the Seelie dimension, and be ready to enter any time." The two dark red rock creatures exchanged a quick look, and departed respectfully. Civilization-level prodigies. I didn't expect that in the past 2,000 over years, the spellcaster civilization had developed so quickly. Do you know, back when I was still in the spellcaster civilization before entering the slothful beast world, how many civilization-level wizards there were? Only one. Amid countless dimensions, there was only one civilization-level prodigy. Right now, there are at least three on the surface. I believe they're furtively hiding a few more civilization-level prodigies. The rate of development of the spellcaster civilization is truly breathtaking. Merlin merely glanced at the ring on his hand, and did not respond to Titus in the illusion bead. Nevertheless, Merlin agreed with Titus' inference. The spellcaster civilization had been developing so quickly, so there must be more than the 3 publicly known civilization-level prodigies from the 3 great arcane cities. Merlin, look, the rock tribe is sending reinforcements, and they're dark red rock creatures as well. This time, there are 2 of them. Oh my, the rock tribe actually has 4 civilization-level prodigies. The rock tribe has 4 civilization-level prodigies, exceeding the 3 civilization-level wizards of the 3 great arcane cities. This is the trump card that the rock tribe had spent so much time preparing. Many spellcasters saw that the rock tribe had sent another 2 civilization-level prodigies, making them a total of 4 who were tightly suppressing the 2 civilization-level wizards. All their expressions turned grave. Arroyo, Samka, progenitor Hanra sent us to help you. Let's join forces and suppress these 2 spellcasters. Alright, let's suppress them. The 4 rock tribe civilization-level prodigies surrounded Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney. A huge dark red apparition appeared behind each rock creature, ready to suppress the 2 spellcasters. The evenly matched situation was broken. Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney immediately found themselves in a disadvantageous position. Their situation turned precarious. At this time, Arcane Wizard Sito, who was watching the changes unfolding in the Seelie dimension from the Void Zone Castle, did not appear the least concerned. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face as he quietly murmured, "Finally, you can't help it. Hanra, you were relying on these for civilization-level prodigies? After so many years, the Rock Tribe managed to nurture 4 civilization-level prodigies. If it were other civilizations, they might not necessarily be able to counter that. However, the spellcaster civilization was able to develop into a powerful civilization in a mere 3,000 years after stepping foot into the Void Zone. Is that something the Rock Tribe can ever hope to achieve? Since this is the final battle, it's time to burst your fantasy. 4 of you, go together now, and don't spare any mercy. If you can kill 1 Rock Tribe civilization-level prodigy, it would be our victory, and if you can kill 2... Haha, the Rock Tribe won't dare to make another move in the next 1,000 years. Wizard Sito, don't worry, we'll do our best to kill those rock creatures, and smash the Rock Tribe's fantasy." Subsequently, these 4 civilization-level wizards left the castle, and flew to the Seelie dimension as quickly as possible. The 4 lords beside Sito finally showed a smile on their faces. The Arctic Lord even grinned. The outcome is decided. Now, we just have to be prepared in case Hanra turns humiliation into fury, and sends the legends. That would cascade into a violent civilization war. No matter who wins in the end, there'll not be any benefit. Sito nodded. Yes, we should be prepared. Blackfire Lord, Arctic Lord, Nightmare Lord, and Sorrow Lord, the 4 lords will each lead some great legends and wait outside the Seelie dimension. If Hanra is really desperate, then we'll fight. Although the spellcaster civilization is unwilling to see a civilization war, it doesn't mean that we're afraid. The 4 lords glanced at each other, and stood up. Leading most of the legends in the main foyer, they left the castle, and flew formidably toward the Seelie dimension. Such a large movement naturally attracted the attention of many spellcasters. Sensing the formidable auras, all the spellcasters felt overwhelmed in their hearts. Merlin, the cavalry has arrived. For civilization-level wizards, there's 4 of them. Adding Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney, there are a total of 6 civilization-level prodigies. Saturn suddenly pointed to the 4 unfamiliar spellcasters who were descending. Besides Wizard Sven, who was widely recognized as one of the civilization-level prodigies of Arcane City, the other 3 wizards were completely unfamiliar. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that they were also civilization-level wizards. They were the secret prodigies who were hidden away. Now that the battle with the Rock Tribe had almost reached its boiling point, the arrival of these 4 civilization-level wizards would be a decisive force. There's more behind. Merlin squinted and saw that after the 4 civilization-level wizards descended, there was another formidable force lined up outside the Seelie dimension. This group of formidable spellcasters exuded a frightening aura, enough to overwhelm anyone. The 4 lords with hundreds of great legends. Is the final battle going to erupt? Even Wizard Saturn was overwhelmed seeing so many great existences gathered together, let alone the other spellcasters. Perhaps, in their entire lives, they had never witnessed such a frightening army. Probably it might not be a final battle, but they are here as a precaution. It all depends on the outcome between the two-side civilization-level prodigies. If the Rock Tribe loses and turns humiliation into fury, I'm afraid a civilization war will erupt. Merlin took a deep breath and murmured, but he could only guess. No one would be able to predict the direction of these two major civilizations. Even the ultimate arcane wizards could not see the future. Everyone was paying close attention to what was happening in the Seelie dimension. As soon as the 4 civilization-level wizards appeared, the odds were reversed. A total of 6 civilization-level wizards wielded their spells, and immediately trapped those 4 rock creatures. However, there was not a single trace of anxiety on the faces of the 4 trapped rock creatures. They exchanged glances with a glint of malice. In the Rock Tribe dimension, seeing that the spellcasters had sent for civilization-level prodigies, Progenitor Hanra stood up abruptly, and stared cruelly at the Seelie dimension. Hee, Sito, you think victory is in hand with these 6 civilization-level prodigies? 2 of you, go out, form the progenitor's body, and kill those 6 civilization-level spellcasters. The 2 dark red rock creatures behind Progenitor Hanra revealed a sinister smile. They seemed eager, and left for Seelie dimension immediately. Swish swish. 2 flashes of red light swiftly landed in the battlefield of the Seelie dimension. The arrival of these 2 uninvited guests brought an effect of emptying an ice bucket over the heads of all spellcasters outside the Seelie dimension. It was another 2 Rock Tribe civilization-level prodigies. The Rock Tribe also had 6 civilization-level prodigies. If that was all, then perhaps the 6 spellcasters might still be equally matched. However, all the spellcasters knew that the Rock Tribe only needed to gather in groups for 5 in order to form the terrifying progenitor's body. On the orders of Progenitor Hanra, kill these 6 spellcasters. As the voices of the 2 dark red rock creatures fell, the 4 rock creatures trapped in the middle let out a large roar. The dark red light on their bodies covered almost the entire sky. Under that dark red light, these 6 Rock Tribe civilization-level prodigies slowly combine into a terrifying giant, far exceeding the ordinary legend's progenitor's body. In an instant, the situation spiraled downward. The 6 civilization-level spellcasters were caught in extreme danger. Chapter 628, Willing to Try. Chapter 628, Willing to Try. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crash! The gigantic progenitor's body was covered under the dark red light. An enormous hand, as big as a nimbus cloud covering half the sky, slammed down violently. All the 6 spellcasters wielded their strongest powers and erected 6 shields before proceeding to add one layer after another for reinforcements. Their abilities were unable to match the progenitor's body's height, so they could only add on more layers. It was impossible to avoid the progenitor's body's terrifying blow. Crack crack. However, the shields shattered in succession. Despite using all their might, the 6 civilization-level wizards could not stop the progenitor's body's palm. 6 pieces of shields crumbled like paper as the progenitor's body landed directly on the 6 civilization-level wizards. As a result, the 6 civilization-level wizards were sent flying. Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney, who stood at the very front, received the full brunt of the progenitor's body power. They were instantly crushed, and their auras disappeared. 2 civilization-level wizards, dead. The entire battlefield turned silent. The expressions of numerous spellcasters lined outside the Seelie dimension fell. Who would have thought that, just a moment ago, they were holding the upper hand in an advantageous situation, but suddenly, everything was reversed by the Rock Tribe and directly killed 2 civilization-level wizards? Although the 4 remaining civilization-level wizards did not die, they were grievously injured. In addition, the progenitor's body did not stop. It stepped forward once again and slammed both hands down. Obviously, it would not stop until it killed the 4 remaining civilization-level wizards. At this time, Arcane Wizard Sito could no longer sit still. Once the Rock Tribe had sent 6 civilization-level prodigies, he knew that he had been tricked. This had been planned by Hanra from the beginning in order to kill the 6 civilization-level prodigies of the spellcaster civilization. The civilization-level prodigies played an important role in a war. Moreover, every civilization-level prodigy had unimaginable potential, and at the very least, would become a great honored legend or perhaps even a powerful lord. How could Wizard Sito watch them die with his own eyes? Hanra, you dare? On the sky above the Seelie dimension, a huge apparition of a palm appeared out of nowhere. There seemed to be no trace of any maxim or element, but this palm could destroy everything. Everyone who saw this palm felt a sense of reverence in their hearts, and could not muster any ounce of resistance. This huge palm grabbed the 4 remaining civilization-level wizards. Then, a finger twitched and flicked gently at the gigantic progenitor's body. This was none other than an ultimate arcane wizard. Even the real progenitor's body was considered nothing in Wizard Sito's eyes, let alone the progenitor's body formed by a few ancestor-level rock creatures. Bang! A flick of a finger did not destroy the progenitor's body. This was because at this time, an immensely huge apparition rose up in the middle of the Seelie dimension, protecting the progenitor's body behind it. This was the real progenitor's body. Sito, you want to fight it out? The move was made by the rock progenitor Hanra. His immense true form emitted a suffocating pressure as he confronted arcane wizard Sito's huge hand in the air. The 2 impressive existences had merely released a tiny sliver of their powers. However, the entire Seelie dimension began to shake violently as if unable to withstand the power of these 2 great existences. In fact, if an ultimate arcane wizard had acted, none of the dimensions would be able to withstand the attack. Even if they fought in the void zone, the aftershocks could destroy countless dimensions. HMPH, Hanra, the war has just begun. It was clear that arcane wizard Sito was not prepared to launch a civilization war. Therefore, he would not start a battle with progenitor Hanra here. It was already lucky enough that he was able to save the 4 remaining civilization-level wizards. A cold snort later, arcane wizard Sito's huge apparition palm began to dissipate. A ray of light enclosed the 4 remaining civilization-level wizards, and exited the Seelie dimension. All of you, come back. I'll send someone else to control the Seelie dimension. Progenitor Hanra's body also gradually vanished. Due to the powers of the 2 ultimate existences, the entire Seelie dimension suffered tremendous damage. It would take hundreds of years for it to recover. All spellcasters, retreat to the Alabaster dimension. Arcane wizard Sito's voice reverberated in the ears of every spellcaster, causing many of them to awaken from their stupor. After watching the situation taking a turn for the worse, and hearing arcane wizard Sito's command, there was no lingering doubt. In this first confrontation and first final battle, the spellcasters had lost. We lost, the Seelie dimension is lost, and more than a dozen dimensions at the front line will also be lost. The numerous spellcasters at the front line were extremely depressed. After fighting so many years against the Rock Tribe at the front line, the spellcasters had lost the final battle to the Rock Tribe. Wizard Merlin, we've been temporarily defeated. The Rock Tribe has 6 civilization-level prodigies whereas we've lost 2, and only have 4 left. Moreover, the Rock Tribe is still able to form the progenitor's body. Without the legend's involvement, there's no more hope for the spellcasters to win. Let's go, we'll return to the Alabaster dimension and wait. After this, other than arcane wizard Sito allowing the legends to fight and launch a civilization war, we have no other options. Unless we're willing to relinquish those dozens of dimensions, and allow the Rock Tribe to become even more aggressive. Saturn shook his head in despair. He was the mightiest existence below a legend, and played a significant role preceding the legend's involvement as well as had a large impact on the development of the war. Nevertheless, once a civilization war erupted, and the great legends started to intervene, the great legends, honored legends, and great lords all possessed unimaginable destructive powers. A single maxim could even shatter a dimension. At that time, spellcasters below the level of legends might still prove useful, but their impact on the outcome of the war would be significantly reduced. Merlin took a deep look at the worn-out state of the Seelie dimension. He did not know what would happen next in this war. In Sito Castle, the 4 lords, 18 honored legends, and hundreds of great legends were currently silent, but the atmosphere was frightfully deafening. In the main foyer, the 4 civilization-level wizards looked ashen. At last, the last remaining wizard from the 3 great arcane cities, Wizard Sven, fell to his knees before the main foyer. He gritted his teeth. Great Wizard Sito, we were inadequate. We failed to defeat the rock tribe and instead, we lost Wizard Yad and Wizard Courtney. Wizard Sito did not utter a word. A long pause ensued. Then, he shook his hand in a dismissive gesture. This has nothing to do with you. It was my fault for not thinking it through. All of you get up and stand aside. These for civilization-level wizards were also powerless. In the face of a progenitor's body formed by 6 rock tribe civilization-level prodigies, there was no hope of victory. For lords, what do you think we should do now? Wizard Sito looked at the 4 lords before him. They were the strongest existences, second only to Sito at the front line. Each of them could destroy a weaker civilization on their own. Wizard Sito, no one below a legend can defeat a progenitor's body formed by those 6 rock creatures. With more than 5 civilization-level prodigies, the rock tribe is truly formidable. Besides a legend, I really can't think of anyone who can stand against them. Even if we had 10 civilization-level prodigies, I don't think we can win. Unless we also have a few civilization-level prodigies who are proficient in runology and can form a runic magic circle, then we might have a fighting chance. The Nightmare Lord said slowly. Like the Blackfire Lord, he was a very ancient lord who had existed since the Malta Empire. His position was extremely respected in the eyes of all spellcaster. A civilization-level wizard who is proficient in runology? We don't have a single one, what more a few? Arcane Wizard Sito's heart was filled with hesitation. If he allowed the legends to intervene, it would mean that he was the one who started a brutal civilization war. The brutality that accompanied a civilization war was well known to Arcane Wizard Sito. Previously, all the civilization wars he started were to deal with some weaker civilizations, and mostly ended with genocide. This time, however, their opponent was the rock tribe civilization who had 2 rock progenitors. This was a powerful civilization that was not much inferior to the spellcaster civilization. Until it was a last resort, Arcane Wizard would not want to launch a civilization war at all cost. As for relinquishing the Seelie dimension, Arcane Wizard Sito did not even consider it for a moment. The spellcaster civilization had never made any concessions. In addition, if they relinquished the Seelie dimension, hundreds of dimensions would be exposed to the rock tribe, which was something the spellcaster civilization did not want to occur. The entire foyer fell into a depressed atmosphere. Progenitor, this time we swept a clean victory, whereas the spellcasters hit rock bottom. They'll no longer pose a threat to us. In the rock tribe dimension, countless powerful rock creatures were cheering and celebrating. This time, they had truly defeated the spellcaster civilization. Currently, there was not a single spellcaster in the dozens of dimensions at the front line. This was a momentous victory that was worth celebrating. However, Progenitor Hanra's expression did not relax. After some time, he let out a long sigh. All ancestor-level rock creatures, make your preparations. When it's necessary, mobilize the entire rock tribe. Sito and the spellcaster civilization behind him wouldn't admit defeat easily. Over the past 3,000 years, how many wars did you see the spellcasters lose? Most likely, a civilization war will be erupting. A civilization war. Upon mention of this phrase, even the ancestor-level rock tribe descended into silence. The alabaster dimension was tightly packed with spellcasters, almost covering the entire dimension. Nevertheless, all the spellcasters' moods were quite sunken, not only because they had temporarily lost the battle but more importantly, this defeat might prompt the ultimate arcane wizard to launch a civilization war. A civilization war was an event that would see continuous losses of great legends. Even the honored legends were not exempted from its brutality. As for those below a legend, they were almost considered cannon fodder, and would die by the millions. Merlin stayed in the alabaster dimension the entire day, but still, he did not know how the spellcaster civilization would react. If a decision was made to start a civilization war, that would be the worst-case scenario. Regardless of whether it was the rock tribe civilization or the spellcaster civilization, no one would benefit from it. Teacher Zardo, as a great legend, you must know what's going on, right? Has Arcane Wizard Sito made a decision? Merlin asked Legend Zardo's avatar inside his ring. He only had this communication channel left, to find out what was going on in the higher levels of the spellcaster civilization. After a moment, Legend Zardo's avatar responded, but he simply shook his head helplessly. No decision has been made. The situation is very tricky. No one below a legend can handle the progenitor's body formed by the 6 rock tribe civilization level prodigies, but we also cannot allow the rock tribe to obtain the dozens of dimensions at the front line, as that would further deteriorate the overall condition of the spellcaster civilization. Therefore, I'm afraid Wizard Sito will allow the legends to intervene, thus launching a civilization war. Merlin was stricken. It was truly the worst-case scenario. Wizard Sito had no other options other than to launch a civilization war. Merlin thought of the Seelie people. Their civilization was reduced to ashes, and their dimension had been completely altered. From millions of Seelie people, there were probably less than 1,000 people left to wander among the spellcaster civilization. This was the sorrow of a weak civilization. Ever since Merlin witnessed the struggle of several weak civilizations, he had completely integrated himself with the spellcaster civilization. The prosperity of the civilization would provide hope for him to become stronger. On the contrary, if the civilization was wiped out, he would not have a future to speak of. The rise and fall of the spellcaster civilization were vital to every spellcaster. This was the reason why the arcane wizards and even the plunderers were anxious. Compared to the life and death of the civilization, the previous evil of the plunderers were considered insignificant. Teacher Zardo, a civilization war cannot be started easily. Please, can you pass a message to arcane wizard Sito? I'm willing to face the progenitor's body formed by the 6 rock tribe civilization level prodigies. Huh? You're willing to try? Legend Zardo raised his head abruptly, his face filled with surprise, feeling like he was meeting Merlin for the first time all over again. Chapter 629, Eve. Chapter 629, Eve. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In Sito Castle, the main foyer was tightly packed with numerous great legends, but everyone was completely silent, as they fixed their gazes on arcane wizard Sito up above. Arcane wizard Sito deliberated for a long time, and finally made up his mind. Slowly, he said, the dozens of dimensions at the front line, we simply cannot give up. All of you, start making preparations. All the legends will be intervening. Go now. Whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, a great legend below suddenly stood up. Arcane wizard Sito, I have something to say. Legend Zardo, do you have a suggestion? Arcane wizard Sito frowned, not knowing what Legend Zardo wanted to say at this juncture. Legend Zardo stood up, and looked around the numerous great legends around him. He said in a deep voice, Great wizard Sito, a civilization war cannot be started easily. As for the 6 rock tribe civilization level prodigies, I have a candidate who's willing to give it a try. You have a candidate? Not only arcane wizard Sito was astonished, but many other great legends gave a skeptical look. Who, beneath a great legend, could possibly defeat the progenitor's body formed by the 6 rock tribe civilization level prodigies? Yes, he's my disciple as well as the Blackfire Lord's disciple, Merlin. Wizard Zardo also looked at the Blackfire Lord. Upon hearing the name Merlin, both the Blackfire Lord and arcane wizard Sito's expressions paled slightly. Merlin? How could he possibly defeat the 6 rock tribe civilization level prodigies? Arcane wizard Sito's expression sunk. Although Merlin was a very powerful mind power master, arcane wizard Sito could see from the last battle that Merlin was only equivalent to the mightiest existences below a legend. Perhaps, due to the uniqueness of mind power masters, he might be infinitely close to the existence of a civilization level prodigy. However, Merlin had not yet become a real civilization level prodigy, let alone to defeat the progenitor's body formed by 6 rock tribe civilization level prodigies. Legend Zardo shook his head and replied, Great wizard Sito, Merlin had just made this request to me. He's willing to try. Blackfire Lord, Merlin is your disciple. What do you think? Wizard Sito turned his gaze toward the Blackfire Lord to seek his opinion. He knew that Merlin occupied a very important position in the Blackfire Lord's heart. The Blackfire Lord frowned slightly. Ever since he found out that Merlin had managed to develop the mind power system to a whole new level, and might probably perfect the mind power system, he held even higher regards toward Merlin. In this civilization war, if it was not necessary, the Blackfire Lord even thought of using his influence to allow Merlin to escape the front lines. However, since Merlin was the one who had suggested it, the Blackfire Lord felt it was not his position to stop him. So, he nodded. Let's summon Merlin to ask him. If he's confident, then send him. We should avoid a civilization war as best as we can. Very well. Legend Zardo, inform Merlin to come here. Legend Zardo nodded, and conveyed Arcane Wizard Sito's message to Merlin via his Maxim avatar. Buzz! Merlin's ring vibrated again. Legend Zardo, what's happening? Merlin asked anxiously. Wizard Sito is summoning you, come quickly. Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar said with a smile. Merlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could see Arcane Wizard Sito, his success was half guaranteed. Hence, he stood up and flew toward the castle in the Void Zone. Creak! The castle gate slowly swung open, and a young wizard walked in. Countless inquisitive gazes instantly landed on the young wizard. There were great legends, honored legends, and even lords. Their gazes quickly revealed a look of disbelief. He hasn't become a great wizard, and is only a 9th-level spellcaster. The name Merlin was once renowned at the front line after a major battle. His Rainbow Squad encountered the Progenitor Squad's ambush. Just as the Rainbow Squad was about to be annihilated, Merlin rose to the occasion, and killed the entire Progenitor Squad alone. The Rock Tribe's Progenitor Squad, upon forming the Progenitor's body, is somewhat comparable to a great legend. How could it be defeated by Merlin alone, who's not even a great wizard? Many of the great legends were amazed. Although they had heard of Merlin before, as great legends, they were not overly concerned about those who were below the level of a legend. At most, they would pay some passing attention. Most of the great legends assumed that Merlin was a great wizard, but now that they saw that he was only a 9th-level spellcaster, they were astounded. Most probably, even the civilization-level prodigies did not possess such formidable strengths when they were still 9th-level spellcasters. The Blackfire Lord and Wizard Sito, on the other hand, were very calm. They looked at Merlin with an even expression. Despite being subjected under so many great legend scrutiny, Merlin appeared to be unruffled. Merlin, do you know how powerful those 6 Rock Tribe civilization-level prodigies are? Arcane Wizard Sito asked calmly. I know. So how confident are you? 50%. The atmosphere in the main foyer turned silent. Merlin indeed had 50% confidence. His darkness eye had been cultivated to its 7th form, so he had the power to harm a great legend. However, the most critical factor was not darkness eye but whether Merlin's illusory world would be effective. Titus once mentioned that once the illusory world was mobilized, an ordinary legend would not be able to resist it. Furthermore, if Merlin had achieved the illusion heart stage, then he would be able to wield the powers of the illusory world. With that, even honored legends could be trapped in the illusion. Merlin had mobilized the illusory world before. It could indeed confuse an ordinary legend. This was also Merlin's biggest confidence. On one hand, the progenitor's body formed by the 6 Rock Tribe civilization-level prodigies was not an ordinary progenitor's body, and was also much stronger than an ordinary legend. On the other hand, the progenitor's body was formed by the 6 civilization-level prodigies. Merlin's illusory world would be inflicted on the 6 civilization-level prodigies. Whether it was 1 or 6 persons, it did not make a difference to Merlin. The power of hallucinating spells affected the heart, or in other words, the mind power. This was Merlin's biggest confidence. Merlin, that progenitor's body is like no other. Are you really sure? The question came from the Blackfire King, who was watching Merlin carefully. Teacher, I have decided. A civilization war cannot be started easily. Let me give it a try. If I succeed, we'll gain the upper hand, and pass the ball into the Rock Tribe's court. If they dare not launch the civilization war, they'll retreat. If I don't succeed, then it's still not too late for Wizard Sito to launch a civilization war. Merlin's voice did not waver at all. He appeared exceedingly calm. Blackfire Lord, what do you think? Wizard Sito asked softly. The Blackfire Lord closed his eyes and nodded. Merlin is right. Let him go. A 50% chance is worth a try. Very well. Wizard Sito stood up and said to Merlin. You should prepare for a few days. Regardless of success or failure, we cannot lose the Seelie dimension. Merlin's heart thumped. He knew that Wizard Sito had made up his mind. If Merlin failed, a brutal civilization war would be inevitable. In the castle, all the legends had left. They had been instructed to make preparations for a civilization war. Merlin only had one attempt. If he lost, Wizard Sito would not allow the Rock Tribe to occupy the Seelie dimension continuously. Merlin. The Blackfire Lord was looking at Merlin with a complicated expression. Do you know how dangerous this is going to be? Merlin smiled at him. Teacher, if a civilization erupts, do you think I'll be safe then? At that time, even the great legends will die, what more me? That's not the same. This time, if you lose, it's inherently dangerous. However, even if you win, it'll also be extremely dangerous. The Rock Tribe's progenitor Hanra might turn humiliation into fury, and attack you directly. The Blackfire Lord could not help but remind Merlin. Arcane Wizard Sito will make precautions for that, right? There's nothing for me to be afraid of. Merlin's face displayed a grin. Although his tone was unperturbed, Merlin knew that the Blackfire Lord's words were not to be ignored. No matter how prepared Arcane Wizard Sito was, just a moment's delay was enough for progenitor Hanra to annihilate Merlin. So, win or lose, Merlin was destined to be in danger. Very well, since you've decided and things have progressed to this stage, we can't change it anymore. In these few days, you should make preparations. If you really can't win, then retreat at once. Arcane Wizard Sito will immediately allow the great legends to intervene and launch a civilization war. Merlin nodded. As he had guessed, Arcane Wizard Sito was indeed prepared to launch a civilization war. Subsequently, after the Blackfire Lord left, Merlin retrieved the illusion bead from his ring. A mind power projection swiftly entered the illusion bead. Titus. Merlin's mind power vibrated in the illusory world. He knew that Titus would be able to feel it. Wizard Merlin, you've decided to fight the 6 Rock Tribe civilization level prodigies? Yes, and Arcane Wizard Sito has agreed to it. Titus fell silent, a hint of helplessness on his face. After a long time, he sighed and said, the illusory world is powerful, but your mind power isn't strong enough, and can only hold it for a short time. Even if you're somehow able to confuse the 6 Rock Tribe civilization level prodigies, do you have a chance to defeat them? I'll give it a try. Titus did not know that Merlin had cultivated Darkness Eye. Nonetheless, even Merlin himself was not sure whether the 7th form of Darkness Eye was enough to defeat the progenitor's body formed by the 6 Rock Tribe civilization level prodigies. If you can achieve the enlightenment on the illusory heart, then what are 6 civilization level prodigies? Use this time and devote yourself to understand the illusory heart. I'll help you. Titus said with gritted teeth. A smile appeared on Merlin's face. He nodded. I was thinking that as well. If I can achieve the enlightenment of the illusory heart, then there's nothing I need to worry about. Nevertheless, both Merlin and Titus knew that the chances of Merlin achieving the enlightenment on the illusory heart in such a short period were close to none. All they could do now was try. Hence, with Titus' help, Merlin devoted all his energy into understanding the illusory heart. Chapter 630, Merlin in Battle. Chapter 630, Merlin in Battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 7 days later, throngs of spellcasters gathered outside the Seelie dimension once again. In particular, there were more than 100 great legends, 18 honored legends, and even 4 great lords. On the other side of the Seelie dimension was a great number of members of the Rock Tribe. There were likewise countless ancestor-level rock creatures. Both sides were silently waiting in this manner. The atmosphere was tense as if on the verge of eruption. Progenitor Hanra, these spellcasters have really decided to start a civilization war? Behind Progenitor Hanra, one of the 6 civilization-level prodigies, Arroyo, questioned softly. They had been in this standoff for a few hours, but there had been no further developments. The oppressive mood was dreadful. Progenitor Hanra shook his head slightly. We don't know what will happen. Even the mightiest beings are unable to predict the future because every moment of the future is constantly shifting. No matter if Sito begins a civilization war, we mustn't let down our guard, so be prepared. As soon as he spoke, there was a commotion at the spellcaster's side. A young figure slowly walked out from the crowd, and instantly flew into the Seelie dimension. It's not a legend. Progenitor Hanra, that wizard seems to be Merlin who had vanquished the progenitor squad in the Seelie dimension. Some of the rock creatures had recognized that young figure. Merlin? Back then, the progenitor squad was sent to confront the Rainbow Squad. At first, they hoped to make a name for themselves in that battle and control the Seelie dimension, but unexpectedly, they were defeated by an unknown young wizard. So, it's him? Sito has run out of ideas. This might be his last resort, but he's still doomed to lose. A young fellow who hasn't even reached civilization level, can he turn things around? Arroyo, all 6 of you, go on. This might be the final fight. If this Merlin is killed, a civilization war is likely to erupt. For the sake of our tribe's survival and growth, we won't back down from even a ruthless civilization war. Progenitor Hanra's tone revealed an incomparable determination. Therefore, Arroyo led the 5 other civilization-level prodigies of the Rock Tribe, and quickly flew into the Seelie dimension. Someone has entered the Seelie dimension. Which civilization-level wizard is that? It doesn't seem to be a civilization-level wizard. This one's named Merlin. Back then, he became famous due to a battle in the Seelie dimension. He wiped out the progenitor squad of the Rock Tribe in one move. Nonetheless, I've heard that Wizard Merlin is merely the mightiest existence below legends. He hasn't even reached civilization level. How come he dares to face the 6 civilization-level geniuses of the Rock Tribe alone? At this moment, spellcasters who did not know about Merlin were inquiring about him. Soon enough, they knew some facts about Merlin, but the one thing they had heard the most was how Merlin had defeated the progenitor squad. However, although the progenitor squad was impressive, a civilization-level wizard could easily defeat them too. It must be known that this time, Merlin was facing 6 civilization-level prodigies of the Rock Tribe. It looks like Wizard Merlin. He's actually going to take on the 6 civilization-level prodigies of the Rock Tribe by himself? Those in the Rainbow Squad were unmatched in their astonishment when they spotted Merlin at this moment. They had known Merlin for so long, and were familiar with him long ago. Nevertheless, it was only now that the members of the Rainbow Squad realized, with a shock, that this figure was so foreign to them. They had never truly understood Merlin. Blackfire, do you think Merlin stands a chance? Wizard Sito was also keeping an eye on this unequal match in the Seelie dimension. Chance? Perhaps. How many miracles have the spellcaster civilization produced in 3,000 years? Not even we would know. To grow from being weak in 3,000 years to reach the formidable stage we're at today, is there any miracle that's impossible? A smile tugged at the corner of the Blackfire Lord's mouth. That's right, a miracle. Our spellcaster civilization has never lost before. Even if it's a civilization war, we'll surely seize the final victory. For great lords are all prepared. If Merlin loses, you'll act instantly. This time, we mustn't just attack. It must be our greatest attack. Besides me, who mustn't interfere, the 4 great lords and all of the great legends must attack and chase the Rock Tribe back to their old nest. The arcane wizard Sito's voice rang clearly in the ears of every great legend. Everyone trembled inwardly as a tense atmosphere gradually spread. Swish! Merlin flew into the Seelie dimension, and lightly shut his eyes. His mind power extended outward as he probed for the elemental origin of the Seelie dimension. It was just a shame that the Seelie dimension had been remodeled, and had no elemental origin left. According to the standards of spellcasters, it had become a barren dimension. The Rock Tribe was a strange civilization. Their remodeling of a dimension was equivalent to destruction. No matter the Giant Tribe or the Tree Tribe, all of them required dimensions with a dimension core. This included the spellcasters, who were a living race as well. They all belonged to a civilization founded by living creatures. Nevertheless, the Rock Tribe was different. They were icy cold rock creatures with no trace of life. Any dimension they had was icy cold, and incomparably desolate as well. The Seelie dimension, for instance, was now completely transformed into an icy cold world. This dimension had lost its elemental origin, and could be considered a dead dimension. However, such a dimension had immense benefits for the rock tribe. They're coming. Merlin's mind power quickly sensed that there were 6 figures approaching him. These figures were chilly as ice without a trace of a life force. It was easy to discern their identities as rock creatures. Arroyo led the 5 other civilization-level prodigies forward, but they were not underestimating Merlin at all. Instead, they appeared cautious, and immediately formed the progenitor's body while they were still a good distance away from Merlin. Boom! The gigantic progenitor's body landed, and crashed heavily into the ground, causing the ground to quake. Hallucinate! Merlin's shapeless and soundless mind power quickly wrapped around the massive progenitor's body. The 6 civilization-level prodigies who made up the progenitor's body could feel a strange force influencing their thoughts. A hallucinating spell? Progenitor Hanra had told us before that Merlin is a rather extraordinary mind power master of the spellcaster civilization, able to create various hallucinating spells. Back then, the progenitor squad was defeated in one blow thanks to his hallucinating spell. Nonetheless, his hallucinating spell might be effective against the progenitor squad, but it's still far from being a match for us. Arroyo instantly recalled Progenitor Hanra's warning, and knew that Merlin was wielding his hallucinating spell. However, they were civilization-level prodigies comparable to great legends, and would not be affected by Merlin's 3rd-stage hallucinating spell. Thus, the humongous progenitor's body raised one huge hand and dashed forward suddenly. The gigantic palm was just like a mountain that crashed down instantly. Merlin did not dawdle and swiftly retreated, but the descending speed of that giant palm was too fast. Merlin hesitated no longer, and 4 types of spell emerged around him. Merlin gently mixed them, and the 4 spells promptly fused together. Moreover, they were incessantly condensed. Following that, Merlin waved his hand, and countless balls of this spell fusion immediately flew toward the progenitor's body's giant palm. Bang bang bang! Faced with this spell fusion, the massive progenitor's body did not dodge at all, and instead brandished its hand to meet the spells head-on. It vigorously smashed the balls of spell fusion. Although the spells created a fiery explosion each time they dispersed, their influence against the progenitor's body's defense was very limited. Conversely, Merlin's magic power was greatly consumed. He could not afford to sustain such a high-level battle. Within this first exchange of blows, Merlin already felt immense pressure. An invisible force seemed to press on from all sides. His hallucinating spell could not affect his opponent, and his spell fusion was ineffective too. Naturally, Merlin was at a disadvantage. Merlin's position was even more precarious now, and no one was able to have much hope in him. It looks like he won't pull this off. Blackfire Lord, Arctic Lord, Sorrow Lord, Nightmare Lord, all 4 of you great lords, get ready. The arcane wizard Sitoa's voice sounded in the ears of the 4 great lords. Instantly, the legendary teams commanded by each of the 4 great lords inched forward silently. Their target was not just the Seelie dimension but to also breach the dimensions behind the rock tribe in one swift move. In this manner, they would firmly suppress the rock tribe in the rock creature's own dimensions, then chase them back to their old nest. Darkness Eye! A sharp voice suddenly pierced through the Seelie dimension. Soon, behind Merlin, who had been losing ground, and was in imminent danger, a gigantic crimson eye appeared. The 7th form Darkness Eye? All the great legends who were present recognized Darkness Eye of the Legend of Darkness. This time, although the Legend of Darkness had not come to the front lines, many great legends had the utmost familiarity with his Darkness Eye. This is Merlin's trump card? A helpless expression crossed the arcane wizard Sitoa's face as he shook his head. He no longer had any hope in Merlin. If one could rely upon the 7th form of Darkness Eye to defeat the civilization-level prodigies, then he would have asked the Legend of Darkness to send his troop of puppets long ago. Hold on, it doesn't seem to be just that. The progenitor's body has stopped in its tracks. The Blackfire Lord raised a hand, and the other great lords halted immediately. Even the arcane wizard Sito looked toward the Seelie dimension once again. Presently, the formidable progenitor's body was now just like a statue, without even the slightest twitch. This was clearly juxtaposed against the giant blood-red eye that was becoming clearer behind Merlin. Ha ha, Merlin, you've done it. The illusory world has caught the 6 civilization level prodigies in the illusion. Hurry, now's the best chance to defeat the progenitor's body. Within the illusion bead, Titus could not help but yell in excitement. Silencing ray! Merlin's gaze was icy cold, having formed the 7th form of darkness eye long before. The terrifying giant crimson eye that had materialized behind Merlin fired a heavy beam of blood-red light, which followed Merlin's finger. Space in the Seelie dimension was annihilated. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Silencing Ray had crashed into the progenitor's body that was caught in the illusion and thus was totally defenseless. Instantly, the huge sweep of crimson light exploded, submerging the gigantic frame of the progenitor's body. Chapter 631, Mind Avatar. Chapter 631, Mind Avatar. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He has won? Many spellcasters were still rather stunned because Merlin had turned around the situation to gain an upper hand. The speed by which this took place was so fast that many were unable to even respond. However, even if they still had not responded, a smirk had already appeared on Merlin's face. Crack! In the blood-red light, that gigantic progenitor's body began to exhibit cracks all over. Following that, it collapsed instantly just like toy blocks that were stacked high. Under the double assault of Merlin's illusory world and Silencing Ray, he had finally defeated the progenitor's body formed by the 6 civilization-level prodigies. After the progenitor's body was destroyed, the bodies of the 6 civilization-level prodigies were revealed. They were still alive. After all, Merlin's Silencing Ray was not powerful enough. It could only disintegrate the progenitor's body in its defenseless state, and had not slain those civilization-level prodigies. However, it was enough to injure them grievously. Silencing Ray! Merlin did not stop but instead acted swiftly. The giant crimson eye behind Merlin shot out another beam of blood-red light, which sped toward the 6 civilization-level prodigies. This might be Merlin's final chance. D*MN wretch, you dare to do that? A giant progenitor's body landed in the Seelie dimension. Progenitor Hanra had now directly gotten involved. He had never imagined that the 6 civilization-level prodigies would fail at the hands of a spellcaster who was not even a legend. A suffocating force washed over Merlin, and he seemed to hear the furious cries of Titus in the illusion bead. Nonetheless, he was incapable of moving. Before the progenitor Hanra, even moving an inch was a futile hope. Ha ha, Hanra, if you wish to fight, I'll join you. The arcane wizard Sito, who had been ready to start a civilization war long ago, sent forth his force as well, clashing resolutely against progenitor Hanra. Instantly, the Seelie dimension rocked heavily as the ground split apart, being on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, Merlin had recovered his freedom of movement, and promptly flew out of the Seelie dimension. As he left, he glanced behind him. Under the second attack of Silencing Ray, the 6 civilization-level prodigies were not so lucky this time. 4 of them died instantly, leaving only 2 others who had escaped by luck. Merlin relaxed slightly. With only 2 civilization-level prodigies left, it would be impossible for the Rock Tribe to take over the 10 or so dimensions at the front lines without starting a civilization war. After Merlin had gone, the entire Seelie dimension was left only with the forces of progenitor Hanra and the arcane wizard Sito in a standoff. Both were evenly matched, and the slightest leak of their powers was enough to destroy the Seelie dimension. The arcane wizard Sito was in high spirits as he laughed. Hanra, if you wish for the Seelie dimension and the 10 or so dimensions at the front lines to be annihilated, then let's fight. However, the Rock Tribe's dimensions behind you will no longer be safe. Only a tiny portion of Wizard Sito's and progenitor Hanra's power had landed, but the Seelie dimension was almost unable to stand it anymore. If both fought, one could forget about 10 or so dimensions. In fact, over 1,000 dimensions would be completely wiped out. Progenitor Hanra glared icily at Wizard Sito, his eyes filled with fury. The Rock Tribe had taken so many years to cultivate the 6 civilization-level prodigies, but now, there were only 2 left. This was a disastrous loss. More importantly, if the Rock Tribe did not start a civilization war after losing for civilization-level prodigies, the spellcasters would have the upper hand. Within a short time, the Rock Tribe civilization would not stand a chance. Nonetheless, not even progenitor Hanra could simply just start a civilization war. Retreat! In the end, progenitor Hanra did not immediately begin the civilization war, and left. This one battle had thrust Merlin's name over the civilization-level wizards. By himself, he had vanquished the progenitor's body formed by 6 civilization-level rock creatures. Such a heroic feat could only be described as a miracle. Merlin, your name will be known throughout the lands. The Blackfire Lord was overjoyed. He had been the one to hand over the cultivation method of the 7th form of Darkness Eye to Merlin. Now that it had served such a great function, he was gratified. Nonetheless, he was somewhat puzzled, and questioned in a low voice, Merlin, earlier, that progenitor's body didn't move at all. Was it caught in your illusion? Merlin glanced at the Blackfire Lord and knew that he could not hide the truth. However, the illusory world was linked to Titus and the mind power system, so Merlin must not let him know about the illusory world. Merlin could only nod in response. Teacher Blackfire, perhaps it was because those civilization-level rock creatures weren't mind power masters, and even though they were civilization-level, they're ultimately not ancestor-level rock creatures. Therefore, my hallucinating spell was able to affect them. This is one of the reasons I volunteered to go against the 6 civilization-level prodigies. Although it was risky, fortunately, I've succeeded in the end. The Blackfire Lord thought about it carefully. This seemed to be the only explanation, and he could not help but sigh in relief. He said slowly, Merlin, next time, don't be so reckless. Luckily, this experience was only a nasty scare without any fatalities. Let's go into the castle and see what the great legends suggest. If the rock tribe doesn't wish to cause a civilization war, then our fight ends here. End? Merlin had different reasoning. This war was stirred up by the rock tribe. They would not possibly give up after suffering such a great loss. Still, whether the rock tribe would ultimately begin a civilization war was something Merlin could not guarantee. Merlin, come into the illusory world quickly. Titus' voice sounded in Merlin's ear. Merlin was currently following the team of legends, flying toward Wizard Sito's castle in the Void Zone. Thus, it was not convenient for him to take out the illusion bead. He could only send a mind power projection into the illusory world. Titus, what's the matter? Before Merlin's projection, a figure gradually formed. It was Titus. However, the present Titus appeared rather taciturn. He stared at Merlin without uttering a single word. What do you want to say? Merlin felt that Titus was behaving strangely, and his voice was somber. It was a long while before Titus spoke. Merlin, a civilization war might erupt soon. You'll encounter more dangers like the one you've just gone through, and you won't be so lucky each time. Merlin knew that Titus was speaking the truth. If a civilization war truly occurred, even great legends would die one after another, let alone Merlin. Furthermore, now that he had killed 4 civilization-level prodigies of the rock tribe, he would surely be targeted by the rock tribe. If a civilization war erupted, his position would become even more precarious. What's your plan? Merlin raised his head, and looked at Titus. He knew that Titus would not say all of this for no reason. Titus let out a long sigh. Initially, I had wanted to set out a proper time to tell you in detail, but the situation is tense now, so never mind. I've learned the illusory heart, and while I was consolidating the illusory world, though I didn't succeed, I managed to learn an avatar technique. You can transfigure another illusion bead, which is simple enough. You just need to know a little alchemy. It's just that the materials are rather unique, but you must find a way to transfigure the next illusion bead. Then, I'll help you separate a third of the illusory world's strength, and move it into the second illusion bead. Next, you'll send in a burst of mind power. In this manner, you can create a mind avatar of your own. Mind avatar? What for? Merlin had only heard of spatial avatar, wind avatar, and so on, but all these were categorized as Maxim avatars. The legend Zardo and the arcane wizard Sito were both able to form these avatars. However, it was the first time Merlin had heard of the mind avatar. To save your life. Titus said coldly, a mind avatar can replace you and die in your place during the most perilous times. As a third of the illusory world has been used to consolidate the mind avatar, once it's employed, not even an honored legend would be able to tell the difference. Therefore, in times of danger, your mind avatar could be passed off as your true self. Even the force would be the same. Who will suspect anything? Merlin was astounded. He knew that Titus had been fearsome back when he was in the slothful beast world. To be able to reach the stage where one could create an illusory world was frightening indeed. However, he had never thought that there would be such a wondrous technique, able to replace Merlin in times of great danger. This was equivalent to Merlin having a second life. Even the arcane wizard Seto's avatar only had formidable powers, but was unable to replace arcane wizard Seto himself in a dangerous moment. Such a technique was beyond the realm of knowledge of spellcasters. Upon seeing Merlin's astonished expression, Titus laughed coldly. Merlin, you should know how terrifying mind power masters can be. Hallucinating spells alone often have surprising results. If one achieves the illusory heart and controls an enemy's spirit, that would be truly frightening. Nonetheless, besides hallucinating spells, mind power masters have plenty of other tricks. It was just that back then, I was focused on creating the illusory world, and didn't explore the various mind power techniques so much. Merlin could now imagine the mind power system as a blank piece of paper. He was free to draw as he liked, and all sorts of miraculous techniques might appear. For instance, among spellcasters, there were alchemy, runology, potions, and so on. If the mind power system was perfected, it would not lose to the spellcaster system in the slightest. It might even be more powerful and unfathomable. If Merlin had studied this meticulously, there would be no end of techniques on par with Titus' mind avatar. The mind avatar requires a third of the illusory world. Won't this affect the illusory world? Merlin was currently relying upon the strength of the illusory world and was thus concerned about this matter. Titus wore a powerless look as he nodded. Of course, the power of an illusory world that has lost one-third of itself would definitely decline a little. As you yourself are unable to mobilize the full strength of the illusory world, this missing third won't affect you much for now. You'd better gather the materials quickly, and transfigure this mind avatar before the civilization war starts. Following that, Titus' figure vanished without a trace. In addition, Merlin's mind power instantly received the specific steps of transfiguring a mind avatar, which Titus had transmitted to him. Chapter 632, Reward. Chapter 632, Reward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin, come in as well. The Blackfire Lord's voice rang beside Merlin's ear. Merlin raised his head, and saw that they had already arrived at the arcane wizard Seto's castle. All those who could enter the castle were great legends at least. Due to Merlin's exceptional performance, his abilities were not inferior to most great legends. Naturally, he was qualified to enter the castle. Merlin nodded, and entered the castle along with many other great legends. Nevertheless, his focus was on the specific steps of transfiguring a mind avatar that Titus had given him, which were now occupying his mind. To transfigure a mind avatar, one must have an illusion bead. Transfiguring this illusion bead was not complicated, but its materials were difficult to find. Moreover, there had to be at least more than 1,000 types of materials, making Merlin feel a sense of hopelessness. It requires so many materials, and I'm at the front lines. Where am I supposed to get these? Merlin knew that transfiguring a mind avatar was something he must not put off any longer, but he was at the front lines now, and had no way of leaving. He could only wait for the discussion to end before he head to the Alabaster Dimension, and searched carefully for the materials. In the large hall of the castle, for great lords, 18 honored legends, and over 100 great legends all gathered under one roof. They assembled in the hall, which was filled with a joyous mood. In particular, Merlin had also appeared in the hall. His appearance had made many great legends looked at him. Up until now, they still found it unbelievable that Merlin had defeated the 6 civilization-level prodigies of the Rock Tribe. Moreover, those prodigies had combined into an even more formidable progenitor's body. Although it was difficult to believe, they had previously witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, and they did not doubt its veracity. Oh great wizard Seto, we owe much to wizard Merlin this time. For civilization-level prodigies of the Rock Tribe are dead now, and they are no longer able to form the progenitor's body. Even in terms of the number of civilization-level prodigies, we're comfortably ahead of the Rock Tribe. Furthermore, we still have wizard Merlin. With him, no rock creature below a legend would be able to stand up against us. Therefore, we're prepared for the Rock Tribe to start a civilization war, One of the honored legends, who was granted the title Tempest, said calmly. The initially elated mood of the spellcasters subsided upon hearing this. The civilization war that the legend Tempest had mentioned, if the rock tribe truly had no other way, they might really start a civilization war. The arcane wizard Sito smiled. No matter, it's not as if we're unprepared. Even if the rock tribe wants to start a civilization war, so what? We have 4 great lords, 18 honored legends, and more than 100 great legends. Our forces are mighty. Even if there's a civilization war, we're not inferior to them. The only worry is that the ancestor-level existences of the rock tribe can form into the progenitor's body. That would be somewhat troublesome, that's all. The rock tribe had relied on the progenitor's body to cause the spellcaster civilization quite a headache. If there were beings who were ancestor-level, the progenitor's body they formed would have rather terrifying might. However, there was a limit to the progenitor's body as well. At most, it could reach the level of an honored legend. After all, the progenitor's body's complete strength could only be unleashed by a progenitor. The progenitor's body is actually not that scary. Our spellcaster civilization, which has 3,000-year heritage, is even more powerful than other foreign civilizations with 10,000 years of heritage. If a civilization war were to erupt, our great lords and honored legends would outnumber the rock tribe. Humph, we have the upper hand. That's right. This time, the rock tribe had schemed to hide 4 of their civilization-level prodigies, then attack suddenly. They hoped to gain an advantage, but luckily, we have Wizard Merlin. Even before a civilization war has started, we're currently winning. These great legends knew very well that, in this war between the rock tribe and the spellcasters, Merlin was a key factor. If they did not have Merlin, it would be the spellcasters who were fretting now. Now that Merlin had shown up, the rock tribe was faced with 2 difficult options. Besides starting a civilization war, they could only give up on their plan to continue this war with the spellcaster civilization for now. Alright, no matter what the rock tribe decides, we mustn't let down our guard. Even if a civilization war erupts, I firmly believe that victory will be ours. After the arcane wizard Sito had spoken, many great legends took their leave to make preparations. Just as Merlin was about to leave, he was called out by the arcane wizard Sito. Wizard Merlin. At the moment, there was only the arcane wizard Sito and the Blackfire Lord in the main foyer. Wizard Sito, Teacher Blackfire, what are your orders? Merlin looked at Wizard Sito hesitantly. He was just about to head to the alabaster dimension to search for the many precious materials required to transfigure the illusion bead. Merlin, you exerted yourself significantly to save us from a crisis, and defeated 6 civilization-level prodigies of the rock tribe in one fell swoop, even killing 4. You've practically turned around the entire situation of the war. With such a tremendous contribution, how can I, as the commander of the front lines, let this go unrewarded? Speak, what do you want? Reward? Merlin was slightly taken aback. He did not think that he would get any reward, but now that he thought about it, he did save the day all by himself. Otherwise, the arcane wizard Sito would have already started a civilization war by now. There's nothing that I really want. As soon as the words were out, Merlin stopped himself. After some hesitation, he asked, if I say that I need them, can Wizard Sito give me some alchemy materials? Merlin had remembered about the illusion bead. According to Titus' list, transfiguring an illusion bead was not at all complex. Instead, it was quite simple. However, the tough part was in the materials it needed. There were too many, and it was complicated, for there were more than 1,000 types of materials. Even if one had bought them, one might not be able to collect everything. Moreover, they were at the front lines, and Merlin was not certain that he would be able to obtain the necessary materials in the alabaster dimension to transfigure the illusion bead. However, now that Wizard Sito wanted to reward him, naturally Merlin would make the materials of transfiguring the illusion bead his priority. Come, let me see, what alchemy materials? Wizard Sito appeared unruffled, following which Merlin listed out the items, all of which were alchemy materials needed to transfigure an illusion bead. As Merlin was not familiar with alchemy, he did not know which of these materials were considered precious. Merlin kept his eye on Wizard Sito's face. At first, Wizard Sito wore a calm expression. Then, it turned more and more puzzled. After looking at the list, Wizard Sito shook his head. Merlin said helplessly, "Wizard Sito, there are quite a lot of materials. If you really don't have them, I'll find some other way." Based on Wizard Sito's expression, Merlin did not have much hope. "Wizard Merlin, I don't mean that I don't have the materials. It's just because the things you've listed, despite making up a varied assortment that includes more than 1,000 alchemy materials, are mostly very common materials. There are only a few which are relatively precious, but they're not extraordinarily rare either. I can give you these materials right now." Following that, Wizard Sito promptly retrieved a ring, and tossed it to Merlin. Merlin was pleased beyond his expectations. After receiving the ring, he looked through it briefly. It was filled to the brim with various alchemy materials. Although he did not examine them carefully, Wizard Sito would definitely not make any mistakes. "Thank you very much, Wizard Sito." Merlin felt a burst of glee. With these materials, he could even transfigure the illusion bead right away and thus transfigure his mind avatar. Just these materials? They're not much of a reward. "Merlin, tell me, what else do you want?" Wizard Sito asked Merlin again. Nonetheless, Merlin was in a hurry to head to the alabaster dimension to transfigure his mind avatar. What other rewards would he want? Currently, any casting tool or potion was of no use to him. There was nothing that would attract Merlin. Seeing that Merlin said nothing, the Blackfire Lord laughed. "Merlin, be rest assured. Of course, Wizard Sito has something good to give you." "Something good?" Merlin did not know what else could possibly attract him. Wizard Sito shook his head somewhat powerlessly. "Merlin, by now, I guess that you won't be interested in any casting tool, potion, and such things. This time, you've turned the situation around, and made an immense contribution. Naturally, I'll reward you." After a pause, Wizard Sito's expression turned serious, and he said gruffly, "Merlin, the future is uncertain, for every moment is constantly fluctuating. Now, you've only just begun to attempt fusing spell models. At the moment, you've condensed 6 wizard hearts. However, you should already have more than 30 perfect grade spells. In the history of the spellcaster civilization, you have the most perfect grade spells. Even the 7 elemental wizard Neela didn't have as many perfect grade spells as you." Merlin nodded. There was no way to fool Wizard Sito. His spells, from the 4th level onward, were derived by the Matrix, so they were all perfect grade. In total, he had 36 perfect grade spells. "Merlin, the more perfect grade spells you have, other than having higher compatibility, most perfect grade spells have greater power as well. For you to fuse your 6 elemental spells, and become a great wizard is something rather difficult." Merlin lifted his gaze to look at Wizard Sito. It was true that it would be challenging for him to fuse the spells, but he did not know why Wizard Sito would bring this up. Wizard Sito laughed and continued. "This time, you did us a great service. I'll personally lend you a helping hand. The future is filled with unlimited possibilities. Since that's the case, I'll bring you to see these unlimited possibilities of the future." "Unlimited possibilities?" Merlin did not even know what Wizard Sito was referring to, but Wizard Sito immediately waved a hand, and mysterious energy blanketed Merlin. "Don't resist, just relax. Look upon this issue from an observer's perspective. You'll see the various possibilities that will arise from your fusion of your spell models. Perhaps one of these will be your future." Thereafter, Merlin was astonished to feel that the 6 spell hearts in his body seemed to be out of his control. They were beginning to merge gradually. Chapter 633, Unlimited Possibilities. Chapter 633, Unlimited Possibilities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin's Fire-type Wizard Heart and Thunder-type Wizard Heart started to draw together slowly, and even fused gradually. Merlin could clearly tell that this was not an illusion. At least, with his current mind power, there was no hallucinating spell which could trap him without him realizing it. As for the wizard hearts in his body, Merlin sensed that they were incomparably real, only he was unable to control them. He could only watch powerlessly as the 2 wizard hearts slowly converged. This was an undeniably true sensation. In his initial plan, he had decided to first fuse the Fire-type and Thunder-type wizard hearts as well. After all, his first spell fusion was between these two types. The present situation was consistent with what Merlin had wanted. After the Fire-type and Thunder-type wizard hearts were slowly fused, Merlin's attention was focused. This was a very authentic feeling, just as if he had truly fused these two types of wizard hearts together. Hiss! As soon as they touched, the Fire-type and Thunder-type wizard hearts began to vibrate violently. Moreover, the deeper their contact, the more they became restless. Kacha. Following that, a crack appeared. Cracks then emerged on both wizard hearts, swiftly growing to all sides. Soon enough, the elements were in agitation, as if on the verge of explosion. Stop now! Merlin seemed to sense the force of death, but he was powerless. When his two wizard hearts tried to separate, it was already too late. Boom! A huge shockwave from the explosion immediately triggered the other wizard hearts in his body, which rapidly exploded as well. This resulted in Merlin being blown to smithereens. Am I dead? Merlin's consciousness was very alert, but he had just seen for himself how he had exploded into pieces because of his failure in fusing the spell models. However, his consciousness was still wide awake, which meant he was not yet dead. Buzz! Very soon, the environment changed, and Merlin materialized once again. Nonetheless, this time, Merlin had decided to first fuse his Ice-type and Wind-type wizard hearts. This fusion was just like the last. Merlin felt that it was incredibly real, and could not sense any traces of a hallucinating spell. Still, the result of the fusion was collapse once again, and Merlin died. Therefore, in the next attempt, Merlin tried to fuse his Fire-type and Earth-type wizard hearts, and it ended in failure too. However, this time, it was only Merlin's wizard hearts that collapsed, and Merlin became a normie. Again and again, Merlin seemed to be reincarnated over and over. This was totally different from the hallucinating spells he had experienced before. What's really going on? Merlin looked around him. He seemed to be always trapped in another Merlin's body, acutely experiencing the spell fusion of this other Merlin. This feeling was not any different from when he had tried to fuse spells himself. Merlin, this is your future. To be more accurate, it's one of your futures because the future holds endless possibilities, all sorts of possibilities. Your future might very well be one of these. Although the future can't be predicted, not even by the mightiest existences, I can roughly reveal to you the unlimited possibilities of your future. Take this time to understand them well. This might be crucial to your future success in fusing the spell models. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Merlin's ears. It was the arcane wizard Ceto. Unlimited possibilities? Merlin was astounded. These were futures extrapolated by the arcane wizard Ceto for Merlin, not a hallucinating spell. In other words, each time Merlin tried to fuse the spells, it was actually a real experience. It was just that this was only one of Merlin's futures. The future was uncertain, for every moment was in constant change, but the arcane wizard was able to display these variations of the future before Merlin's eyes, allowing him to wordlessly experience the various possibilities of fusing his spell models. An opportunity like this could only be encountered once in a blue moon. Following that, the arcane wizard Ceto's voice no longer appeared, and Merlin was thoroughly immersed in the unlimited possibilities of his future, just as if he himself had fused the spell models. Again and again, almost every attempt ended in failure. At last, when he fused the Fire-type and Earth-type wizard hearts once, he succeeded. Nonetheless, this was merely a lucky fluke. Through his innumerable failures, Merlin had realized many things. If he really were to fuse his spell models in the future, at least he would not repeat the same mistakes. Awaken. After an unknown period of time, Merlin opened his eyes to discover that he was still in the foyer of the castle. Above him were Wizard Ceto and the Blackfire Lord. Merlin hurriedly bowed toward Wizard Ceto. My gratitude to Wizard Ceto's assistance in letting me see the endless possibilities of the future. With the arcane wizard Ceto's help, Merlin's chances of success were increased by at least 30%. This was rather incredible. In terms of condensing a wizard heart from his 36 perfect grade spells, Merlin did not even have an assurance of 10% before this. Now, Merlin nearly had 40% assurance of success. This was thanks to Wizard Ceto, who had spent great effort in demonstrating the countless possibilities of the future. Alright, take your time to slowly understand. Wizard Sito seemed somewhat tired, and waved his hand, dismissing Merlin. After Merlin had turned to leave, the Blackfire Lord could not hold back any longer, frowning as he asked Wizard Sito. Sito, when you demonstrated to Merlin the countless possibilities of the future earlier, the power you consumed was enough to let you create an avatar on par with a preeminent lord. Was it worth it? Merlin did not know what it cost for Wizard Sito to show him the endless possibilities of the future, but the Blackfire Lord, being an ancient lord, would naturally know that this was an ability which not even an arcane wizard would readily utilize. This was because it had used up too much effort. Even an avatar of Sito's, comparable to a preeminent lord, might collapse from displaying the variations of the future. How could it be not worth it? It's worth the effort. Ha ha, Blackfire, I didn't give him such a generous gift out of deference to you. It's because he really has the potential that's deserving of such an effort. The history of spellcasters is long, and we've only been in the Void Zone for 3,000 years, but have you ever seen a genius like Merlin? He's surpassed any civilization level. He's a miracle. It's likely that even in the next tens of thousands of years, we won't be able to produce a prodigy like Merlin. Becoming a great wizard is a rather significant threshold. If I can help him pass that stage, I can't even imagine what his achievements will be. Thus, forget about just exhausting some energy, even wearing out 1 or 2 avatars would be worth it. In fact, if it wasn't for the likely onset of a civilization war, which means that I have to save some strength to handle progenitor Hanra, I would have liked to let Merlin experience even more of his various future possibilities. The Blackfire Lord wore a complicated expression, but he was overjoyed for Merlin because Merlin had gained Sito's approval and attention. An ultimate arcane wizard would not treat Merlin favorably merely due to the Blackfire Lord. Showing Merlin his unlimited future possibilities was Wizard Sito's affirmation toward Merlin. Although this war with the Rock Tribe was dangerous, for Merlin, it could very well be a chance. Merlin returned to the Alabaster Dimension. Currently, Titus could not wait any longer to exclaim his shock. It's inconceivable, truly inconceivable. The future has endless possibilities, and the arcane wizard Sito is able to extrapolate the future. Wizard Merlin, this is far more powerful than hallucinating spells. No matter how powerful those spells are, they're still illusory. However, the futures that the arcane wizard Sito had shown you, from one perspective, are in fact, reality. Even Titus was blown away. The arcane wizard Sito's calculation of the future had surpassed Titus' framework of knowledge. Oh. Which means that spellcasters are still more powerful. Looks like I'd better focus on fusing the spell models, and try to consolidate the multicolored wizard heart as soon as I can to become a great wizard. Merlin said with a dry smile. Titus hurriedly interjected, that's not for certain. It's just because spellcasters have a refined system, and this is calculated by the ultimate arcane wizard himself. For an arcane wizard to have a power like this isn't surprising. Back then, I hadn't even succeeded in creating the illusory world, so how can I compare to an ultimate arcane wizard? Wizard Merlin, if you were to perfect the illusory world in the future and condense a complete illusory world, you'll surely have some unique abilities too, on par with how Wizard Sito had shown you the various possibilities of the future. Merlin shook his head. He did not think that either spellcasters or mind power masters was better than the other. Now, he was both a spellcaster and a mind power master. Furthermore, it seemed like being a mind power master was more powerful, but he felt that he would continue to cultivate whichever system that would help increase his strength. In addition, the mind power system was not perfected. Although it seemed to have immense potential, up until now, no one was able to validate whether Titus' mind power system could be developed to its end. Naturally, Merlin would not throw all his efforts into cultivating the mind power system. Alright, Titus. The alchemy materials for transfiguring the illusion bead have been prepared. I'd better transfigure the mind avatar as soon as possible in order to face the civilization war that may break out at any moment. Merlin currently felt a sense of urgency. The quieter the Rock Tribe was, the more Merlin felt nervous, especially since the Rock Tribe had no intention of stopping the fight. This indicated that the Rock Tribe was discontented. They were likely to start a civilization war. It's simple enough to transfigure the illusion bead. The difficult part is in separating the illusory world. Alright, let's go step by step. First, transfigure the illusion bead. Titus also knew that the most important thing Merlin had to do now was to transfigure the mind avatar. This was a life-saving technique. Even if a civilization war erupted, Merlin's safety would be ensured to a certain extent. Therefore, with Titus' aid, Merlin began to silently prepare for the transfiguration of the mind avatar. Chapter 634, The Avatar is Created. Chapter 634, The Avatar is Created. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Currently, in the Rock Tribe's dimension, all of the rock creatures appeared relatively despondent. The deaths that occurred among the 6 civilization-level rock creatures were a humongous blow to the Rock Tribe. In particular, it was a blow to their spirits, causing many rock creatures to consider retreating to the Rock Tribe's dimension, no longer seeking a war with the spellcasters. In the main foyer of Progenitor Hanra's residence, many ancestor-level rock creatures were gathered. This time, it seemed like Progenitor Hanra had made a decision. Everyone, we no longer have an escape route now. If we retreat, our rock tribe won't be able to grow, and will become increasingly feeble in the future. At this rate, we'll become a weak civilization in 10,000 years. The spellcaster civilization, along with the other surrounding civilizations, are developing and flourishing, constantly expanding. Now is our best chance. Due to the defeat of Arroyo and the rest, an ordinary war won't help us gain the upper hand. Presently, the only course of action for our rock tribe is to start a civilization war. As soon as Progenitor Hanra had finished speaking, the rock creatures, despite having prepared in advance, felt a sense of dejection. A civilization war was something no one wished to experience. Progenitor Hanra's gaze swept across the crowd of rock creatures. Once the civilization war began, time would be measured in centuries. No one knew how long this momentous civilization war would last. When some powerful civilizations started a civilization war, they would fight ferociously for over 10,000 years. This would take an immense toll on both sides. Nonetheless, Progenitor Hanra had no other choice today. He must not retreat, and could only start a civilization war. Oh, great Progenitor Hanra! Suddenly, an ancestor-level rock creature stood up. Blackroth, what's your suggestion? Progenitor Hanra recognized this ancestor-level rock creature in a glance. He knew that Blackroth had been exploring the open territory for many years. Great Sir Progenitor, before you begin a civilization war, we actually still have a chance, not just to resolve the crisis but to do so without starting a civilization war. Blackroth spoke in a calm tone. Oh. Blackroth, what's your plan? Progenitor Hanra became highly interested. If there really was a way to not start the civilization war and turn things around at the same time, naturally, it would be the most ideal solution. In fact, it's very simple. Great Sir Progenitor, you can command the rock creatures below Ancestor level to enter the 10 or so dimensions at the front lines and begin fighting the spellcasters at full effort. However, we'll send some ancestor-level rock creatures at the same time, who must hide their identities and suppress their force, expressly to look out for Wizard Merlin and those spellcasters' civilization-level prodigies. Once these targets are found, they'll strike immediately. The most important target is Merlin. It's best to send a middle-rank ancestor-level rock creature to be absolutely sure. As soon as we've killed Merlin and those civilization-level wizards, we'll immediately retreat to the rock tribe dimension. During this period, Sir Progenitor can make contact with the spellcaster civilization. If they can't reach a decision to start a civilization war, then the initiative of the war is back in our hands. After Blackroth had spoken, the rock creatures in the main foyer seemed to have brighter gazes. This was a plan indeed. There was only one core factor, which was to gamble. They were betting on the fact that the spellcasters would not dare to start a civilization war so easily, before the rock tribe had done so. This gamble made it seem like the rock tribe had broken an unspoken rule, but if the spellcaster restrained themselves from starting a civilization war, then that was a victory for the rock tribe. After all, there was some resistance among the spellcasters too, especially great legends who would not be willing to begin a civilization war. This was because once they did, these lofty, imposing great legends would become hunting targets. Therefore, if there were divisions in the spellcaster civilization, the situation would be favorable for the rock tribe. What if Ceto decides to start a civilization war? Progenitor Hanra narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Blackroth laughed in response, and replied, "If he does, then we haven't lost anything. We're already prepared for a civilization war, aren't we?" Progenitor Hanra laughed as well. This was a good plan indeed. As long as the spellcaster civilization did not embark upon a civilization war immediately, the resistance among their own ranks would be enough to prevent Wizard Sito from starting the war. Nonetheless, Progenitor Hanra knew that the difficult part of this matter was in thoroughly concealing those ancestor-level rock creatures, who must not be discovered by the spellcasters. This is a good plan indeed. If we succeed, Blackroth, I'll see to it that you get to enter the Progenitor's land one time. Blackroth felt a burst of delight. It was only because he had formed a grudge against Merlin in the open territory that he finally now grabbed the opportunity to impose his own selfish motives. The chance to enter the Progenitor's land was merely an incidental bonus for Blackroth. All right, Blackroth, I'll send a middle-rank ancestor-level rock creature and 3 lower-rank ancestor-level rock creatures. Since this plan is yours, naturally, you must go along too. Blackroth's heart trembled, and his smile froze upon his face. This was not good. If Merlin really died, and those honored legends and lords of the spellcasters started the civilization war regardless of everything, then Blackroth and the rest would be first ones at risk. However, Progenitor Hanra had already decided, and Blackroth could only helplessly assent to this. Phew! In a room, Merlin opened his eyes, and exhaled extensively. In his hand was a flawless, exquisite, pure white, crystalline bead. I finally transfigured it. Titus, this illusion bead is able to take in a third of the illusory world? The white bead in Merlin's hand was an illusion bead. After receiving the materials for transfiguring the illusion bead from the arcane wizard Sito, Merlin had used 7 days, with Titus' help, to transfigure this illusion bead. Nonetheless, Merlin did not know whether this bead was able to withstand a third of the illusory world. Titus immediately shot out a projection from the illusory world, saying reassuringly, "The materials of this illusion bead are excellent, and the transfiguration went very smoothly. Certainly, it'll be able to take on a third of the illusory world. Merlin, control the illusion bead first, then I'll help you sever a third of the illusory world. This would need to be supported by that tremendous mind power of yours." Merlin nodded seriously. Detaching a third of the illusory world was a great loss to the entire illusory world. As the one who had personally created the illusory world, Titus was reluctant to carry out such an act. Nevertheless, for Merlin to have an additional chance at life during the impending civilization war, Titus could only resign himself to this heartache. After all, if Merlin died, his plan for someone to perfect the mind power system and resurrect him would no longer be a possibility. Merlin retrieved the illusion bead from his ring, following which he mobilized his colossal mind power. As the owner of the illusion bead, it was easy for Merlin to control the entire illusory world. It was just that this illusory world was overly massive, so Merlin was incapable of mobilizing it fully. Sever. After Merlin had perceived the entire illusory world, he began to control the illusory world, ready to detach a third of it before moving it into the newly transfigured illusion bead. This would be difficult to pull off if Merlin was alone, but with Titus' help, it became easier. Merlin's immense mind power was like a force that tore apart the world. It was initially quiet and serene in the illusory world, but now, the entire place began to tremor, and countless mountains, rivers, and lakes ceased to exist in an instant. It was an apocalyptic scene. Although the illusory world was illusory, it was no different from the real world on the mind power plane. After all, Titus' end goal was to transform the illusory into reality. At that point, the illusory world would turn into a real world. Rumble. The entire illusory world was still quaking violently. The sky crashed down as the ground broke apart as if a giant hand was forcefully tearing the entire thing apart. A massive spatial gap appeared in the sky. Merlin's mind power was shaking furiously as it strenuously tore apart an illusory world. He was still unable to do so for now. Luckily, he had Titus' help, who understood the illusory world the most. Therefore, he was able to help Merlin sever this illusory world. Merlin, quick! Push a third of the illusory world into the second illusion bead. Titus yelled in the illusory world. Merlin dared not delay. One moment of carelessness and the third of the illusory world which was torn off might collapse. At that point, all of Merlin and Titus' efforts would have been wasted. Rise! Merlin's mind power was like two hands, holding up a third of the illusory world as it gradually left the illusion bead. Following that, the illusory world was forcefully pushed into the second illusion bead by Merlin's mind power. After the third of the illusory world had entered the illusion bead, it slowly calmed down. Nonetheless, when he saw the scene of destruction in the illusory world, Merlin could not help but gasp in surprise at the marvel of the illusory world. This illusory world was just like the real world. Although it was shaking, as long as it could be stabilized, it would slowly recover. However, it would continually affect the living beings in the illusory world. Titus, I should condense the mind avatar next, right? Merlin's voice revealed his nervousness. According to the steps for transfiguring a mind avatar that Titus had given him, this was the final part which was also the most crucial. He must fuse his mind power with the illusion bead, and with that, transform the illusory world in the illusion bead into a mind avatar of his own. You may begin. In truth, if it weren't for your inability to fuse the illusory world completely into your awareness, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You could have directly severed the illusory world and create countless mind avatars. Think about it, when you're accomplished at the illusory world, you can instantly create a mind avatar whenever you're in danger in order to withstand any fatal attacks. How frightening is that? It's just a shame you're unable to merge the illusory world into your awareness, and can only use the illusion bead as an external medium, so your efficiency in creating a mind avatar is much lower. Titus spoke somewhat powerlessly. Accomplished in terms of the illusory world? Merlin shook his head. This was too far ahead that it was not even realistic, because even Titus was unable to complete the illusory world. Merlin did not think he would be able to do so that easily. Therefore, no matter how terrifying his powers would be after being accomplished at the illusory world, this was all a pipe dream to the current Merlin. It was more practical to transfigure a mind avatar for now. Therefore, according to Titus' steps, Merlin separated a portion of his mind power and forcibly fused it into the illusory world. His force filled every corner of the illusory world. Hum hum hum. Suddenly, the illusion bead began to tremble, following which a spellcaster that looked just like Merlin appeared before him. We've done it? Even his life force is the same. Not even I can tell the difference. Merlin looked at this other Merlin before him and was stunned to his core. You must have done it. From now onward, I'll be Wizard Merlin's avatar. The wondrous thing was that Merlin's mind avatar possessed independent speech as well. In fact, this avatar was controlled by Merlin's mind power. A conversation like this was equivalent to Merlin talking to himself. This sensation was one that gave Merlin an odd feeling. Chapter 635, A Familiar Gaze. Chapter 635, A Familiar Gaze. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A month's time had passed. In the Alabaster Dimension, Merlin had been focusing on understanding the various future possibilities that the arcane wizard Ceto had calculated for him. It was just that, until now, he still had not attempted to fuse the spell models. The Fire-type and Thunder-type wizard hearts were undoubtedly the ones Merlin was most familiar with, and they seemed to Merlin the easiest to fuse. However, within the myriad of future possibilities, it was precisely the fusion of these two wizard hearts that Merlin most frequently failed at. Therefore, without a resolute assurance, Merlin dared not fuse them carelessly. He vaguely felt that fusing the spell models to become a great wizard must surely be the biggest threshold in his entire journey as a spellcaster. Nevertheless, during this month, the Rock Tribe was silent as well, taking no action. The more the current situation remained, the more the spellcasters were unable to rest easy. After all, Progenitor Hanra and the many ancestor-level rock creatures of the Rock Tribe were not too far from the Seelie dimension. They were watching closely of the many dimensions of the spellcaster civilization. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Merlin suddenly raised his head. He felt intense elemental fluctuations coming from outside. When he extended his mind power to have a look, he saw that many spellcasters were swiftly exiting the Alabaster dimension as if something big had happened. Could it be that the Rock Tribe has started a civilization war? Just as Merlin was puzzling over this, the Maxim avatar of Teacher Zardo told him, "Merlin, hurry to Wizard Sito's castle. All of the great legends are already gathered here." Merlin's heart trembled. He knew that something major must have happened, most likely something to do with the Rock Tribe. Thus, he stood up immediately and flew toward Sito's castle in the Void Zone. "Wizard Sito, the Rock Tribe is forcing our hand." With an operation of such great fanfare after such a long period of silence, they must have decided to start a civilization war. "We must get ready." "That's debatable. If they really wanted to start a civilization war, wouldn't it be more effective to directly send great legends to attack the 10 or so dimensions in the Seelie dimension? Why would they act so brazenly as if they're unafraid of us?" Indeed. This move of the Rock Tribe is rather strange. When Merlin reached the castle, his ears were filled with the debates of many great legends. As for the focal point of these debates, it was whether the Rock Tribe would start a civilization war. This abrupt operation of the Rock Tribe was puzzling on many levels. After listening for a moment, Merlin had a general understanding of the situation. The Rock Tribe had suddenly, with great fanfare, hurried toward the Seelie dimension in an open and brash manner. Wizard Sito and the great legends were discussing the appropriate countermeasure. As Merlin had defeated the 6 civilization-level prodigies, he had earned the right to join their discussion. Upon looking at the chaos below, Wizard Sito knitted his brow. "Stop arguing. No matter whether the Rock Tribe wants to start a civilization war, we must hurry over immediately. Everyone must be ready. Also, the 4 great lords must each command a team consisting entirely of great legends, and be prepared to handle any sudden crises." Wizard Sito's arrangement was cautious and prudent. Therefore, with the arcane Wizard Sito leading the way, all the great legends flew out of the castle and headed toward the front lines. Soon enough, many legends had reached the front lines. The Seelie dimension and the other 10 or so dimensions that the front lines comprised were now under the spellcaster's control. The rock creatures had hurried over but had not made a single move. What's Hanra trying to do? Until now, Wizard Sito was still unable to discern what the Rock Tribe was planning. Rumble. Suddenly, the Rock Tribe made their move, one which happened on a wide scale. There were almost more than 10,000 rock creatures who flew directly toward the front-line dimensions, including the Seelie dimension. Among these rock creatures, there was not a single one with the force of a legend. All of them were below legends. Hanra wishes to fight like this? Wizard Sito's face wore a startled look. Sending those below the level of legends to fight for the dimension, rock creatures who numbered over 10,000, this was definitely a war. However, without the legends' participation, it was no cause for anxiety. Those great legends even heaved a sigh of relief. A battle between those below legends might be intense, but at least it was not as terrifying as a civilization war. Haha, since Hanra doesn't wish to start a civilization war but fight for the dimensions instead, naturally, we won't hold back. For great lords, let the spellcasters below the level of legends enter the front-line dimensions as they wish. War has erupted. After Wizard Sito's command, the 4 great lords began to direct numerous spellcaster teams to fly into the 10 or so dimensions at the front lines. Instantly, the masses of rock creatures and spellcasters launched a furious fight in these dimensions. Although the rock creatures were able to form the progenitor's body and to employ a significant advantage, in truth, there were many spellcasters who were below legends. When they started to fight, it was the spellcasters who had the slight upper hand. However, this was before the civilization-level prodigies had attacked. Once they had made their move, the entire situation would be turned around because there was no one in the Rock Tribe who was able to contend against the civilization-level geniuses of the spellcasters. Wizard Merlin. The arcane Wizard Sito called out to Merlin, after which Merlin arrived before him, who pointed to Wizard Sven and the other 3 civilization-level wizards behind him. Wizard Sito said to Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, you and Sven's team of 4 are now a squad with you as the squad leader. Join the fight as soon as you can. You must guard the Seelie dimension. Since Hanra didn't decide to start a civilization war, let's destroy the Rock Tribe's fantasies completely. They can forget about getting into the Seelie dimension." Merlin glanced at Sven and the other 3 civilization-level wizards. Wizard Ceto had compiled the greatest forces to immediately defeat the Rock Tribe, dispelling any illusions progenitor Hanra might have had. Merlin nodded. Please be rest assured, Wizard Ceto. We'll guard the Seelie dimension for sure. With that, Merlin, along with Sven and the rest, instantly flew toward the Seelie dimension. Great Sir Progenitor, Merlin and the other 4 civilization-level prodigies of the spellcasters have arrived. They formed a squad. This is our best chance. Blackroth had been following beside Progenitor Hanra. Together, they were observing the changes of the battlefield at the front lines. Both sides appeared to be evenly matched, but in fact, the strongest forces of the spellcasters had not arrived. Progenitor Hanra was waiting for Merlin and the other 4 civilization-level prodigies. They were a force that could change the game. That's right, they finally appeared. Blackroth, keep to your plan. I'll send Nisk along with you. He's a middle-rank ancestor-level being, equivalent to the spellcasters' honored legends. No matter how powerful Merlin and those 4 civilization-level prodigies are, they won't stand a chance. Remember, you must kill Merlin. Progenitor Hanra's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Merlin was the first spellcaster who was not even a legend that had made such a lasting impression on Progenitor Hanra. Blackroth's heart was filled with joy. With Nisk going as well, he was much more confident. Sir Progenitor, don't worry. I'll surely kill Merlin and completely turn things around. Go forth. Following that, the forces of Blackroth and Nisk were concealed through a special technique Progenitor Hanra himself had cast. Then they flew toward the Seelie dimension noiselessly. As he looked at their departing figures, Progenitor Hanra's eyes glinted with a cold light as he mumbled, if we don't succeed, a civilization war would be inevitable. Progenitor Hanra could not even be sure. Even if they had succeeded, a civilization war might still be unavoidable. It was the first time the spellcasters and the Rock Tribe had burst into such a large-scale war. More than 10,000 spellcasters and rock creatures were battling each other with everything they had. Almost every dimension of the front lines was embroiled in a furious battle. One could see colossal progenitors' bodies everywhere as well as spellcasters who had set up runic magic circles to trap rock creatures. Both sides had their own tricks, and were equally matched in general. However, after Merlin led the 4 civilization-level prodigies to join the fight, the situation began to change. After they had arrived at the Seelie dimension, each of the civilization-level prodigies was able to handle an area by themselves. When they encountered rock creatures, they simply had to send out any one of the civilization-level prodigies, and the rock creatures would be unable to resist. The disparity was too obvious. The rock creatures of the Seelie dimension were rapidly being crushed. Below legends, civilization-level prodigies were in control of the state of the battle, able to determine the outcome. It's too easy. I guess that the remaining 2 civilization-level prodigies of the Rock Tribe don't even dare to join this battle now. Wizard Sven and the other civilization-level prodigies appeared very relaxed. Merlin did not even have to act, for the 4 of them were able to defeat any rock creatures. Even if the mightiest existences below a legend formed a progenitor's body, they would be no match for a civilization-level prodigy. The Rock Tribe won't start a war despite knowing they would lose for sure. We'd better be careful. Conversely, Merlin was on his guard. However, things were unfolding smoothly. They had not been in the Seelie dimension for long before the Rock Tribe was basically beginning to be defeated. Another Rock Tribe team? Haha, let me take care of it this time. Wizard Hire was one of the civilization-level wizards. Previously, he was lucky enough to survive, and was now one of the 4 great civilization-level wizards of the spellcaster civilization. These rock creatures were generally quite weak and would be vanquished immediately when they ran into Merlin's squad. Now that there were rock creatures who dared to rush forward, Wizard Hire was overjoyed and was the first one to confront them. They're coming. However, we're still quite far from Merlin. Don't attack just yet. This team of rock creatures consisted of 7 members. The others were upper-rank rock creatures, and they seemed to have rather formidable strength. Blackroth and Nisk were hiding among them. They must not attack, for once they do, their identities would be exposed. Therefore, they must kill the targets in one blow. If they attacked, they must succeed at once. Blackroth was glaring at Merlin unwaveringly. The closer they were, the more brazen Blackroth's gaze became. Merlin suddenly felt that there was a familiar gaze coming from the oncoming team of rock creatures. The ancestor-level rock creature from the open territory? Oh no, higher, come back quickly. Merlin suddenly remembered this familiar gaze. It was an ancestor-level rock creature who had fought for the Fire Cloud dimension back in the open territory. However, it was already too late. Ha ha! Merlin, die! Blackroth and Nisk instantly released their fearsome force. Nisk, in particular, had a powerful force that was on par with an honored legend. Chapter 636, Civilization War Erupts. Chapter 636, Civilization War Erupts. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! The civilization-level prodigy wizard higher in the forefront did not have any way of resisting against Blackroth and Nisk's sudden attack, and was crushed by the violent force. Another civilization-level prodigy had died. However, an even larger crisis was looming. The entire Seelie dimension seemed to be occupied by a frenzied power. All the spellcasters could feel the suffocating power. Boom! With Nisk's fist, it seemed like the entire Seelie dimension shook. He was an existence comparable to an honored legend. His power was endless, and only one blow was needed to deal with Merlin. Ha ha, he's dead. Merlin is finally dead. Blackroth roared with laughter. Until now, everything was going smoothly. Not only did a civilization-level prodigy die, even Merlin, a spellcaster who could affect the situation on the battlefield, had died as well. There were only 3 civilization-level prodigies left. Blackroth had planned to act again, and take the opportunity to kill those 3 civilization-level prodigies as well. Damn it! We fell in the rock tribe's trap. We were too careless. Arcane Wizard Sito reacted immediately, but Progenitor Hanra was long prepared and directly stopped Arcane Wizard Sito. However, the Blackfire Lord then instantly flew into the Seelie dimension, and launched a giant palm made of flames at Blackroth and Nisk. Those who killed my disciple, die. The Blackfire Lord had not been this furious since becoming a lord. His heart was full of endless bloodlust. He wanted nothing more than to kill Blackroth and Nisk, and even massacre the entire rock tribe. Merlin, whom he had placed such high hopes on, had died just like that without any way to resist. A spellcaster who was not even a legend was schemed against by Progenitor Hanra of the rock tribe, who had mobilized someone comparable to an honored legend. This was somewhat unbelievable. The Blackfire Lord brought his boundless fury, and his terrifying power trapped Blackroth and Nisk. Although those two were great legends, and Nisk was even a powerful being comparable to an honored legend, his distance from the Blackfire Lord was just too large. Just by being trapped by the Blackfire Lord's maxim, they were unable to move. No, Progenitor, save us! Blackroth yelled frantically. Everything had gone according to his plan, but he had never expected that the spellcaster civilization's reaction would be so intense. He had never thought that a great lord would take action. This was going to cause a civilization war. All spellcasters, hear my orders. Kill every last rock creature by any means possible. In my name, Sito, kill, kill, kill. This time, Arcane Wizard Sito did not hesitate, and gave out the order. This was basically starting a civilization war. Although Arcane Wizard Sito was extremely reluctant to start a civilization war, Merlin had died, and several civilization-level prodigies were also in imminent peril. Wizard Sito could no longer hold back. A civilization war had broken out. All rock creatures, heed my orders. Kill each and every spellcaster. In my name, Hanra, kill. Immediately, a gigantic face appeared in the skies of the Seelie dimension and released endless awe. Victory to the Progenitor! Victory to the Rock Tribe! The Rock Tribe had long since been prepared. Wizard Sito and the Blackfire Lord's actions meant that Blackroth's plan had failed. The civilization war had inevitably erupted. Progenitor's power, bind. The Rock Tribe Progenitor Hanra saw Blackroth and Nisk in danger. He did not care about Blackroth, but Nisk was someone comparable to an honored legend. The death of an existence like him would be a huge loss. Thus, Progenitor Hanra separated a part of his power, and used the Progenitor's power to mobilize the power of the entire Seelie dimension. Since the Seelie dimension had been transformed by the rock tribe, it had already become the rock creature's home ground. Ancestor-level rock creatures could mobilize a portion of the Seelie dimension's power, but progenitor Hanra could directly use the Seelie dimension's power to block this fatal blow for Nisk. Boom! The Blackfire Lord's fiery palm viciously collided with progenitor Hanra's shield formed with the Seelie dimension's power. The terrifying shockwave had caused the Seelie dimension to tremble, unable to handle all that power. Crack! Finally, the Seelie dimension collapsed with a rumble, crumbling from the violent force. A dimension had completely disappeared just like that. If a great lord exerted his full strength, even the strongest dimensions would not be able to handle it. The Blackfire Lord's attack had not only shattered the Seelie dimension, but several other dozen dimensions in the front line were completely shattered, utterly unable to withstand that frantic power. Most of those dimensions belonged to the spellcaster civilization, which was then occupied by the rock tribe, and transformed into a rock creature's dimension. The remaining were like the Seelie dimension, dimensions that the spellcasters and the rock tribe did not interact with. However, now, they were all destroyed. It was a huge loss to both the rock tribe and the spellcaster civilization. After all, a dimension, especially dimensions that were not barren, were very hard to find. The Seelie dimension was shattered, but Blackroth and Nisk did not die from the Blackfire Lord's attack. Fear crept into their eyes. In the spellcaster civilization, one of the oldest lords was the Blackfire Lord. They finally learned that even if they were already ancestor level, before such formidable power, they also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Seeing the dimensions getting destroyed one after another, in a wide area in the Void Zone, there were two figures. One of them was surrounded with gorgeous multicolored light, and had a noble life force. The other one had a large and frightening face, overbearing and full of destruction. Although surrounding them was the Void Zone where there was no time and space, the power transmitted was very far. No one dared to approach. Sito, if we fight, even more dimensions will be destroyed. Progenitor Hanra's voice sounded calmly in the Void Zone. Sito and he were both ultimate beings. Once they fought, just the aftershocks would be enough to destroy distant dimensions. Even in the experimental attack earlier, both sides were still holding back. Generally, even in a civilization war, ultimate arcane wizards normally would not interfere in the battles. It was only unless the civilization was at risk of extinction, then an arcane wizard would take action. After all, although ultimate beings could not reverse the natural order, they were still the strongest beings confined by the natural order. Unless the gap was truly too large, even if multiple arcane wizards attacked from all sides, they would still be unable to kill an ultimate being. Arcane wizard was how the spellcaster civilization had called them. For the rock tribe, they were known as progenitors. However, in the Void Zone, there was another general term called ultimate existences. That was because in the Void Zone's history up until today, countless brilliant and powerful civilizations had been born. However, there had never been anyone who had surpassed an ultimate existence. To deal with an ultimate existence, one had to carefully plan and gather several ultimate existences to attack together. However, they still had to be cautious as there was no guarantee that they would be able to kill them. Once an ultimate existence had managed to escape, he would start causing wanton destruction. Even a powerful civilization could have their dimension destroyed, and end up completely declining. Therefore, even in a civilization war, ultimate beings from both sides would not join the battle. That was because once they had participated, both sides would suffer. Neither party would gain any benefits. HMPH, Hanra, the civilization war has already started. Your rock tribe doesn't stand a chance. Now that the civilization war has erupted, we're prepared to fight for tens of thousands of years. Our spellcaster civilization could rise in a short span of just 3,000 years. Is that something your rock tribe can compare with? This time, it's not that simple. We'll drive you back to your old nest and completely seal you away. Wizard Sito's gaze flashed coldly. Since the civilization war had already erupted, he naturally no longer had any scruples. Even if they had to pay a hefty price, they had to win the war. They had to make sure the rock tribe no longer dared to provoke the spellcaster civilization. Oh. Sito, if I remember correctly, aren't you still fighting with the Atlan civilization? Even one of your arcane wizards went to oversee the battle. That civilization is very peculiar. Even though it has only one dimension, and they don't have any ultimate existences, they can make some particularly powerful tools that even your ultimate existences are fearful of. That's why until now, you've never been able to break through the Atlan dimension. That's right, you're fighting 2 wars, but you can't deploy all your forces. That's because you still need to defend the God Alliance. The other ultimate existence has always been sitting at the frontier of the God Alliance, right? Sito, your spellcaster civilization is in grave danger now. It seems to have flourished for the past 3,000 years, but it has many enemies. How can you fight against my rock tribe now? This time, we've gathered all the rock tribe dimensions. We're fighting for life and death, but you're still held back by many restrictions. The victor has already been determined. Why don't we fight for a few thousand years and see who gets the last laugh? I'm just afraid that at that time, your spellcaster civilization would really be at stake. In order to start this war, Progenitor Hanra had made many preparations in advance, including investigating the spellcaster civilization. He knew more about the spellcaster civilization's situation than many honored legends did. The spellcaster civilization was indeed powerful, but they were subjected to many restraints and restrictions that did not allow them to let go for the war with the rock tribe. Otherwise, how would the spellcaster civilization be as fearful as they were now? They would have started a civilization war long ago. Then, let's see the results in 1,000 years. Wizard Sito kept his maxim as he could not start fighting with Progenitor Hanra. Otherwise, even if the civilization war had been won, it would be meaningless. Both sides were doomed to suffer losses. Progenitor Hanra naturally thought of the same, and the two went their separate ways. Although the ultimate beings from both sides withdrew, the great legends had just joined the war. A bitter war had just begun. Chapter 637, Dilemma. Chapter 637, Dilemma. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Run as far as you can. The civilization war has erupted. Even ancestor-level rock creatures are in danger. Blackroth had narrowly escaped death under the Blackfire Lord's hands. Seeing how the civilization war had started, how would he dare to remain so close to the spellcaster civilization? However, his speed was not as fast as Nisk, who was a being comparable to an honored legend. He simply used some power aftershocks to quickly return to the rock tribe camp. Although the civilization war was cruel, existences comparable to honored legends would not die that easily. Blackroth quickly headed back to the rock tribe camp. As the Seelie dimension crumbled, and he was hindered by Progenitor Hanra, the Blackfire Lord was a little slow, and was still some distance away from Blackroth. Phew! Blackroth felt that he was almost about to reach the rock tribe camp when he suddenly realized that all the noise around him was gone. The violent fluctuations of battle had disappeared, and he even found that he was no longer in the void zone. He was surrounded by blackness, completely alone. What's going on? A thought flashed in Blackroth's mind. He recalled that when he was in the Fire Cloud dimension, he had encountered something like this before. It was an illusion. Illusion? Didn't Merlin already die? Blackroth's heart trembled. That feeling was too familiar. Blackroth had some experience with illusions. Normally, he could spend some time to break it, but a civilization war was happening now, and a great lord like the Blackfire Lord was after his life. In such a critical moment, he might be in danger if he lost focus by just a moment. Blackroth was confused. The many spellcasters in the Void Zone saw that he indeed had fallen into an illusion. In the place where the former Seelie dimension had collapsed, 4 figures slowly emerged from the ruins. They were Merlin and the remaining 3 civilization-level prodigies. Wizard Merlin, you didn't die. That was an attack from someone comparable to an honored legend. How could Wizard Merlin still be alive? It was understandable that the 3 civilization-level prodigies did not die. After all, the rock tribe's target was Merlin. After killing Merlin, they had no more time to kill the 3 civilization-level prodigies anymore. Everyone clearly saw that Merlin had indeed received a blow from Nisk, but now that he had reappeared, he even looked completely unharmed. Even the Great Lord did not know what had happened. Whoosh! The Blackfire Lord finally arrived beside Merrin. In his fury, he had immediately destroyed the Seelie dimension. After being hindered by progenitor Hanra, he frantically pursued Nisk and Blackroth. Even though Nisk had run quickly and escaped to the Rock Tribe camp, the Blackfire Lord did not let the remaining Blackroth go. Die. The Blackfire Lord's body was wrapped in his Darkness Maxim. He was called the Blackfire Lord precisely because he had the highest achievement in his Darkness-type Maxim and his Fire-type Maxim. The Darkness Maxim directly enveloped Blackroth, who had fallen into an illusion. At this time, Blackroth finally awakened from the illusion, and his expression grew incredulous when he saw Merlin. However, he no longer had any chance to speak. Bang! Even if he was just using a Darkness Maxim, the Blackfire Lord could still easily crush Blackroth, a mere ancestor-level rock creature. After killing Blackroth, the Blackfire Lord stepped over to Merlin's side. After looking up and down, he found that Merlin's life force was not only calm, but he was not harmed at all. Even a magnificent lord like him found that difficult to believe. "Merlin, how did you escape that terrifying blow?" The Blackfire Lord asked Merlin suspiciously. It was not only the Blackfire Lord. Even the 3 civilization-level prodigies near Merlin had astonished expressions. They were not far from Merlin, and had felt Nisk's terrible power. It was definitely something comparable to an honored legend. Even some powerful great wizards would be unable to withstand an honored legend's attack, much less Merlin, who was not even a great legend. Merlin looked at Blackrotha's direction. Under the Blackfire Lord's Darkness Maxim, Blackrotha's life force had completely disappeared. Merlin did not have a deep impression of Blackroth, but it was only when the other party launched an attack that Merlin had suddenly remembered. However, that really was quite dangerous. Merlin had encountered many dangers before, but there was none as hair-raising as the one earlier. He still had some lingering fear. Nisk's attack was definitely comparable to an honored legend at full power. Merlin could not resist at all, and could only immediately use the mind avatar that he had just refined. The mind avatar that Merlin had formed using 1/3 of the illusory world was his greatest life-saving method. Titus was just enlightened about this method after unceasingly forming the illusory world. Even arcane wizards would not have seen something like this before, so they naturally would not know that a mind avatar that could receive a fatal blow on behalf of someone else at such a critical moment existed in this world. Merlin also had felt fear the moment he used the mind avatar. He also did not know if it would work. Furthermore, as the mind avatar was a part of his mind power, it was no different from Merlin himself. When facing strength comparable to an honored legend, even Merlin had directly experienced the feeling of death. However, the matter of the mind avatar could not be mentioned to others under any circumstances. For one, that was Merlin's final life-saving method. Although he could not form another mind avatar, he still had to keep it secret and remain unknown. This was especially true in the cruel civilization war. He had to remain mysterious and elusive. However, Merlin could not refuse the Blackfire Lord, so he simply remained silent. The Blackfire Lord seemed to understand and smiled. "Merlin, and you 3, it's the civilization war now. You don't have that many uses on the battlefield anymore. I'll escort you back to the Alabaster Dimension first." There were only 3 civilization-level prodigies left in the Spellcaster civilization. Before the civilization war started, these civilization-level prodigies played a decisive role. However, a civilization war had erupted. Even great legends would die, much less civilization-level prodigies. There was a large possibility that these civilization-level prodigies could become honored legends in the future, or perhaps even the more powerful lords. Therefore, it would be a great loss if they died in vain in the civilization war. The Blackfire Lord naturally would not let them encounter such fate. Later, Merlin and the others returned to the Alabaster Dimension under the Blackfire Lord's escort. Merlin was also requested by the Blackfire Lord not to go to the front line for the time being. The civilization war had just started. When the battles eased slightly, they would discuss further with Wizard Ceto. Merlin hesitated for a moment. The civilization war had erupted, but with his current strength, he really did not have much influence on the battlefield. Thus, he nodded his head, and remained at the Alabaster Dimension for the time being. Titus. Staying at the Alabaster Dimension, Merlin's mood had also gradually calmed down. He quickly entered the illusion bead and searched for Titus. Titus' figure gradually formed in front of Merlin. He showed a smile and said, "Merlin, if I hadn't let you refine a mind avatar this time, you really would have died. This civilization war truly is dangerous. Great legends and even honored legends could die. Look, the civilization war had just begun, but how many great legends from both sides have already died?" Merlin stared at Titus. He naturally knew how dangerous the civilization war was. If not for the mind avatar, he indeed would have died. It truly was dangerous. "That's why I'm here to find you. Is it possible to refine a second mind avatar? I can find refining materials needed to refine the illusion bead here in the alabaster dimension." Merlin deliberated a lot. The first thing he needed to do was to refine a mind avatar. After experiencing the danger earlier, Merlin had finally understood how important a mind avatar was. Refine another mind avatar? Titus shook his head. Although materials for the illusion bead are difficult to find, if you look closely, they can still be collected. However, the most important aspect about refining a mind avatar isn't the illusion bead, but the illusory world. Unless you want to split 1/3 of the illusory world again to refine the mind avatar, you can only wait until you can form an illusory world to form a mind avatar. Merlin frowned after listening to Titus. The mind avatar was indeed important, but it was necessary to split the illusory world. Currently, the illusory world played a great role to Merlin. If another 1/3 of it was divided, Merlin might not be able to use the illusory world and cast illusions that could trap even great legends anymore. However, a mind avatar was truly very important now. In a civilization war, life-saving methods were the most important. Therefore, Merlin was caught in a dilemma. As for what Titus had said about forming an illusory world, Merlin had not considered that before. He had not even comprehended an illusory heart, much less form an illusory world. Merlin, a mind avatar is comprehended from the illusory world. If you form an illusory world in the future, as long as you give up some mind power, you'll be able to form a mind avatar. Even an ultimate arcane wizard would find it extremely challenging to kill you. However, it'll be very difficult if you want to form a mind avatar now. The illusion world can't be split up anymore. Otherwise, the illusion world would no longer be able to influence great wizards. You would also be in more danger. Titus' words flashed unceasingly in Merlin's mind. I'm still too weak. If I could combine a 6-elemental wizard heart and become a great wizard or comprehended an illusory heart, my power would definitely increase greatly. Splitting the illusory world again would still be bearable. Merlin muttered in a low voice. However, he knew that it was very difficult to become a great wizard or comprehend an illusory heart. It would not be easily accomplished. After a few hours of consideration, Merlin finally did not rashly split the illusory world. The civilization war had just begun. He was ready to wait until the Blackfire Lord and the others returned, and see how the situation developed before making a final decision. Chapter 638, Fusion Simulation. Chapter 638, Fusion Simulation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When the civilization war began, the Alabaster Dimension was almost completely empty. In just a few months, the Alabaster Dimension slowly became more lively, and many unfamiliar faces began to appear. These wizards were from other dimensions who had hurried to the front line. Ever since the civilization war erupted, arcane wizard Ceto had mobilized the entire spellcaster civilization. All spellcasters, even plunderers, had to be rushed to the front line. Of course, there were not many spellcasters who could be rushed there, especially great legends. It was nowhere near the first batch that arrived in droves. As Progenitor Hanra said, the spellcaster civilization was not in a very good state. Although its overall strength was indeed stronger than the Rock tribe, they still had to guard against other foreign civilizations. These spellcasters also hurriedly rushed over to the front line. Occasionally, some spellcasters who had returned to the Alabaster Dimension from the front line would shake their heads helplessly while discussing the situation, expressing their pessimism. Merlin stayed at the Alabaster Dimension, and used this period to try combining a 6-elemental wizard heart, striving to become a great wizard soon. However, when Merlin thought about the extrapolation of countless possibilities in the future, where an overwhelming majority ended up in failure, Merlin felt a little hopeless. If I could extrapolate for a period of time and see more possibilities in the future without hurting myself, maybe I'll have more confidence in combining a spell model. Merlin occasionally had thoughts like that. He knew that he was already extremely lucky to have an ultimate arcane wizard to extrapolate for him once. There would not be a second time. Furthermore, he could tell by Wizard Sito's fatigued expression that extrapolating the future was definitely not simple. To want a second extrapolation was simply an extravagant hope. Merlin, I might have a way to let you try to combine a spell model. However, I don't know if it'll have any effect. Titus' voice suddenly sounded by Merlin's ear. You have a way? You can extrapolate the future? Merlin's eyes brightened. If Titus could extrapolate the future, then no matter how high the price was, it would be worth it. However, Titus shook his head. Extrapolating the future was impossible for me even when I formed the illusory world. I can't extrapolate your future, but you can simulate your current state in the illusory world, and try to fuse a wizard heart from the illusory world. Simulate fusing a wizard heart in the illusory world? Merlin frowned. The illusory world was indeed very realistic. Although he clearly knew that it was an illusion, he could not find any indication about it being an illusion. In other words, when Merlin was in the illusory world, he had no way of breaking through the illusory world. If he tried to combine a spell according to his condition and used a portion of his mind power in the illusory world, it might be a viable option. However, an illusion was still an illusion. Combining a spell model in the illusory world did not mean that when Merlin truly combined a spell in the future, it would be the same as in the illusory world. This could be very different from the future that Wizard Sito had extrapolated. The extrapolated future was infinite but real, and could be used as a reference when Merlin combined a spell model. As for the illusory world, Merlin also did not know if it would be useful. However, it was an option, so Merlin wanted to give it a try. Perhaps experiencing the process of combining a spell model in the illusory world would be able to enlighten him. Then, I'll give it a try. Merlin immediately projected his mind power into the illusory world. The illusory world currently was not as peaceful as before. Although the entire illusory world was an illusion, it was a world that Titus had formed based on the slothful beast world. Everything that happened inside would not disappear, and the entire world would continue to develop. Since Merlin split up 1/3 of the illusory world, there was a great impact on the entire world. Merlin could see a large crack in the sky as if the sky had been abruptly cut off. Furthermore, various terrifying storms had swept past, leaving the entire illusory world in a desolate state. Wizard Merlin, as you can see, the current illusory world isn't very peaceful. I'm afraid it'll take a long time for it to slowly recover. However, as you said, it doesn't affect much. The most important problem is mind power. If you try combining a spell model in the illusory world, you'll need to spend a lot of mind power. Titus warned in a low voice. Spend mind power? That's not a problem. I'll be staying in the illusory world for a long time, and I also want to experience the feeling of combining a spell model. Of course, I'll have to spend mind power. Merlin did not find any problem with that. It was normal to spend mind power. He only wanted to give it a try and see if it worked or not. Even if he could only reach half of the effect that Wizard Sito had extrapolated, it would be considered incredible. Alright, enlighten yourself in the illusory world. Just be careful not to spend too much mind power. Titus disappeared after he had finished speaking. In the illusory world, only Merlin and Titus had an omnipotent position. Merlin gently closed his eyes, and started to carefully sense the 6 types of wizard hearts in his body. In fact, each of Merlin's wizard heart was extremely powerful because of the perfect grade spells. Just one of Merlin's wizard heart could be comparable to a spellcaster's wizard heart after 3 or 4 fusions. Each wizard heart was already so powerful, much less if the 6 were combined. Perhaps since the birth of spellcasters, no one had had a single wizard heart as strong as Merlin's. In the illusory world, although he knew that it was illusory, the powerful feeling of the wizard heart in his body was very realistic, making people feel as if they were in the real world. Merlin took a deep breath, and began to adjust his mind. This feeling of reality was exactly what Merlin needed. Even if he failed, Merlin also hoped that he would get some experience and understanding from it. Merlin first chose the Fire-type Wizard Heart and the Thunder-type Wizard Heart. When Wizard Sito had extrapolated the various possibilities in the future, he had already, personally, experienced the process of combining Wizard Hearts. Thus, he was very familiar. Combine. As Merlin used his powerful mind power, the two Wizard Hearts that Merlin was most familiar with started to slowly merge together. These two Wizard Hearts had just touched before exploding in a violent shaking force. It was almost exactly the same as the various possible futures that Wizard Sito had extrapolated. As a result, Merlin paid more attention, and continued to focus his mind as if he was truly combining the Wizard Hearts. Bang! Under Merlin's forced merging, the two Wizard Hearts were unable to successfully combine. Although Merlin was not blasted to smithereens from the violent force, the other Wizard Hearts in Merlin's body were all shattered. Thus, Merlin's first attempt at fusing in the illusory world had failed. Good. What a realistic experience. So, illusions can also reach this degree? Merlin was shocked from his heart. He felt that there would be many differences when trying to fuse a Wizard Heart in the illusory world, and that it might even affect his judgment when he truly fused a Wizard Heart in the future. However, after this first attempt, Merlin realized that there was no difference from when he tried fusing spells under Wizard Sito's extrapolation of the future. If there was a difference, then it was because Merlin was not confident. Deep in his heart, he still felt that it was an illusion, and so could not represent changes in the real world. If there was just a slight difference, it would be very fatal to Merlin when he had combined his 6-elemental Wizard Heart in the future. There'll definitely be some flaws. It's an illusion after all. Some changes in the fusing process can't be completely believed, but it's still very appropriate to use it to absorb some experience in the fusing process. Merlin carefully concluded his first attempt at combining spell models in the illusory world. There were still many benefits, but his mind power was indeed being spent very quickly. Trying to fuse another 2 to 3 times would consume most of Merlin's mind power and cause him to become fatigued. At that time, he would not be able to continue remaining at the illusory world. However, the greatest advantage still lay in the illusory world where Merlin could grasp the initiative in his hands. He made up his mind to combine the Fire-type Wizard Heart and the Thunder-type Wizard Heart. Therefore, he remained in the illusory world, and fused the 2-elemental Wizard Heart unceasingly, accumulating a lot of experience. In the future, when Merlin truly started fusing the 2-elemental Wizard Heart, it would be very advantageous, imperceptibly increasing his chances of a successful combination. While Merlin was combining spells in the illusory world, in the front-line battlefield, the Rock Tribe and spellcasters were plunged into a frantic battle. In just a few months, both sides had lost more than 30 great legends. Usually, the death of a great legend would be a major event, but now, dozens of great legends had died. This had shown the cruelty of the civilization war. However, it was still the spellcasters who had lost more. Originally, with the spellcasters' overall strength, they wanted to occupy some advantages. However, after a few months of battle, they ended up losing the most. Wizard Sito, we can't carry on like this. We must find a way. Even if the strength of the progenitors' bodies formed by the rock creatures is only comparable to a great wizard, when they unite, their power greatly increases. We're at a great disadvantage. In the main hall of the castle, many great wizards fixed their eyes on arcane Wizard Sito, their eyes full of expectation. They hoped that arcane Wizard Sito could come up with an effective way to reverse the situation. Chapter 639, Retreat. Chapter 639, Retreat. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. For this war, arcane Wizard Sito had used almost all the forces in Sito Arcane City, and gathered a large number great wizards as well as 4 great lords to oversee it. In the spellcaster civilization, the 3 great arcane cities were just like 3 great armies, each responsible for some areas. The war that erupted with the Rock Tribe had always been in an area under Sito Arcane City. As the ultimate arcane wizard of Sito Arcane City, arcane Wizard Sito naturally wanted to end this war just by relying on the power of Sito Arcane City. However, now, the battle had developed into a brutal civilization war. Great legends had started to participate, and every death of a legendary wizard was a loss to the entire spellcaster civilization. The most important thing was that the spellcaster civilization was currently at a disadvantage. Since the war broke out with the Rock Tribe, although both sides were damaged, the spellcaster civilization suffered the most losses. Arcane Wizard Sito would not ask for help from the two other arcane wizards unless necessary. After all three great arcane wizards with their arcane cities as the foundation, had their own enemies. Some were responsible for the Atlan civilization, and some were responsible for the God Alliance, but they could all handle it. Arcane Wizard Sito naturally had his pride. This was the first time he was personally responsible for commanding numerous spellcasters to fight in a civilization war. However, their opponent was one of the strongest foreign civilizations the spellcaster civilization had encountered in the past 3,000 years. Wizard Sito, the Rock Tribe, is well prepared. They have countless rock creatures below legend led by one legend. They can form a strong progenitor's body that's comparable to powerful great legends. For those above legend, when they combine, the progenitor's body formed will almost break the power limit. A progenitor's body formed by 16 ordinary ancestor-level rock creatures would be equivalent to a great honored legend. This caused us to suffer heavy losses before the war erupted. The Nightmare Lord, one of the four great lords, said that every arcane city had a few lords. The Nightmare Lord was fully deserving of his title, and was the number one lord under Arcane Wizard Sito. The Nightmare Lord was relatively young. Of course, this was opposite to spellcasters like the Blackfire Lord who had existed since the Malta Empire era. However, the Nightmare Lord's talent was extremely terrifying. In just a short period of 2,000 years, not only had he become a lord, but he also went all the way, and formed for ultimate maxims. Legends generally formed a maxim while honored legends formed ultimate maxims. Those who had more than 2 ultimate maxims would be qualified to be called a lord. The Nightmare Lord had formed for ultimate maxims. Furthermore, he was also a 6-elemental wizard in addition to forming many ultimate maxims. Talent like this really made others gasp in amazement. Even the Blackfire Lord, one of the oldest lords, had only formed 2 ultimate maxims. His distance was far from the Nightmare Lord. Therefore, among the 4 great lords in the front line, the Nightmare Lord was the leader. In Wizard Sito's absence, the Nightmare Lord would call the shots. The Nightmare Lord also took the entire situation into account in this war with the rock creatures, and was naturally clear on some of the advantages the Rock Tribe currently had. Nightmare Lord, what do you think we should do now? Wizard Sito greatly respected the Nightmare Lord, and asked in a heavy voice. The Nightmare Lord's expression was worried as he slowly said, "We must first withdraw a distance and start arranging runic magic circles, giving play to our spellcaster's advantages. The Rock Tribe can form the progenitor's body, but we can also use runic magic circles to suppress them. If they refuse to enter the runic magic circle, then even better. We can take advantage of that period to recuperate and discuss more concrete arrangements for the civilization war. We should indeed arrange runic magic circles, but we'll need to retreat first. I'm afraid it'll be a great blow to their morale." The Sorrow Lord frowned as he spoke. The spellcaster civilization was also very proud. Since stepping into the Void Zone 3,000 years ago, they had encountered countless foreign civilizations, and many civilization wars had also erupted. They had even suffered some major setbacks, but generally, they still held the advantage. Taking the initiative to retreat like this time was very rare, especially since they still had some misgivings about the influence it would bring. The 3 great arcane cities had an aloof position in the spellcaster civilization, just like 3 giants that commanded all spellcasters. However, now, Sito Arcane City repeatedly retreated in the war with the Rock Tribe, and even destroyed more than a dozen civilizations. That had a very bad influence on Sito Arcane City. Sorrow Lord, no one wants to retreat now. However, if we don't, even more legends will die. That's not a wise move. The Nightmare Lord also understood the Sorrow Lord's apprehensions. They all belonged to Sito Arcane City. If they lost this time, Sito Arcane City would decline, and be completely pressed down by the 2 other great arcane cities. There were definitely extremely harmonious relationships between the 3 arcane wizards, but secretly, a mutual positive competition was inevitable. This was also the first time Sito Arcane City faced such a powerful civilization where a civilization war even broke out. To the spellcasters in Sito Arcane City, this was both a danger and an opportunity. Once Ceto Arcane City had resisted the Rock Tribe civilization, then Ceto Arcane City, which was established the latest, could truly be worthy of becoming one of the giants in the spellcaster civilization. In the Void Zone, civilizations that had ultimate beings were generally not weak civilizations. They would be able to step out into the Void Zone and slowly develop, passing on their civilization. One reason for establishing the 3 great arcane cities was to absorb prodigies, then they could gather the power of all the spellcasters and better cope with other civilizations. However, the more important reason was to be prepared for any eventualities. If one day, the spellcaster civilization encountered a particularly powerful civilization, then any of the 3 great arcane cities could individually lead their own forces. They would then leave the spellcaster civilization and go to a distant place to recuperate so as not to let the inheritance of the civilization be cut. The other 2 great arcane wizards had both experienced a civilization war once, and both were with foreign civilizations with ultimate existences. Only Arcane Wizard Ceto, the latest among the 3 great arcane wizards to become an arcane wizard, and Ceto Arcane City, which was also the latest to be established, had not experienced a civilization war before. The civilization war with the Rock Tribe was also Ceto Arcane City's first civilization war. Although Arcane Wizard Ceto tried his best to prevent the civilization war from happening, it was inevitable after all, and a civilization war had erupted. Now, Arcane Wizard Ceto only had one objective, and that was to win the civilization war. At least, they had to get the upper hand. Retreat. Retreat immediately. This civilization war won't have a winner in a short period of time. It's very likely to last for hundreds or even thousands of years. Retreating once doesn't mean anything. What's most important is to preserve our strength and wait until countermeasures are discussed. Then we'll drive the Rock Tribe out. After considering everyone's opinions, Arcane Wizard Ceto finally decided to take the Nightmare Lord's suggestion to retreat first, and arrange a runic magic circle. They could not stubbornly hold on if they knew that it was detrimental. Phew! Several great legends secretly let out sighs. They were aware of the cruelty of a civilization war. Now that the Rock Tribe held the advantage, they should retreat first to avoid excessive losses. Nightmare Lord, Arctic Lord, both of you are proficient in runes. Choose some legendary wizards who are also proficient in runology and arrange a large runic magic circle. Once the magic circle is completed, we'll retreat immediately. After a pause, Arcane Wizard Ceto glanced at the Blackfire Lord and said, Blackfire Lord, return to the Alabaster Dimension first. There have also been many spellcasters rushing over there lately. You'll gather those spellcasters. In the future, there will definitely be a need to replenish wizards in the front line. I'll leave this to you, Blackfire Lord. The Blackfire Lord opened his mouth to refuse. He knew that returning to the Alabaster Dimension meant that he would not be in any danger. However, he could only nod and agree after seeing Arcane Wizard Ceto's stern eyes. All right, everyone, get ready. I'll personally oversee the front line and buy you time. A smile appeared on Wizard Ceto's lips. Although he would not really take action, the Rock Tribe would definitely be somewhat fearful if he was the one overseeing the front line. He would be able to buy some time for the Nightmare Lord and the Arctic Lord to arrange the runic magic circle. Thus, the 4 great lords all led a few legendary wizards, and left the castle. Chapter 640, First Try. Chapter 640, First Try. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the illusory world, Merlin did not know how many times he had tried to combine the Fire-type wizard heart and the Thunder-type wizard heart. Although he still failed, as Merlin gradually summed up his experiences, he gained a very deep understanding of the 2 spells. Therefore, with the passage of time, Merlin's success rate gradually increased even though he was in the illusory world, and was only simulating fusing wizard hearts in an illusion. I should be able to give it a try now. Merlin's mind projection in the illusory world instantly disappeared. When he opened his eyes, his entire person felt different. In the illusory world, he already lost count of the number of times he died. Even if it was an illusion and a simulation, Merlin still greatly benefited from it. Courage was needed before life and death. In the illusory world, Merlin had encountered many cases where he was obviously going to fail. However, he did not step back, and instead, went forward all the same, determined to combine the spells. In the end, with his perseverance, the fusion succeeded. Although the probability was very small, it had a great impact on Merlin. After countless fusion simulations, Merlin's success rate in the illusory world had already reached more than 80%. This was a frightening number. With such a high probability, even if it was from a simulation in the illusory world, it still filled Merlin with confidence. Therefore, Merlin was finally ready to try fusing the Fire-type wizard heart and the Thunder-type wizard heart in reality. Merlin immersed his consciousness inside his body. Currently, in his awareness, there were no complicated spell models. There were only 6 wizard hearts. These wizard hearts exuded powerful life forces. Although it was not as complicated as a spell model, their power was much stronger than that of the previous spell models. Merlin directed his focus on the Fire-type wizard heart and the Thunder-type wizard heart. This was the 2-elemental wizard heart that Merlin simulated the most in the illusory world with a success rate of over 80%. However, it would be the first time he was combining them in reality. Merlin made a very heavy decision to combine the wizard hearts. Previously, he used the matrix to construct spell models and they were always stable. Therefore, there had never been any danger. However, it was different this time. The matrix was of no use to Merlin and could not help Merlin combine the wizard hearts. Now, Merlin had to rely on himself. Everything had to be analyzed and attempted by him. If it failed, it would very likely end up like how it did in the illusory world. He would be blown apart by the exploding magic power, or his wizard heart would completely collapse. Merlin would become an ordinary person, unable to become a spellcaster ever again. The price of failure was something Merlin could not afford. However, Merlin had to take this step even if he could not bear the heavy cost. Phew! Merlin breathed a sigh and tried to calm his mood. Combine! Finally, Merlin mobilized the Fire-type wizard heart and the Thunder-type wizard heart. The 2 different types of extremely violent wizard hearts started to draw closer under Merlin's control. Just like in the illusory world, Merlin was very familiar with this series of actions. He knew every detail as well as what might happen. However, he just did not know if it would be as smooth as in the illusory world. As Merlin gradually brought the 2 wizard hearts together, something unexpected happened. The 2 wizard hearts had not come into contact, but there was already some shaking, causing instability in his entire awareness. A spellcaster's awareness was incredibly unstable. Just a little turmoil could cause the spell models in the awareness to collapse. In the illusory world, Merlin had experienced several times where he failed because of turbulence in his awareness, causing the other wizard hearts to collapse. Therefore, Merlin also felt his awareness begin to shake. His heart trembled, but he had no way to stop it now. The 2 wizard hearts were approaching rapidly. His awareness was getting more turbulent, as if it could collapse at any moment. Merlin's expression was very grave. He had never thought that such an accident would happen in his first attempt in combining wizard hearts in reality. If this continued, the fusion would very likely end up in failure, and the consequences would be even more unimaginable. I can't let my awareness continue shaking like this. Merlin gnashed his teeth, and mobilized all his mind power. The huge mind power was like a torrent that Merlin used to stabilize the turbulent awareness. This method was indeed useful. Merlin's mind power was far superior to an ordinary mind power master's and could be used to stabilize the awareness. However, this also consumed a large amount of mind power. If he did not combine the Fire-type wizard heart and the Thunder-type wizard heart in a short period of time, then his awareness could completely collapse at any time because of the turbulence. TSS. Finally, the 2 wizard hearts started slowly combine, but as soon as they touched, a terrifying storm raged. Thankfully, Merlin's enormous mind power was able to stabilize his awareness. Otherwise, the aftermath of the 2 elemental wizard hearts' first contact would be enough to make the awareness collapse. I didn't think this through enough and make it absolutely foolproof. I should have used my mind power to stabilize the awareness before combining, just in case. Merlin also summed up the experience. The first time he tried to fuse spell models in reality, he had encountered an unexpected situation. Fortunately, he managed to use his mind power to stabilize his awareness in time. However, this also let Merlin realize just how dangerous it was to combine spell models. It was not surprising that many 9th level spellcasters did not dare to combine spell models even after hundreds of years. It was because merging spell models was too dangerous. Once they failed, they would never have a second chance. TSS. The two wizard hearts had only been partly combined, but they had become more turbulent, as if the two wizard hearts could collapse at any moment. Merlin closed his eyes, and countless images flashed in his mind, most of which were images when he was simulating, fusing spells in the illusory world. Among them, it was very common for the wizard heart to shake violently when the merging reached the halfway point. However, the final result was often failure. The wizard hearts grew more and more unstable, and Merlin could even feel an aura of death. At this point, the only thing Merlin could do was use his mind power to stabilize the violent shakes of the wizard hearts. His heart suddenly missed the kingdom of Black Moon. Merlin thought of old Wilson, Macy, Avril, Cherise, the dark magic region, and so on. From meeting Old Man Ether at Blackwater City and encountering spells, he grew step by step and entered the dark magic region, becoming a powerful wizard. All of this turned into images in Merlin's mind. I still want to return to the kingdom of Black Moon and fulfill my promise from back then. I want to return to Blackwater City to retake Wilson Castle. Merlin's calm mind power seemed to be boiling at this moment. Looking at the increasingly turbulent wizard hearts, Merlin went all out. His unwavering conviction also integrated into his mind-heart. It absolutely can't collapse. Combine, you have to combine. Merlin's cold eyes revealed a trace of madness. He directly used his powerful mind power to forcibly interfere with the fusion of the two wizard hearts. From all directions, the mind power forcibly combined the fire-type wizard heart and the thunder-type wizard heart. Merlin also did not know if there was any effect, but at this point, he definitely could not give up. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, Merlin's awareness shook, and he discovered that the fire and thunder-type wizard hearts had disappeared. Merlin looked in his awareness, and saw a unique wizard heart that was emitting dazzling golden light slowly appear.